Two peasant women are chatting in the fields when one of them suddenly bursts out, "Did you see? The young master actually smiled at me." The other woman, clearly doubting, responds, "I thought I imagined it." But her friend insists. I rub my eyes several times to make sure. It was really him. Meanwhile, across the field, swordsmen are practicing their skills, their blades slicing through the air in perfect harmony. The women gossip further, sharing rumors about the young master's intense training. One of them asks, "Do you think he'll make it far? He's only been training for a week, and he's still so young." Both ladies wonder what's really going on with him. Inside a room, a blonde figure gazes out the window, deep in thought. He closes his eyes, his focus sharp. Then, as if summoned by sheer will, a faint glow of mana leaks from his eyelids. A narrator's voice fills the air. He will train harder than ever before, no more allowing tragedy to repeat. The scene shifts to a figure standing in the dim light, an aura emanating from his form. Clutched tightly in his hand is a mysterious summon book. This life, it will be different, he vows to himself. This is a ruined steel guard, just 16 years old, but in his past life, he died at 33. A gust of wind howls as dilapidated houses stand as silent witnesses to a life lost. Behind a curtain, a shadow looms. The hero's voice rings out, bitter and resigned. In the end, it all happened just as it was destined to. We flash back to a memory. A man with a knife stands over a helpless Aruan, bound to a chair, staring blankly at the floor. The air is thick with despair. The scene shifts again, revealing a majestic castle perched against towering mountains. This is the Steel Guard family estate, a once mighty house that ruled the northern region of Navarre. Aruan was born here, but his life would never live up to its legacy. Under the shadow of his legendary grandfather, who was a war hero, and his powerful father, Aruan was nothing more than an ordinary third-class knight, overlooked and underestimated. Even though he had the title of lord, it was all stripped away in just 3 years. The people turned on him, laughing behind his back as they watched his family's legacy crumble. He was the dog born into a family of tigers. A count, a man who had everything handed to him, spoke the cruel truth. He's a disgrace to the Steel Guard name. The weight of those words crushed Aruan. He was nothing compared to the towering figures of his ancestors. But deep down, he had always wanted to be more than just a failure. He wanted to be a good lord, to restore his family's honor. Yet, it was all taken from him, betrayed by the very people he had trusted. The voice of the narrator darkens. His enemy, the one who had tormented him since childhood, had gone too far. They had hired an assassin to finish him off. The tension builds as Aruan's breathing quickens. The killer, closing in, finds an ominous book in the shadows, the notorious book of contracts. But something's off. The pages are empty. Aruan snaps, out of his daze, a surge of energy coursing through him. He yells, "Don't you dare touch me." With a burst of strength, he punches the assassin in the stomach, silencing the threat. The hero, spitting blood, stares at the open book in his hands, eyes widening in realization. This wasn't just any book. It was an heirloom of the Steel Guard family. A powerful artifact that, when used correctly, could bind any agreement made within its pages. If only he had understood its true potential earlier, he could have raised his family's name long ago. The killer threw the pages, sneering down at the hero. But as he turns the page, something catches his eye. A bookmark falls from the book, landing near his foot. The killer scoffs, "I don't get it. You put everything on the line for some little book. Maybe society was right about you after all." The hero's gaze sharpens as he locks onto the bookmark, a spark of hope flickering in his eyes. "Give it back," he demands, voice hoarse. "It's mine." The bookmark, a simple, sword-shaped ribbon, lies at the killer's feet, but the hero's focus is unshakable. This wasn't just any bookmark. It was the key to a long-forgotten legend, the item that granted wishes. He remembers the seller's words clearly, echoing in his mind. This is a very expensive item. It will fulfill one wish. But as the hero recalls the moment, doubt creeps in. A wish granted? No, it couldn't be. It was all a lie, a trick. He had been so desperate, so eager to regain his status, that he had clung to this absurd hope. How pathetic he had been, thinking this flimsy bookmark could turn his life around. He laughs bitterly, thinking, "Is there anyone more unlucky than me?" Just then, his thoughts are interrupted. The killer pours a red liquid from a bottle into his mouth, and the hero, still bound to the chair, feels a strange warmth spreading through his body. His head clears, and the pain subsides. He blinks, confused, and asks, "Why? Why did you give me this?" The killer, unbothered, calmly arranges a set of torturing instruments on the table in front of him. "My client," he says coldly, "want to play with you a little longer. You're not going to die just yet." The hero grips a scalpel with shaking hands, his voice dark. "Tell your client, this is his last gift." His teeth grind together as rage floods through him. How many times can one person be humiliated? His entire life was taken from him, his family destroyed, and now they wanted to end his life as well. Laughing in despair, the hero scoffs. So this is how the last descendant of Steelguard will die. The killer, for the first time, looks taken aback. Have you lost your mind? He asks. I understand it's hard to stay sane when you're being tortured, but you've really gone off the deep end. Blood splatters around the room as the killer continues his cruel work. The hero grits his teeth, whispering to himself, if only I hadn't been so stupid. If only I hadn't been deceived. The killer, relentless, forces him to drink more potions. One by one, the bottles pile up, each empty vial a symbol of his agony. The hero, exhausted and broken, drifts in and out of consciousness. If I had just one more chance, he thinks, his eyes hollow, staring out through the gap in the window. A single tear falls down his cheek, and in that moment of hopelessness, he thinks only one thing. If only I could turn back time. Then, something miraculous happens. The bookmark, which he thought was lost forever, reappears in front of him. It hovers, gently floating closer. A notification flashes in his mind. A man, desperate, and at his lowest, but still holding on to the faintest hope. The notification echoes in the hero's mind. The person who has received this notification meets the requirements. Your wish will be fulfilled. Please state your final wish. Sitting motionless in the chair, the hero remains silent, his mind numb and broken. Despair hangs in the air like a suffocating weight. A system malfunction begins. The subject cannot form any guesses. The system analyzes the despair. It searches, digs deep, and discovers 3 desires, no difference between them. And then it settles. A blinding, radiant light erupts from the system. When the light fades, the hero finds himself lying in a clean bed, his body whole and healed. His surroundings are unfamiliar, luxurious, spacious, and bright. He stares out the window, eyes widening as the view reveals the mountains in the distance, bathed in the soft glow of a sunny autumn day. This is my room, he thinks, panic starting to rise in his chest. He quickly sits up, his breath catching. I was just there, just in front of the killer. His pulse quickens as the reality starts to sink in. Could this all be a dream? A knock at the door snaps him out of his thoughts. A soft voice calls out, "Young master, it's Ezel. May I come in?" His heart skips a beat. Ezel? The name strikes a chord in his memory, his servant from 10 years ago. She had always been there for him. The maid enters, her head bowed, and curtsies. "Young master," she says, "the master is looking for you." Confusion floods the hero's mind as he surveys the room around him. His bedroom. But this doesn't make sense. How am I here? He wonders. His mind races, trying to piece together what's happening. Ezel, he asks, voice trembling, "How old am I?" The maid blushes slightly, unsure of his sudden question. "You're 16 this year, young master." The realization hits him like a bolt of lightning. He's 16 again? He's been returned, back 17 years in time. His heart races with shock. "Ezel," he cries out, as he suddenly leaps from the bed and embraces her, pressing his face in her chest, tears welling in his eyes. The maid, startled by his reaction, looks down at him, confused. "Young master, did you have a nightmare?" The hero's voice shakes as he pulls away, his eyes glistening with emotion. "Even when my family abandoned me, you were always there. Thank you, Ezel. Thank you." Ezel's confusion deepens. She stumbles back, panicked. "Young master, I don't understand. What's wrong? What did I do? I am ready to accept any punishment. I'll correct myself." The hero, a little startled, looks at her and remembers. His heart tightens as his past actions flash in his mind. He had been harsh with her, unkind even when she was only trying to serve him. He feels a pang of guilt and regret. "Ezel, you've misunderstood," he says gently, his voice softer than before. His thoughts swirl. He had been cruel to her, angry for no reason, but now he had another chance. The maid is still on her knees, bewildered. Why did you ask me to come?" The hero stands and looks away, his thoughts clouded by the memories of who he used to be. "The master wanted to see me, didn't he? He was angry that I didn't show up yesterday." He turns back to the maid with a faint smile. "I'll go now." The maid's face pales, surprised by his calm demeanor. "Young master, what did you just say?" He smiles again, this time with genuine warmth. "Why are you so surprised, Ezel?" "Of course I should go." She looks at him, dumbfounded, but nods quickly. "Of course, young master." The hero pulls on his shirt, his mind racing. He doesn't understand what just happened, why he's back here in this place this time. But one thing is clear, he's been given a second chance. A chance to fix the mistakes of the past. "I won't make the same mistakes again," he promises to himself. He grabs his sword, preparing to face whatever comes next. But in the depths of his heart, he knows one thing. This time, he won't let the Steelguard family's legacy be destroyed. Not again. The hero, filled with renewed determination, made a silent vow to himself. He would no longer make the same mistakes. To change his future, he had to give everything he had. He would rise to become the true Uruin Steel Guard. Ezel, the maid, entered with his sword. The hero took it from her hands, resting it confidently over his shoulder. "Let's go," he said, his voice filled with authority. Then, with a playful grin, he snapped his fingers flirtatiously. "Although I must admit, I'm a little disappointed my beautiful abs have disappeared, but that's not a problem for today." Ezel, looking at him with a mix of concern and confusion, asked, "Is everything all right, young master?" Outside, the Steel Guard training ground stretched before him. The sound of soldiers training filled the air. He approached the arch where they practiced, thinking about how the knights who once represented the pride of his family still stood strong. The hero squinted, estimating the number of soldiers. About 70, he thought to himself, scratching his temple. He remembered how he had once ignored them, dismissed them as nothing more than dirty, sweaty men. His thoughts were interrupted as the captain of the guard, Haffel, stood before him, his expression stern. "So, the master has finally graced us with his presence." The hero winced, guilty. "Apologies, I'm a little late," he said, feeling the weight of the captain's disapproving gaze. Haffel's frown deepened, and in a low voice, he muttered, "A little late? You missed training yesterday. Do you remember what we agreed on?" The hero chuckled nervously, thinking to himself, the same Haffel, still the same as always. Haffel tried to keep his tone even, but his frustration was obvious. "Because of yesterday, today's session will be intense. You're doing 50 laps, 1,000 swings, and 1,000 punches. And this time, no excuses." "I understand," the hero replied, his expression serious. "I'll complete it all." Haffel, a little surprised by the hero's response, nodded. "Good," he said. "Start now." The hero grinned, his eyes glinting with determination. "Right now? Let's get to it." Haffel blinked in surprise. This isn't the Uruin I know, he thought. He's not making excuses. This is different. The hero began, his breathing sharp and measured as he pushed himself through the drills. Haffel stood back, observing in disbelief as the young master worked with an intensity he had never seen before. This was no longer the same Uruin who had squandered his chances. The man before him was someone who knew the value of every single moment. Every swing of the sword, every punch, every lap was done with purpose. The hero could feel his muscles burning, his body pushing to its limits. But he didn't slow down. He couldn't afford to. His eyes were fixed on the future, on the legacy of his family that he would protect at all costs. Sweat dripped from his brow, but he didn't stop. Not even when the sun blazed down, when his breath grew shallow, when the pain threatened to overwhelm him. At the 1,000th swing, he threw his sword to the ground, collapsing to the ground, chest heaving. He lay there for a moment, feeling the exhaustion settle in his bones. "I did it," he thought. "For the first time, I completed everything. It was tough, but it was worth it." As he lay there, catching his breath, he thought about his strengths and weaknesses. There was still much to improve, but this was only the beginning. His focus would be endurance next. Suddenly, the system pinged. A notification popped up in front of him, startling him. "New user detected. Would you like to start interdimensional trade?" The hero's eyes widened in confusion and shock. "What is this?" He wondered, his mind racing. "What the hell is interdimensional trade?" "Young master." Haffel's voice snapped him out of his thoughts. "Are you all right?" The hero, still in a daze, looked up at the captain. His heart was racing. "What has happened?" The hero turned to Haffel, a puzzled look on his face. "Did you not see that floating thing?" he asked, his tone a bit incredulous. Haffel, confused, stared back. "What are you talking about? What kind of thing?" The hero blinked in disbelief. "You really didn't see it?" he asked again. Haffel shrugged, thinking it must be a result of overexertion. Probably just the effects of overwork, he mused. As Haffel placed a hand on the hero's shoulder, the protagonist thought to himself, "Only I can see it." The sensation of something unusual hanging in the air lingered. The captain, still grasping the young master, looked around, wondering why it was floating here and not inside the book. As if summoned, the book appeared before them. The hero's eyes widened. "So this is the transaction with dimensions," he thought. But when he looked closely at the book, it seemed like just an ordinary one. Why does it look like this now? Suddenly, he was snapped back to reality. "Mr. Urin," the captain called sharply. Haffel, noticing nothing unusual, looked at the young master with a mix of concern and confusion. "Are you all right? You've been saying strange things. Maybe we should take you to a doctor." The hero, however, simply shook his head. "I'm fine," he replied, brushing off the captain's hand from his shoulder. Smiling softly, he added, "I'm not who I was before." Haffel, caught off guard, stared at the hero in disbelief. This sudden change, could it be the blood of the Steel Guard? He wondered, trying to make sense of the transformation. The hero, now standing tall, looked toward Haffel and said, "Since I've finished, I'm heading out. Haffel bowed sharply. Understood, young master. Rest well. The hero thought to himself, he's not lying, but this feels too real to just be a hallucination. With the book still in his possession, he continued down the hallway, palapping through its pages. His mind focused as he completed the registration process, searching for an ID and any additional details within it. Just then, a man with glasses and white hair appeared, greeting him with a respectful bow. Good morning, young master. I trust you're ready to start the day. Would you like me to prepare something for breakfast? The hero, exhausted, shook his head. No, I'm too tired to think about food today. I'll skip breakfast. As the butler nodded and began to retreat, the hero noticed something. The butler didn't see it either, he thought, his eyes lighting up with a faint blue glow. The butler, however, couldn't help but notice the strange glimmer in the young master's eyes. His gaze sharpened, and questions began to fill his mind. What was that blue flame in his eyes? He wondered. It seemed unusual. The hero quickly realized the source. The book of interdimensional trade had somehow affected his eyes. Panicking a little, he smiled and answered, It's just mana. Nothing to worry about. The butler seemed to accept the explanation, nodding in agreement. Very well, young master. I'll let you rest today. The hero, relieved that the butler didn't see through him, quickly made his way back to his room. Once inside, he slammed the door shut, then leaned back against it, his elbows on the wall. What's going on? He thought. I died, and now I'm back, 17 years in the past. He exhaled slowly, looking up at the ceiling. At least the butler didn't catch on. Just then, a notification flashed before him. He stared at it, surprised. What is this? The notification read, Account name, User 014 EDW. Nickname, Erwin. Do you want to continue logging into this account? The only option was confirm. The hero, stunned, wondered why there was no cancel button. What did it all mean? The hero stared at the notification on the screen. His previous ID had been user for manhwa, but now, faced with no other option, he pressed the confirmation button. A new notification appeared, indicating that an interdimensional transaction had begun. The connection point was now marked as System 0, District 1342. His sales level was at 0, and the description read, A man on the sidelines. He had only 10 coins. He stared at the book, feeling the weight of the reality setting in. I'm starting from 0, he thought. Supply and demand are entirely separated, and since the system is level 0, I probably can't do anything right now. But then his eye flashed, and he noticed something else. Where did these coins come from? Looking at the monitor, a sudden thought crossed his mind. Did these coins come from my previous account from my past life? No, that can't be it. If they did, my level wouldn't be 0. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Could the coins have been issued by accident? He wasn't sure, but there was no time to dwell on it. He needed to focus on the next steps. With a sudden spark in his eye, he decided to push forward. I'll warm up first, he thought. The intensity of the glow in his eyes sharpened. The following week, he immediately requested a sparring session with one of the knights. Captain Haffel, surprised by the request, hesitated. How serious are you about this? He asked. The hero's eyes blazed, and without hesitation, he replied, Very serious. The captain turned to a soldier named Fry. You'll spar with the young master, he instructed. Use only your left hand, and no mana. Fry nodded, but Captain Haffel couldn't help but wonder if it was too soon for the young master to face off with a knight. He's been training a lot lately, but this could be too much, Haffel thought. The hero, however, was not pleased with the restrictions. Fighting a level 6 knight with only one hand. What a blow to my pride, he thought with a tense smile. I'll make sure to fight at full strength. He ignored the captain's orders and prepared for battle. Fry, surprised by the young master's determination, gripped his sword. With a sudden shout, the battle began. The hero lunged at high speed, almost catching Fry off guard with a near-miss strike. The next attack came swiftly, forcing Fry to defend himself. Fry began to retreat, struggling to adjust to the hero's speed and intensity. This isn't what I expected, Fry thought. The boy's technique, it's far better than I thought. This isn't the young master I remember. The knights, watching from the sidelines, couldn't believe what they were seeing. The young master, he's making Fry retreat? They whispered, astonished at the battle's intensity. The hero, with a sword pointed at Fry's neck, pressed on. Fry, struggling to breathe under the relentless pressure, realized the fight was much more difficult than anticipated. I haven't been training enough, he thought. I can't keep up with him. Then, just as Fry seemed cornered, the captain shouted, Fry, don't you dare use mana. But before the command could be heeded, the hero unleashed a series of rapid strikes. The impact was sharp and precise, and everyone watching gasped. The knight collapsed to the ground, stunned. The entire group was in shock. Even Captain Haffel was taken aback by the hero's calm demeanor as he stood over the fallen knight. It's over, he said softly, as if it were nothing. Fry, sitting on the floor, still holding his sword, looked up at the young master, his voice heavy with disbelief. You definitely used magic, didn't you? The hero stood over the fallen knight, a look of disbelief on his face. How was this possible, he muttered. With a calm voice, he added, just admit that you lost. The knights around him couldn't hide their awe, murmuring that it was incredible for young Master Arun to have won, especially after the recent changes in his behavior. 1 week later, the scene shifted. A chest filled with gold lay before the hero. He smiled, relieved. Thank God, everything is just as it was. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the chest hidden away, feeling confident that this time he wouldn't fail. He was determined to use these resources to their fullest potential. With a firm press of a button, he opened his spatial book of transactions. It glowed in his hands as he looked at it with a slight frown. The most important thing right now is currency exchange, he thought to himself. He summoned ghostly scales and placed a set amount of coins on them. After a moment, the scales gave their response. Approximate value, 30 coins. The hero's eyes widened slightly. That's even more than I expected, he thought, running a finger over the notification. I thought it'd be closer to 25 coins. He took a moment to consider the situation. He had learned a crucial lesson. The value of goods fluctuated based on the store and the world. The price of the same items could change, depending on the conditions. His mind raced as he realized that the only way to profit from the spatial book was to buy cheap goods and sell them at higher prices. He looked at the scales again, comparing the weight of crystals and gold. His expression became more focused. The exchange center isn't filled with fools, he thought. They've probably placed restrictions and tax fees on certain items. With his hands folded thoughtfully, he reflected on what he knew. To raise the rating of his transactions, he would need to improve his achievements. But the dilemma was clear. The higher his rating, the harder it would be to obtain high-performance goods. And in the zero system, it was almost impossible to get top-tier items. The hero's eyes then caught an offer from monocrystals. This was exactly what he needed to quickly replenish his mana. He opened a chat with the merchant, whose name was Home. Hello, the hero typed. Do you sell monocrystals? Yes, Home replied. And the crystals I sell are of very high quality. The hero's attention shifted to the screen. He noticed that Home's nickname was glowing red. He raised his finger to the screen and thought for a moment. It seems this is some kind of user status. After scanning the profile, he returned to the conversation. Let's find out the price, he thought. How much for one crystal, he asked. Home quickly responded. The low-grade ones cost 5 coins each. The average ones are 20 coins each. The hero raised an eyebrow. Is this a normal price? Yes, the merchant replied. It's a fair price. Some sellers are asking for much more, but there aren't many crystals for sale at the moment. I need you to decide quickly. The hero's eyes narrowed as a new notification popped up. The average price for a low-grade monocrystal is 3 coins. The hero glanced at the information window and saw that the price for medium-grade monocrystals was listed as 12 coins, while low-grade crystals were common in the market. However, something didn't sit right with him. He grew angrier as he realized that the seller's claim of a normal price was far from true. This is fraud, he said, his voice tightening with fury. The merchant calmly replied that his prices were the lowest on the market and asked for proof of the alleged fraud. The hero stared at the dialogue, knowing full well that the proof lay within the book in his hands. Taking a deep breath, the hero tried to steady himself, his finger tapping his chin as he considered his next move. He knew the system's information was accurate. With a more composed tone, he addressed the seller. So, you want to be considered an unreliable seller? He asked. When a merchant remained silent, the hero wasted no time. I'll have to report you, he said coldly. For a long moment, the merchant didn't respond. Then, finally, his tone softened. Please, let's not do this. You're a smart buyer. I didn't intend to deceive you. He lowered his head, speaking sadly about how his profits had dwindled due to a minor strike. I paid them what they asked for, but now, I'm almost out of stock. I didn't mean to lie. The hero's gaze shifted to the signature below the merchant's profile. It read, earned 980 coins. The transaction report stated that he was a merciless mine owner, and the hero could see through the lies clearly now. His frustration flared again. So this scoundrel is lying again, he thought. The hero sent a sharp message. It's clear you're still lying. How did you think I wouldn't notice? But before he could finish, the merchant sent another message, asking the hero to forget everything and stating that he wasn't going to make any more transactions with him. The merchant quickly followed with an offer. I'll reduce the price by half. Just don't report me. The hero paused for a moment, then smirked. Should I push for more? He thought, his mind already calculating his next move. With a knowing smile, the hero began negotiating. 2 low and medium-grade monocrystals for 25 coins, he demanded. Soon, from monocrystals appeared in front of him. The hero examined their stats carefully. These can't be reused, he noted. Satisfied, he accepted the transaction. However, when the results of the trade came up, he noticed something odd. Deposit 22.5 coins. Wait a minute, he muttered, surprised. I gave him 25 coins. Why is the amount less than expected? He stared at the transaction details, confused. The seller's information and transaction report were nowhere to be found, and the price had dropped. The hero's eyes narrowed. What is this? He thought, realizing that the merchant was still hiding something. A thought crossed his mind. Maybe he could squeeze even more out of the seller. With a sorry smile, he typed, "If you keep selling at this price, I won't report you." The merchant, however, responded quickly, stating that the price was already a ridiculously small fee. The hero sighed, contemplating whether he should just leave it at that. But then a notification popped up on the screen, and his eyes widened. Cashback, 3 coins. The hero was taken aback by the unexpected cashback and quickly wondered if it was some VIP privilege. But then he shook his head in disbelief. That can't be right, he thought. Holding the mono crystal in his hand, he pondered whether he should absorb it now. After a brief pause, he closed his eyes, focused, and began absorbing the mana. As the energy flowed through him, he realized that the system had been truthful. Over the next few days, the hero dedicated himself to training, following his grandfather's advanced breathing technique, Breath of Steel. This method required both a powerful body and an immense amount of mana. The hero clenched the crystal tightly in his fist, sitting cross-legged in the lotus position. Although he had neither strength nor mana to start with, he recalled his past training. Through perseverance and effort, he thought, I can still master this. Slowly, his mana began to spread, and he could feel the technique working. It was a huge step forward, an accomplishment that felt like a triumph. The hero stood up with a small, confident grin. I'm getting stronger, he thought. His pride began to rise again as he realized how far he had come. The others were still in awe, wondering how the young master had pulled off such a feat. Some murmured that it wasn't a real fight, and that the knight named Fry was more of a social figure than a warrior. But the hero's pride was stung by these comments. I've been too lenient with him, he thought. It's time to show my true strength. Turning to Mihail, the hero called out, Fight me. Mihail, caught off guard, hesitated. Is that for me? He asked. The hero nodded, his expression sharp. This is the perfect chance to show them what I'm really capable of. Mihail, though, immediately grew wary. This is too much, he said, trying to back out. But before the situation could escalate further, a beautiful young woman walked up to them. Dressed in a tunic and cloak, with a maid by her side, she caught everyone's attention. Sounds fun, she said, her voice calm but confident. The group greeted her respectfully, my lady. She introduced herself as Karen Steelguard, the eldest daughter of Levadon. The captain wanted to intervene, but she raised her hand, signaling she understood his concerns. If mana battles are too dangerous, Karen said softly, turning to the hero, then hand-to-hand combat should be fine. The captain reluctantly agreed. The hero positioned himself in front of Mihail, feeling the tension build. Mihail's a 6th-class knight, he thought. Even in hand-to-hand combat, he should have no trouble handling this fight. In fact, Mihail's height and reach made him the clear favorite, but the hero was determined to prove everyone wrong. Just as the captain was about to speak, a loud shout rang out from the crowd. Look, the knight is losing. Everyone turned their attention to the fight. The hero, with surprising speed and power, was landing a series of crushing blows on Mihail, forcing him back. Each hit seemed to land harder than the last, and Mihail struggled to keep up. With a final, devastating blow, the hero sent Mihail flying across the training grounds. The captain stood frozen in disbelief. This can't be real, he thought. This is the same young master who was considered weak just days ago. The hero lunged forward, delivering a decisive strike that sent dust clouds billowing into the air. The crowd went silent, then erupted in shock and excitement. Mihail's lost, they shouted as the onlookers began to celebrate. Whispers of admiration spread through the group. The young master is amazing, they said, praising his incredible strength. The hero stood tall, his victory clear, while a grin of satisfaction crossed his face. It feels good to be taken seriously, he thought, surveying the shocked faces around him. As the dust settled, the young master, Arun, stood tall, barely breaking a sweat. His sister approached, gently placing a hand on his cheek and calling his name. Leaning in close, she whispered, I'm proud of you. She admitted she had underestimated him before. Arun was taken aback. His sister was acting differently. Karen, the eldest daughter of the Levadon and Steelguard family, stood firm, a faint smile on her lips. She had just won a sparring match against the others, proving her strength once again. Arun recalled how their father, Levadon, had always regretted having a daughter, knowing she could never inherit the family's signature technique, the Breath of Steel, a power passed down only through the male bloodline. Despite her undeniable talent, tradition deemed her an outcast. Karen's expression darkened. She lowered her gaze, the weight of her fate pressing down on her. Arun understood her pain. She knew all too well what it was like to endure constant judgment. Closing her eyes, Karen reached out and ruffled Arun's hair. He watched her closely as she spoke. You must have pushed yourself beyond your limits, training in secret so no one would see, she said softly, her voice tinged with regret. Karen hesitated before continuing. I'm sorry. As your older sister, I should have supported you, but I didn't. Arun furrowed his brows, startled by her sudden sincerity. His mind raced. Wasn't this battle all for her approval? Without another word, Karen turned and walked away. Arun stood next to Haffel, watching her go. In his mind, he saw her usual confident smirk, eyes sharp with understanding. Of all his siblings, Karen was the most honest, unapologetically blunt, but deeply perceptive. She had been the first to truly see and accept his transformation. Arun closed his eyes, exhaling slowly. This was the only way. Above the castle, the night sky stretched endlessly, stars twinkling around a glowing moon. The real challenges were about to begin. Inside the grand dining hall, candlelight flickered over an elaborate feast. It was dinner time, and the long table was surrounded by family. Levadon Steelguard, the head of the household, sat at the head of the table, eyes closed as he took a slow sip of red wine. The menu is to my liking, he remarked. Karen met his gaze with a serious expression. I made sure of it, she replied before shifting the conversation. Arun will be leaving for the academy soon. Levadon opened his eyes, turning his attention to his son. It's time, he said simply. Arun frowned slightly. He had expected this. Karen now acknowledged his strength and was looking out for him. Levadon's sharp gaze locked onto Arun. Karen told me you defeated a knight in training. Arun tilted his head slightly, a small smile playing on his lips. So my plan worked. He wouldn't let this chance slip away. That was just the beginning, he said confidently. There are many more knights I intend to surpass. It was only a small duel with wooden swords. Levadon chuckled, rubbing his chin in amusement. A young man seated nearby raised an eyebrow. I heard you're only in 6th grade, he said. This was Kieran Steelguard, Levadon's eldest son, dressed in fine clothing. He rested his elbow on the table, watching Arun with an unimpressed look. That wasn't even a real fight, Kieran scoffed. He turned to Karen. Isn't that right? Karen shot him a sharp glare, her brows knitting together. He's only 16, she stated. At that age, you hadn't even reached 5th class knight. Kieran's expression hardened. I was officially recognized as a 5th class knight at 17, he corrected. Levadon, listening quietly, lowered his gaze to his glass of wine. Kieran, caught off guard, turned to his father. Levadon finally spoke. It's impressive. Kieran stiffened. His father's words carried weight, acknowledgement that he hadn't expected. Levadon stood from the table, walking toward Arun. Your grandfather went into battle around your age, he mused. Is that why you've suddenly become so determined? Stopping before his son, Levadon extended a hand. Arun stared at it, surprised. A handshake? For a moment, he hesitated. Then, with a firm grip, he grasped his father's hand, a smile forming on his lips. I'm 16 now, he said simply. Father and son shook hands, a silent recognition passing between them. As their hands clasped, Arun suddenly realized this was no ordinary handshake. A combat handshake, a silent test of strength, where mana flowed between their palms, measuring each other's power. His eyes widened in surprise. So this is what he wants. Arun knew he had to be careful. If he revealed too much, his father might grow suspicious. But if he held back too much, he risked disappointing him. Levadon exhaled slowly, closing his eyes. When he opened them again, his expression softened. You've grown a lot, he admitted. I was worried my youngest son might not measure up, but now, I see I had nothing to fear. Kieran, sitting across the table, clenched his teeth, eyes burning with frustration as he watched their exchange. Levadon leaned back thoughtfully. Come to think of it, I haven't paid you enough attention, he mused. But now I suppose it's time I do. He turned to Arun, his gaze sharp. Tell me, what do you want as a gift before entering the academy? Arun blinked in surprise. A gift? He hadn't expected this. Scratching the back of his head, he forced a sheepish smile. Well, there is something, he admitted, lowering his eyes for a moment. But it might be too much to ask. Levadon crossed his arms, giving a small smirk. Don't hold back. I'll listen. Arun ruffled his own hair, grinning slightly. I didn't want to ask because I thought you'd refuse. At that moment, Kieran abruptly stood up from the table, glaring. You have a real talent for making people uncomfortable, he scoffed. Levadon ignored him and exhaled. Then, raising a hand to his chest, he clenched it into a fist. Mana surged around him, swirling like a glowing aura. As the head of the Steel Guard family, Levadon declared, his voice steady. I swear upon my mana, so long as it causes no harm, I will grant my son's request. Aruin's breath hitched. He's serious. Levadon lowered his hands, his gaze firm. So, what is it that you want? The grand hallway echoed with footsteps as Levadon strode forward, Aruin at his side. Behind them, Kieran followed, his expression twisted with fury. This is ridiculous, Kieran spat. He's lost his mind. Levadon remained silent, his pace steady. Kieran clenched his fists. You can't break family tradition. Only one person is allowed in there. No exceptions. Levadon finally glanced at him, his expression unreadable. The secret vault belongs to our family. When I was your age, I went there with my father. His tone darkened as he met Kieran's gaze. Are you accusing me of breaking my mana oath? Kieran stiffened. He hesitated, then sighed heavily, looking away. He had no argument against that. Levadon's voice turned cold. Go back. Aruin smirked, watching his older brother's frustration. So this is how it's done. Kieran's face twisted in rage. His younger brother was about to enter a place even he had never been allowed to step foot in. Levadon reached a large wooden door. Pulling out a key, he inserted it into the lock and turned it. The rules are simple, Levadon said. Never enter the inner vault. You may only take one thing from the outer chamber. With that, the heavy doors creaked open. Aruin's eyes gleamed as he peered inside. Finally, the vault was dimly lit, the glow from the open door casting long shadows over ancient relics and artifacts. As he stepped forward, Aruin's gaze swept the room. The spatial book of transactions. This wasn't just any book, it was the ultimate weapon. A treasure so powerful that only someone like him could wield it safely. If it fell into the wrong hands, it could bring disaster. He moved carefully between the shelves, scanning the relics. In my past life, only 2 spatial traders existed in the last 100 years, my grandfather and me. His fingers traced the air, recalling the symbols and intricate designs that only he could see. This book was different in this life, but he could still sense it. Aruin's heart pounded. It's here. His eyes narrowed. No one else could find it. No one else should. I have to take it and erase its existence from this place forever. Levadon crossed his arms, his sharp gaze locked onto his son as Aruin stepped out of the vault. Did you find what you wanted? He asked. But as his eyes fell on the item in Aruin's hands, his expression shifted to one of surprise. Aruin stood there, smiling slightly, holding up a golden figurine, a statue of a hero. Levadon's brows furrowed as he examined the small sculpture. It was a depiction of Layskin Hero Award, a monument created to honor the defense of Navarro against the Empire. Not just any trinket. This was one of only 1,000, making it far more valuable than ordinary gold figures. Levadon sighed heavily, narrowing his eyes. A momentary impulse. He's blinded by greed. You told me you were going to Vigo for gold, Levadon remarked, his voice laced with skepticism. Aruin pursed his lips before flashing an awkward smile. He already knows what I'm thinking. Standing before his father, Aruin shifted his gaze and spoke calmly. Right now, this is the most valuable thing to me, he explained. With it, even after buying a sword or mana crystals, I'd still have money left over. Levadon's expression remained unreadable as he studied his son. Do as you wish, he finally said. Buy it, sell it, it's up to you. But don't let this distract you from your training. Aruin hesitated for a moment, then spoke with quiet determination. I believe we shouldn't follow just one path. His voice softened, his eyes lowering slightly. If I were as good with a sword as you say, then this wouldn't be a waste of time. He gripped the figurine tightly as Levadon remained still, arms still crossed, his gaze unwavering. Finally, Levadon exhaled, rubbing the back of his neck, a bewildered smile on his face. I don't understand you, he admitted. Aruin closed his eyes briefly, letting out a small, knowing grin. Got him. At that moment, deep inside Vigo's storage vault, Aruin's breath caught in his throat. His mouth parted slightly in shock. It's gone. The shelf where the spatial book of transactions should have been was empty. Aruin quickly moved through the storage room, scanning every corner, searching frantically. No, this doesn't make sense. His eyes widened in panic. The book disappeared, his heart pounded, but he forced himself to steady his breathing. Calm down. Think. There were only 2 possibilities. Either the book had been moved, or someone else was already using it. Aruin's mind conjured the image of a shadowy figure, clutching the very book that should have been his. His fingers curled into a fist as he stared at the floor in deep thought. In 17 years. No, in 14 years to be precise. I'll become an earl, he muttered. He stood in the dimly lit vault, his mind racing. But what happened to the book? For now, he could only hope. No one else had taken it. With a sigh, Aruin turned his attention back to the golden figurine in his hand, absent-mindedly running his thumb over its surface. He leaned his head against his palm, deep in thought. The book isn't here. That alone is a major discovery. But in the rush of it all, He had chosen the hero figurine instead. And then, a notification flashed before his eyes. Automatic transaction completed. Blue windows appeared in front of him, listing details. I have Providence item gold. Sale limit reached. Trades requested for next rank. Price subsidy activated. Up to 50% of your coins will be supported. Negative balance applied. You received 106.5 coins from a sleeping student. You received 205 coins. Discount coupon activated. Total coins, 36,275.5. Aruin's lips curled into a slight smile. Well, this has its perks. His mind flashed back to a previous notification. Urgent adjustment. Effect applied. Cashback. Plus 3 coins received. His eyes widened in surprise as faint blue flames flickered in his iris. Urgent adjustment? He had seen something like this before. VIP privileges. Aruin stood by the window, stretching his arms out, shaking his head in disbelief. Then, turning slightly, he smirked, eyes glinting with curiosity. He raised a single finger and hovered it over the floating blue icon on the book. This is impossible, he muttered. With a deep breath, he pressed it. If nothing happens, then it isn't real. The moment his finger connected, his eyes snapped open, and what he saw made his breath hitch. A glowing card materialized before Aruin, displaying an array of powerful skills: daily attendance check, inventory expansion, flow rate promotion, profile, and more. The sight made his breath hitch. This can't be real. His wide eyes flickered between the skills. Every single benefit was at its maximum level. Aruin's fingers twitched. He reached out instinctively, but then hesitated. His mind reeled, trying to process what he was seeing. Was this some kind of trick? His gaze returned to the spatial book of transactions. He swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. This is insane, he whispered under his breath. Taking an involuntary step back, he stared at the book like it was something beyond comprehension. How is this even possible? Then, another realization hit him. The amount I got from the currency exchange was higher than expected. Memories of his past transactions flashed in his mind. The moment he placed his coins on the scale. Skill activated. 0 commission. All payments have a 0% fee. His exchange with the merchant. Skill activated. Eye of Providence. Provides insight into partner transactions. The trading process. Skill activated. Flow rate. Displays real-time transaction prices and quantities. Aruin recalled watching the numbers suddenly change before his eyes. 22.5 extra coins had appeared out of nowhere. And then, another unexpected benefit. Skill activated. Enjoying excess. 10% discount applied. Skill activated. Urgent adjustment. 15% coin refund applied. More notifications flooded in. Urgent adjustment. Cash back. 3 coins received. First day attendance reward. Plus 10 coins. His expression twisted in disbelief. Even the very first 10 coins I started with got boosted by these perks. A beat of silence filled the room. Then, Aruin burst into laughter. With a triumphant yell, he jumped up and down, his fists pumping in the air like a child who had just struck gold. This is ridiculous, he shouted gleefully, his excitement impossible to contain. He spun around, waving his arms and kicking his legs, overwhelmed by pure joy. Placing both hands on his cheeks, he grinned ear to ear, beaming. This is it. This is exactly what I needed. Then, his expression darkened. Now, I can finally begin my revenge. His fingers tightened around the golden figurine, his gaze sharpening. I have everything I need. Carefully, he placed the hero figurine onto the system's transaction scales. Let's see what this thing is really worth. A notification flashed. Approximate price, 115 coins. Aruin's eyes twitched. His lips curled downward. 115 coins. His fingers curled into a tight fist as a wave of irritation rolled through him. Are they trying to scam me? He knew the real price. The figurine's actual value ranged between 140 and 150 coins. His burning blue eye flared. Not happening, he muttered. VIP flow rate privilege activated. A new notification appeared. Average market price, 150 coins. Transaction quantity, in excess. Aruin's anger spiked. They were trying to cheat me out of 40 coins. That's nearly 400 gold. Clutching the figurine to his chest, his jaw clenched. His irritation was boiling over. But then he forced himself to exhale. Even though it pissed him off, this was still an insanely profitable deal. With a deep sigh, he accepted the transaction. The tension drained from his shoulders as he collapsed onto his bed, arms spread wide. His body sank into the mattress, exhaustion and satisfaction settling in at the same time. His eyes drifted toward the spatial book of transactions. Interdimensional trading, all while lying comfortably in bed. A slow smirk played on his lips. This book really is a cheat code. But then, a sudden shockwave of realization hit him. His body jerked upright, hands gripping his knees as his eyes snapped toward the book. His mind reeled. Wait, no. It didn't just get into my hands. His pupils dilated. The spatial book of transactions is inside my eye. His breath caught in his throat. This was beyond any expectation, and it was perfect. A notification appeared. Transaction complete. Golden figurine sold. 150 coins received from Most. Current balance, 425.5 coins. Another window followed. I have Providence activated. 2 glowing scales materialized, listing commodity characteristics, gold class transactions. Arun leaned forward, resting his face against his palm, a smirk creeping onto his lips. That was fast. His fingers tapped against the side of his face as he thought. Next product. A spark of excitement flared in his eyes. Mana crystals. A new notification popped up. Searching for merchant. High quality, low-cost mana crystals. A name appeared. His grin widened. Heartstone. The blue flame in his eye blazed brighter. There you are. Without hesitation, he typed down message. Hey, scammer. Across the city, a man exhaled a puff of smoke, furrowing his brows. Heartstone's gaze flickered toward the book in front of him, reading the message. His brow twitched. Who the hell? The corner of his lips curled into a smirk. Some random trader calling him a fraud? That was bold. Then, he saw the sender's name, and his smirk immediately vanished. Arun watched the chat window with satisfaction. Now he remembers. His fingers flew across the interface. I'm looking for more mana crystals. Price still the same. A pause. Then, Heartstone responded. Not happening. You're a special case. No discounts this time. Arun's smirk only widened. Leaning back, he crossed his arms, eyes glinting with amusement. You really think lying's gonna work on me? His gaze darkened. I have our last conversation saved. Are you sure you want to make this a problem? At that moment, Heartstone's expression completely changed. Heartstone squeezed his eyes shut, exhaling sharply through his nose. His irritation bubbled beneath the surface, his fingers twitching as he resisted the urge to slam the book shut. This brat. Sure, if he reported Arun, the kid might get blocked from trading for a couple of days. But the losses Heartstone would suffer in those few days? Unthinkable. The very thought boiled his blood. Meanwhile, Arun leaned back, smirking at the chat window. Wouldn't it be easier to sell them to me at a slightly lower price? His grin widened. He could practically hear Heartstone grinding his teeth on the other end. Arun's eyes flickered toward Heartstone's balance, over 1,000 coins. Filthy rich. Yet, here he was, clutching onto a few measure coins like his life depended on it. Why are you so tight-fisted over such a small amount? Arun mused, watching the chat log with amusement. Heartstone sighed, his shoulders slumping. This kid is messing with me. Fine. Heartstone muttered, rubbing his temples. How much do you want to buy? A notification popped up. Arun stroked his chin thoughtfully, glancing at the transaction records. His earnings were stacking up nicely. He had bought medium-level mana crystals for 10 coins and low-level ones for 2.5. And now, he was reselling them for 12 and 3 coins, respectively. Pure profit. Arun yawned, stretching his arms overhead. These are the basics of trade: buy low, sell high. Easy money. Meanwhile, in Heartstone's room, crash. A golden hook slammed against the wall with a loud clang. Heartstone shot up from his chair, his teeth grinding. Damn brat, he growled, glaring at the book like it had personally wronged him. It wasn't the fact that Arun had bought the crystals cheaply. It was where he was reselling them. Why the hell is he selling them on the same channel? Heartstone barked, raking his fingers through his hair. His fingers twitched, his eyes narrowing. This kid isn't just trading, he's turning my own market against me. Across the room, Gunn, still half asleep, groggily pushed himself upright, rubbing his eyes. His gaze landed on the book, blinking at the sheer number of unread messages. The hell's going on? He muttered. Back in Arun's room, he opened Heartstone's chat window. A flurry of angry, half-censored curses greeted him. Arun simply chuckled, his lips curling into a smug smirk. 3 years of trading experience in my past life, he mused. After all the scams I've been through, I've learned a thing or two. His fingers hovered over the book. Now, how should I handle this? Heartstone's frustration hit a peak. He furrowed his brows, baring his teeth. His anger flared. This damn kid. His fingers flew across the book. But before he could send another furious response, Arun's message popped up first. You have no right to be angry at me. Heartstone's fingers froze. His eyebrows shot up, mouth slightly agape. What? What the hell does that mean? He wasn't expecting this kind of response. He was pissed because Arun was blatantly ripping him off. How did he suddenly become the one at fault? Arun leaned forward, his eyes glinting with amusement. Oh, I've barely even started. His smirk sharpened. A bolt of excitement shot through him, like a lightning strike straight to his head. Heartstone grimaced. His nervous chuckle escaped before he could stop it. This kid is actually insane. The way Arun was acting, it was unnerving. Heartstone stared at the chat window, watching in disbelief as Arun continued typing. Enough, Hearthstone barked, rubbing his forehead. Just stop acting like a lunatic already. He sighed heavily. This kid has a few screws loose. Arun, grinning from ear to ear, stretched out a single finger, letting it hover over the successful transaction notification. He pressed it with mock innocence. A new message popped up from Hearthstone. You've gone too far. Arun simply leaned back and laughed. Oh, Hearthstone, we're just getting started. Arun furrowed his brows as he stared at the chat log. What's his problem? Hearthstone was furious that Arun had resold the mana crystals at a higher price. But so what? It wasn't like Arun had promised not to resell them. There were no conditions, no contracts. It was just business. His expression darkened slightly. This is only happening because Hearthstone was overcharging to begin with. On the other side of the conversation, Hearthstone crossed his arms and turned his head away from the chat window, grumbling in frustration. Arun smirked. Oh, so now you're sulking? Still, he wasn't done. You want to make another deal. Hearthstone, still visibly irritated, responded curtly. Not selling at that price anymore. Do whatever you want. Report me if you feel like it. Arun's eyes narrowed. He's really upset. Leaning back, hands behind his head, Arun let out a slow breath. This was salvageable. Money is a religion for people like Hearthstone. A matter of faith. And right now, he was testing that faith. Typing smoothly, Arun sent another message. A big shot like you turning down easy profit? That doesn't sound right. Hearthstone hesitated. Arun's grin widened. Hook, line, and sinker. Come on, he added. Just play along for now. You'll see soon enough, this is bigger than a little grudge. He watched the screen, waiting. Then, that makes sense. Arun's smirk deepened. He knew it. Hearthstone, as much as he hated to admit it, was someone who never ignored profit when it was right in front of him. Now it was time to negotiate. Arun checked his balance. Current coins, 455. VIP support activated. 30% bonus applied. Total available, 675 coins. More than enough. He glanced at the chat log. I'll take 50 medium-level crystals and 19 low-level ones. Hearthstone's response was immediate. I don't have that many. Arun's fingers hovered over the screen. Perfect. I was talking about your mine, wasn't I? For a second, the chat went silent. Then, Hearthstone's message popped up. Crystals don't just appear out of nowhere, you know. Arun chuckled, shaking his head. He's rattled. I'll take everything you have then. Hearthstone still seemed wary, but money was money. The deal was made. Transaction complete. Arun leaned back, scanning the new inventory window. Now, on to the next step. Selling. He wasn't just looking to make a profit. He was about to pull off the entire market. Meanwhile, Hearthstone was fuming. His teeth clenched, his fists tight. What the hell is this brat doing? He could see it now. Arun had started reselling the crystals at an even lower price. This wasn't normal trading. This was market manipulation. Hearthstone's fingers twitched. He could use them himself or sell them in his own world, but instead, he's undercutting me on the same damn channel. His frustration boiled over. Back in his room, Arun casually sipped his tea. The warmth spread through him as he placed the cup down onto the soft cushion beside him. From a regulatory merchant's perspective, Hearthstone's frustration makes sense. But Arun wasn't a Regulafa merchant. A VIP privilege window popped up. His eyes glimmered with satisfaction. For someone with VIP benefits, the rules were different. Even if he lowered the price by 25%, he'd still make a profit. His fingers hovered over the glowing transaction window, drinking in the sight of his latest scheme falling into place. He exhaled. Then, with a deliberate motion, he reached out and sealed the deal. The protagonist's skill absorption rate surged, the system alerting him that it would now be much faster. He stood poised in a fighter's stance as he marveled at his progress. He had advanced to System 1. For him, this meant that even the lowest-level personnel and servants could now rival knights in strength. But there was something unsettling about this world, the world of Murim, as it was called. He shook his head, unable to grasp the strange communication methods they used. Suddenly, a card appeared in front of him, revealing that he lacked the artistic tools to fully understand the situation. Above it, some mocking comments scrolled by, criticizing his inability to comprehend spatial trading. The protagonist stared at the card, his mouth slightly agape. Was this really necessary? His confusion wasn't unfounded, as even Arun, who was with him, found it predictable. A new window popped up, showing a skill related to absorption. The side effects of absorption were now reduced to 80%, but the absorption rate had skyrocketed to 300%. The protagonist studied the window, a thoughtful expression crossing his face as he rubbed his chin. He was caught off guard. What had triggered this sudden change? What did he need to do to unlock these new privileges? Arun, sensing his doubt, suggested using the Eye of Insight. The protagonist's red eye flashed with an otherworldly glow as he activated the skill, staring at the window. But nothing happened. He shut his eyes tiredly, pinching the bridge of his nose in frustration. This was all part of some setup, he thought. The exchange center employees were no help at all. Arun, too, was disappointed, pointing out that they should have at least explained where these privileges came from, or at the very least, allowed him to use the eye of insight on the information. The protagonist collapsed onto a nearby sofa, resting his hands on his legs as he gazed at a scroll that had appeared in front of him. Guess we'll have to figure out on our own, he muttered, his attention caught by a new notification. Several pop-up windows appeared, announcing a range of events like a week of special sales, VIP promotions, and discounts for professional growth. The protagonist raised his hand to wave away the flood of notifications. What was all this? Why so many at once? He couldn't help but grin, his finger tapping against his lips as he thought about the strange situation. Arun raised an eyebrow, noticing something peculiar. If you look closely, he mused, this doesn't add up. Arun's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Even if the sale was special, given the high market prices at the exchange center, the discounts wouldn't matter much. The protagonist chuckled, his lips curling into a sorry grin. It's fine. With all my privileges maxed out, the lack of commission on transactions doesn't bother me. As if on cue, a red envelope icon appeared before him, drawing his attention. Arun pondered aloud, wondering if this was a way to pay for participation in the event. When he opened it, a message greeted him, a congratulatory note celebrating his transition to System 1. Along with it came 3 gift coupons for use at the exchange center. The protagonist blinked in surprise. What's this? More customer service junk? Arun was more optimistic, hoping they wouldn't just send him snacks as a reward. But to his surprise, the gift wasn't what he expected. Inside the envelope, there were several items. An ancient formation diagram, 3 years of spiritual energy, rapid martial arts development for both body and sword skills, and 500 coins. It seemed that System 1 had much more to offer than he realized. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise as he extended his hand toward the objects in front of him. What was all this about? He opened his mouth slightly, confused, and a red scroll materialized above his head. A notification flashed, announcing the activation of the sponge skill, followed by its characteristics. Another notification quickly popped up, confirming the takeover was complete. He closed his eyes, pressing his hand to his face, a twinge of pain running through him. Arun, startled, opened his eyes wide, his mouth slightly ajar in shock. So, the body and sword skills actually got absorbed, he exclaimed. The protagonist grinned, his expression turning insidious as he examined the items he'd received. He held up the Mona crystals and the item he had just claimed, his gaze thoughtful. In this world, martial arts rely on mana as fuel, he noted, but in System 1, it's spiritual energy. He presented a blue and gold silhouette of a person in a meditative pose. Arun, taking in the sight, couldn't help but comment, if someone were to ask where martial arts are the best, my answer would be System 1, without a doubt. The protagonist imagined Lazykin wielding a golden sword, using his mysterious blade technique. Arun observed this, thinking to himself, that strange out-of-world sword skill from Lazykin. I'm guessing it came from the martial arts world. He added, the martial arts in both systems share similarities. They're both rooted in the forces of nature. But mana is more raw, while spiritual energy is a refined, higher form of it. The protagonist sank into a meditative position, a golden aura surrounding him. He reflected, although the rapid development of my body and sword skills is compatible with a monolord, I still need to open my meridians and veins. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes, focusing on honing his abilities further. Arun, watching him with anticipation, noticed the red aura that started to surround the protagonist. His mouth opened slightly in awe as the protagonist's energy grew. The protagonist clutched his chest, feeling a strange sensation, and realized, producing Dantian while simultaneously learning sword techniques was proving to be even more effective than he had imagined. His eyes widened in slight shock as he looked ahead, still unsure whether there was a limit to spatial trade. Arun, ever the strategist, thought about the possibilities. As long as you have coins, you can buy anything, even abstract valuables, he mused. The protagonist, thinking about his 500 gold coins, nodded to himself. I should be careful how I spend these, he thought, weighing the options carefully. Once his preparations were complete, Arun suggested, it's time to start tracking your first target. We could begin with him, that guy. Meanwhile, deep within a dark cave, Muhyoja was engaged in a peculiar conversation. His client, clearly annoyed, requested that Muhyoja stop talking about love. Sitting cross-legged in the shadows, Muhyoja smirked and replied, think of it as love for the human race. The buyer, unfazed, insisted he needed martial arts scrolls. A sorry smile tugged at Muhyoja's lips as he held a red book in his hands. I have many things for you, Muhyoja said, his tone shifting to one of amusement. But please, refrain from such an informal tone. The buyer didn't seem to care, and Mu Hyoja sighed heavily, narrowing his eyes. Another troublesome client, it seemed. A new window popped up in front of Mu Hyoja, displaying the protagonist's information. With a grin, Mu Hyoja muttered, "This one's just a small fry from the lower system." He leaned back, resting his head on his hand. "But I shouldn't complain. People like him are exactly how I make my living." His insidious smile widened as he turned his attention back to the business at hand. Mu Hyoja bared his teeth in a malicious grin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "You should be grateful," he sneered. Blood slowly dripped onto the cold stone of the cave floor. He looked at the protagonist, asking which technique he was after. The protagonist raised an eyebrow. "Balance, crouching tiger," Mu Hyoja said, "and the 3-volume techniques." The protagonist bared his teeth, smiling irritably. Arun, standing beside him, couldn't help but comment, "No matter how many times I hear this, I can never get used to his tone." The protagonist's eyes narrowed. It was clear now, Mu Hyoja's style was that of a scammer. His specialty is selling cheap battle scrolls at absurd prices, he muttered under his breath. Then, with a flick of his hand, the protagonist introduced a small man who looked suspiciously like Mu Hyoja. Mu Hyoja, ever the salesman, continued his pitch. The 3-volume technique covers all the sword techniques. At first, progress may be slow, but the potential is there. If you succeed, you could become the strongest fighter in the world. The protagonist smirked. Targeting System 0 folks who dream of System 1 martial arts? He thought, imagining himself drooling at the prospect. For example, people like me who were complete losers in a past life, he thought bitterly. Arun, remembering past encounters with scam artists, recalled how dejected he felt every time he came across one. "This is definitely a scam," he muttered, shaking his head. Arun's mind drifted back to the 3-volume sword technique, something simple yet effective. Cutting, piercing, and blocking. "It's a basic technique," he noted, "nothing special." The protagonist closed his eyes, a displeased smile creeping onto his face. He thought about interrupting Mu Hyoja's nonsense about becoming the strongest fighter in the world. But Mu Hyoja didn't stop there. "One technique won't be enough," he continued, "but I also have the lightning technique, endless cultivation, hitting, kicking, and many others." The protagonist fell silent, clearly still undecided about which martial art to focus on. Mu Hyoja, sensing his hesitation, narrowed his eyes and grinned maliciously. "I can give you some advice," he offered, "but it'll cost you 20 coins for a consultation." The protagonist's expression darkened. He narrowed his eyes, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his lips as he showed his teeth. Arun, fully aware of the situation, agreed to the deal. His real name's Hakshio Lee, Arun thought as the scene shifted. The world around them blurred, and they were transported to the 5th Murim world, the Juxin sect. A small Japanese-style town bustled with noise, shouts echoing through the air. A voice called out for a leader. Juzong, the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect, glared forward with intense anger. "Are you really able to find this scoundrel, Hakshio Lee?" Juzong demanded, slamming his fist onto the table in frustration. He was baffled by how Arun had obtained information on Hakshio Lee and how he managed to track him down. Juzong's suspicion boiled over. He couldn't shake the feeling he was being deceived. The manager of the Bamboo Mountain sect's spatial trade looked on in confusion, his eyes wide. Did Juzong really say all that? Barin, a voice from the spatial window, asked sarcastically, his arms crossed as he scrutinized the red screen before him. The manager, still unsure, responded, "Juzong's a bit busy right now." Arun, who had been observing the exchange through his spatial eye, frowned slightly. He couldn't help but show a hint of disdain as he surveyed the scene. In any case, he thought, I'm owed a reward for dealing with Juzong's enemy. Meanwhile, Juzong was still simmering with anger, pointing a finger forward as he barked at the screen. "I'm having trouble trusting this one," he growled. "He could be a fraud too." Arun heard the manager's message and, with a nonchalant shrug, spread his arms wide. He began to hum casually to a melody, as if this entire situation were nothing but a mild inconvenience. Arun's lips curved into a mocking smile as he replied, "If Juzong doesn't trust me, that's a problem for him, not me. Hakal is his enemy, not mine." He leaned back casually, letting the words sink in. "If you don't trust me, you could always let your enemy go," he added, his tone dripping with irony. Juzong's face reddened with rage, and he clenched his fist, shouting angrily. "How dare you mock me? Especially through the call," he bellowed, his voice trembling with fury. Arun, however, wasn't fazed. With a satisfied grin, he took a sip from his tea, savoring the moment. "Perhaps you should review your information," he said, his voice calm. "After that, you'll understand everything." Juzong, slammed his hands onto the table, and stared straight ahead, his expression darkening. It was then that he noticed something. Arun was from the lower system. Arun, unfazed, slightly opened his eyes, gazing out as sunlight filtered through his window. He had been expecting this. "You're right, Zhuzong," he said, his voice cool. "But tell me, how could someone from the lower system know about the secret book of techniques of the Bamboo Mountain sect?" Zhuzong frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. He crossed his arms in front of him, leaning back with a thoughtful expression. After a beat, he spoke, his voice lower. "Maybe you heard about it from Hakal," he mused. "Hakal could be sitting in spatial trade just like you." Arun blinked, holding his cup of tea in surprise. He hadn't expected Zhuzong to be this sharp. Still, he noted that for a fugitive like Hakal, spatial trade would be the perfect plan B. As if on cue, a notification popped up. 200 coins received from the leader of the Bamboo Mountain sect. Arun choked slightly, surprised by the sudden generosity. "What's this?" he muttered under his breath. A second later, another message popped up from the manager. "Are you satisfied with the fee?" Arun's eyes widened as he stared at the spatial window in disbelief. 200 coins for that? The manager, not receiving an immediate response, asked again. "I'm sure this amount is too small for someone like you. Would you like to enter our position?" Arun, still processing, realized with a start that this was actually too much. His mind drifted back to Mu Hyoja, who had only asked for 20 coins for his advice. Mu Hyoja, Arun thought, puzzled. All he wanted was the 20 coins, and those 20 coins became decisive in his life. The manager's voice interrupted his thoughts. A message from the boss appeared, warning Arun not to think of deceiving them. "It's not allowed," the message read, "but if you still manage to capture Hakal, you'll be rewarded even more." Arun clenched his fists, crossing his fingers tightly as he stared at the screen, his mind racing. Suddenly, his eyes went wide in shock. Something unexpected and pleasant had just occurred. He realized that he could let Mu Hyoja slip away from the case. The Bamboo Mountain sect was looking for a man named Mu Hyoja, who was supposed to have a scar on his face. The sect thanked Arun for his cooperation, and he could feel the tension lifting. Still, a nagging feeling lingered. Arun knew he'd lost some money compared to that scoundrel Hakal, but his eyes were fixed on the prize. His number one reason for coming to System 1 was Suk-hyun, a first-class war scroll merchant. Suk-hyun's purple book held immense value. Arun smiled to himself. He'd found his target. Suk-hyun's collection wasn't just about martial arts. It also contained old books on philosophy and ideology, including teachings on Buddhism, Taoism, and the basics of Confucianism. Arun knew he wasn't exaggerating when he said that Suk-hyun was the key to something much bigger. Arun's thoughts burned with anger as he recalled Suk-hyun's deceit. Suk-hyun is the harbinger of the end for the Steelguard family, he thought grimly. His search for war scrolls to continue his grandfather's legacy had led him here, to this moment. He was sitting in a large office, signing documents with a pen, his focus sharp, but then something froze him. His eyes widened as a chilling realization dawned on him. I have to kill Suk-hyun. Suk-hyun had tricked him, fed him false information, and made him waste a significant amount of money. The blue bookmark hovered before him in the red spatial eye, a reminder of the betrayal that had led to the downfall of his family. Nothing will satisfy my rage now, Arun thought bitterly. His fists clenched as he looked through his spatial eye, the anger burning brighter. Through the red window, the straightened scroll before him stood like a symbol of everything that had gone wrong. The shame, the pain, all of it should be directed at Suk-hyun, he thought, his heart racing. Without wasting another moment, Arun decided to confront Suk-hyun directly. He added himself to the chat with Suk-hyun, who immediately accepted the request. "Welcome," Suk-hyun greeted him, his tone friendly. "What exactly are you looking for?" Arun's sarcastic smile appeared on his lips as he typed his reply. "I learned about you from Mu Hyoja," he wrote, the words dripping with irony. There was a slight pause on the other end. Then Suk-hyun responded, "Please wait a moment while I verify that information." A few seconds later, Suk-hyun returned with confirmation. "All checked. Seems you're right," he noted coolly. Arun smirked, knowing that Suk-hyun had already figured out a lot, likely from Mu Hyoja's own involvement. The image of Suk-hyun appeared before him, an unassuming man wearing round glasses and a black Panama hat. Along with it, a system notification displayed his profile. Suk-hyun was in System 1, 5th Murim World, with a transaction rank of 1. His spiritual status indicated that he possessed martial arts techniques, and his money balance was listed as 110. A more detailed system notification followed, revealing that Suk-hyun was the librarian of the Heavenly Sword Library. Arun's eyes narrowed. Suk-hyun was secretly copying and stealing martial arts scrolls, selling them cheaply to regular customers, while inflating prices for newcomers from System 0, just like Arun. It was a scam, a full-blown scheme. The system also warned Arun, "Be careful with this man. He has amassed a large fortune through these dealings, and spent very little of it. As if on cue, Sukhyun sent several messages about Mu Hyoja, uncomplaining about how Mu Hyoja had fraudulently sold the 3-volume sword technique. It's unlikely anyone would buy that nonsense, Sukhyun wrote, except maybe total idiots. Arun couldn't help but smirk sarcastically. It seems Sukhyun's a hypocrite, he thought as he closed his eyes and crossed his arms. He stood before the transparent red chat window, taking in Sukhyun's words with amusement. Sukhyun, on the other side of the screen, ran a hand through his hair, a look of discomfort crossing his face. People from the lower system often suffer because of me, he muttered, rolling his eyes. And Mu Hyoja, he'll never get rid of his bad habits. Arun grinned maliciously, the irritation in Sukhyun's voice only fueling his resolve. He typed a message, leaning into the taunt. Will you cheat like Mu Hyoja did? He asked, curious to see how Sukhyun would respond. Sukhyun's disdain was evident as he closed his eyes and looked through his glasses. It's rude to compare me to Mu Hyoja, he said coolly. Don't go too far. Arun bared his teeth, his smile turning sharp. Sukhyun was trying to present himself as some sort of noble figure, but Arun wasn't fooled. He was a scammer, just like the rest of them. With a feigned apology, Arun replied, My bad. I was rude earlier, but can I take a look at the martial arts you have in your arsenal? Sukhyun hesitated, but Arun could tell that he was already assessing the situation. He knew Arun was playing a game, but how much longer could he keep up the charade? Arun's thoughts remained sharp as he scanned the screen. Sword techniques, huh? He thought, a hint of intrigue in his voice. Sukhyun immediately perked up on the other side of the screen, placing his hand on his chest in mock sincerity. Ah, you're interested in sword techniques? Well, I just so happen to have something that might suit your needs. He then presented a book with a drawing of a flowering tree, plum blossoms, to be exact. The technique was described as releasing a sweet plum scent, the intensity of which would depend on the practitioner's skill level. Arun's eyes widened slightly, recognizing that this technique could actually be quite useful. His curiosity piqued. He replied that he was satisfied with the option. What's the price of the book? He asked, knowing Sukhyun was about to pull one of his usual tricks. A system notification popped up, showing the market price for the plum blossom technique was listed at 15 coins. However, Sukhyun, ever the opportunist, suggested a price of 50 coins, claiming that he was offering a discount because it was Arun's first purchase. He slashed 15 coins off the price, implying it was a special deal. Arun's expression soured with displeasure. So it's just another scam, huh? He thought, glaring at the screen. He couldn't help but wonder if Sukhyun was trying to sell him the worthless 3-volume technique that wasn't worth half a coin at all for a higher price. His suspicion was confirmed when Sukhyun casually raised the price by an additional 20 coins. Sukhyun waited for a response, clearly puzzled by the lack of immediate reaction from Arun. Change your mind about buying? He asked, trying to keep his cool. Arun frowned slightly, fighting the urge to respond immediately. It's time to teach this fraud a lesson, he thought, his expression turning more determined. I'll take the book for 35 coins, Arun said, suppressing his irritation. Seems like a pretty good deal, doesn't it? Sukhyun's malicious smile returned. He rubbed his hands together, convinced that his usual trick was working. He thought Arun was just another fool, ripe for the picking. Sukhyun, sensing that Arun might be someone with a lot of coins, took the opportunity to probe. By the way, what are you doing with all these military techniques? You've got a lot of interest in them, don't you? Arun's lips parted slightly, a quiet chuckle escaping him. He typed a reply, his words laced with mock sincerity. Oh, I'm just doing business, you know. Thought we'd be seeing more of each other in the future. Sukhyun tilted his head forward and smiled sarcastically, showing just a hint of his teeth. Well, that's an interesting little tidbit. But you know, I have a friend who's also doing business, though he doesn't know the market prices very well or the real value of the techniques. Sukhyun quipped, obviously enjoying the joke at Arun's expense. He rubbed his hands again, clearly thinking he had made another sale. Arun couldn't help but smile to himself. Sukhyun's smarmy attitude only made him more determined to see this plan through. Let him think he's won. It'll be over soon enough. I'm always happy to have customers like you. Sukhyun continued, clearly thinking Arun was just another clueless buyer. Maybe we should become friends? Arun considered it for a moment, then clicked on the friend request. Hook, line, and sinker. Sukhyun had no idea what he was getting into. Arun had everything set in motion. On the screen, a new notification popped up. A man named Jingo was looking for a mid-level sword technique for his son. Arun, ever the opportunist, knew just how to handle this. He quickly sent a friend request to Jingo, intending to resell the plum blossom technique at a reasonable price. Even if it meant taking a small loss, it would be worth it to teach Sukhyun a lesson. Settling back onto his bed with his hands behind his head, Arun allowed a red aura to swirl around him. His expression was smug, knowing that Sukhyun's days of easy money were numbered. Soon enough, I'll get my revenge on him, Ruin thought. The thought of payback giving him a sense of satisfaction. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Ruin turned his head, his attention momentarily diverted as the maid was about to enter. But his thoughts remained on Suk-hyun, his mind already planning his next move. Ezel entered the room, her steps hesitant as she apologized for disturbing the peace. But then, her eyes widened in shock, locking onto Ruin. She addressed him as if he were a young master, her tone carrying a mix of respect and surprise. Ruin, slightly dissatisfied, turned to face her, his voice laced with curiosity. "What's going on?" he asked, his words carrying an edge. As Ezel stood before him, Ruin suddenly realized that he hadn't concealed the thirst for violence that had taken root inside him. He grabbed his face in frustration, knowing that, upon seeing Suk-hyun, he wouldn't be able to keep his anger in check. He quickly dismissed the tension with a grin, looking at Ezel with a playful energy as sweat and excitement lined his features. "It's not your fault," he said with a laugh, brushing off the situation. Ezel, her face still anxious, watched him carefully, unsure of how to interpret his mood. Ruin, sensing her unease, flashed a grin, flexing his biceps with exaggerated confidence. "Anything I can do for you?" Ezel asked, her voice soft, though there was a trace of concern in her eyes. Ruin, grinning even wider, stood tall, adjusting his white shirt and exposing a small scar on his side. "I feel better than anyone right now," he replied, his voice lighthearted. Ezel stared at him, her expression shifting to one of surprise as she realized how much progress he had made in his affairs. At that moment, the maid, her head tilted in thought, shifted uncomfortably. Ruin noticed the slight blush creeping up her cheeks as small yellow petals danced in the air, brushing past his face. He blinked, realizing that this was becoming a potential problem. With a smile that seemed to stretch from ear to ear, Ruin waved his hand dismissively. He couldn't help but think that Ezel might now see him differently, though, in truth, he hadn't even shown half of his capabilities. And yet, there she was, already looking at him with a mix of curiosity and awe. Ezel slowly turned to face him, her expression filled with uncertainty. Ruin broke into a wide, confident smile, his eyes closing as he spoke. "You can ask me anything," he said, his tone relaxed. Ezel raised an eyebrow, still worried. "You remember this morning, right? With your brother Kieran?" Ruin's expression faltered, his eyes widening in realization. He sighed deeply, recalling his earlier plans with Kieran. If he wasn't mistaken, he definitely had something scheduled with his older brother. A moment later, Kieran appeared, striding closer with a sharp, irritated look. His brows were furrowed, and he was clearly in a mood. The training grounds were quiet in the early morning, and Ruin could see his older brother glaring at him from beneath his long bangs. "What brings you here?" Ruin asked, raising an eyebrow. Kieran, as always, considered himself too strong to train with the knights, preferring to train alone. He was always distant, even if it meant hitting around corners and practicing by himself. Kieran's eyes flickered with irritation as he asked, "When did this happen?" Ruin couldn't help but mock him. "Everyone knows by now. You never show up at the training grounds. You just sneak around the back and train alone," he said, the words dripping with sarcasm. Kieran's anger flared at the insult, and he bared his teeth, his face twisting into a deep frown. "What did you say?" he demanded, his voice low and threatening. Ruin smirked, looking at his older brother with an ironic smile. "I'm just joking, Kieran. But you did come here for something, right? What is it you wanted to talk about?" Kieran, still seething with anger, didn't seem to appreciate the teasing. His fists clenched tightly as he took a step forward. "You've got a lot of nerve, Ruin. I'm going to teach you a lesson right now," he growled, raising his fist, ready to strike. Ruin, caught off guard by the sudden outburst, widened his eyes in surprise. His brother was actually going to throw a punch. Ruin looked down in displeasure, avoiding his brother's blow with ease. He knew Kieran had a tendency to lose his temper quickly, but this time his brother was crossing the line. Kieran, frustrated by the sarcastic remark, swung his arms wildly, determined to take revenge for the offense. Ruin bent slightly, glaring at his older brother from under his brows, confused by the intensity of his brother's anger. Kieran turned away, still fuming, and grumbled that his younger brother had brought it upon himself. With a growl, he swung his fist toward Ruin's face. The air seemed to hum with energy as his punch approached, glowing with the bursts of aura that radiated from his fist. But Ruin wasn't fazed. He expected this. As the two fists collided in midair, Kieran's expression shifted from anger to shock. His blow landed with force, sending Ruin stumbling back, but not without resistance. Ruin, despite his surprise, managed to stay on his feet, his body bending slightly from the impact. Sweat trickled down Kieran's face as he processed what just happened. His younger brother was much stronger than he remembered, especially considering Ruin was once only a fifth-class knight. Kieran's hand shot up to his chest, and with a crackle, bolts of lightning erupted from his sleeve. His eyes narrowed with frustration as he realized he had let his guard down. He turned to Arun, glaring fiercely. "You've got some nerve," he muttered, "but now I won't hold back." The yellow aura swirling around Kieran's hand glowed brighter, signaling the use of a refined aura technique, a power that marked the difference between second-class knights and others. Arun stared at his brother's glowing hand, his eyes wide with astonishment. He hadn't expected Kieran to pull out something so serious. This wasn't just any attack. It was a move meant to teach Arun a lesson, to remind him of his place. But Arun wasn't so easily intimidated. He quickly realized that, as a fifth-class knight, he was still too restricted to unleash his full power. His brows furrowed as he glared at Kieran, his mind racing. His brother had clearly crossed a line now. Kieran, noticing Arun's hesitation, frowned and emitted an even brighter aura, his eyes flashing with determination. "I'm going to show you exactly what it means to be a true knight," he said, taking a step forward and preparing to charge. The ground beneath his feet seemed to crackle with energy as he lunged at his younger brother, intent on landing a decisive blow. Arun sighed, preparing for the impact. He knew this would escalate into a full-blown duel. Raising his hands in defense, he steeled himself. The brothers' silhouettes collided in a blur of motion, their auras meeting with an explosive crash that sent shockwaves through the air. Arun's fist landed with such force that it shattered the stone beneath him, sending debris flying. Kieran's eyes went wide in disbelief as he struggled to comprehend what had just happened. He was stronger than Arun, and yet his younger brother had resisted him so effortlessly. His feet slid back, and a wave of shock overtook him. How could Arun have gotten this strong? Kieran raised his arms, a look of horror spreading across his face. "How are you? How could you be this strong?" he muttered, completely stunned by the turn of events. His foot hit the ground, and in the next instant, the earth trembled beneath the force of his landing. A small cloud of dust rose from the impact, and Kieran stumbled backward, finally collapsing to the ground. The dust settled around him, leaving Kieran lying on the ground, still in shock. Arun, looking down at his brother with a careful gaze, measured his reaction. His brother lay there, breathing heavily, eyes wide with disbelief. Kieran slowly raised his head, his expression shifting from shock to resentment. "How did you become so strong?" he asked, his voice thick with disbelief, a mix of awe and frustration. Arun simply looked down at him, a smirk playing on his lips. "Guess I'm not the weak little brother you thought I was." Arun grinned maliciously, his expression one of satisfaction. He stood up, giving a slight bow to his brother, acknowledging the thrashing he had just received. Despite the fight, he noted that the relationship between him and Kieran wasn't the best, but added that Kieran had definitely gone too far this time. Kieran, though shaken, found the strength to get back up on one knee, his hand pressed against the ground. His thoughts drifted to the secret vault, the same one Arun had accessed. Arun raised an eyebrow, surprised by his brother's persistence. He casually asked if Kieran was upset because of the vault, noting that even if Kieran hadn't been in the internal section, he should have had access to the external one. Kieran glared at his brother, his brows furrowed in confusion. He didn't understand what Arun meant by external storage. Arun, sensing his brother's confusion, casually explained that only their father and he himself had been in the vault. This revelation took Arun by surprise. He hadn't known that it was just the two of them. Not even Kieran had been allowed access. The truth hit Arun like a wave. He knew that their father likely hadn't even known about the spatial book of transactions. He couldn't even use it. Arun's mind began to race, thinking back to his past life. He recalled the dark silhouette of a man studying the blue book and wondered how likely it was that someone else could use it. But Arun had never been inside the internal storage, so there were only two possibilities left. Either the book was hidden there, or it didn't exist at all. Meanwhile, Ezel had been watching Arun closely. She noticed how he was deep in thought, his hand on his chin, and couldn't help but wonder what was troubling him. Ezel, trying to understand the cause of his confusion, asked him gently. In response, Arun just grinned maliciously and closed his eyes, his expression playful. He brushed off the situation, claiming that nothing had happened between him and Kieran. He had only asked Kieran to show him the aura. Ezel, still unsure of Arun's well-being, grew concerned. She quickly asked if he was injured, offering her help and care. A blush crept across her face as she imagined him in a towel, naked, her thoughts lingering on how he had grown into an adult and how he might not appreciate such intimate care. Arun, noticing her concern, closed his eyes and smiled, appreciating the gesture. He reassured her, telling her that he was fine and thanking her for her worry. He added that luck had been on his side. Kieran, standing nearby, clenched his teeth slightly but managed to break into a smile. He was glad that things hadn't escalated too much. though he knew his brother would need time to cool down. He told Ezel not to worry about him and gave her permission to rest. Ezel bowed her head in submission, promising that she would take care of everything. As she left, Aruin's mind shifted to his next challenge. Now, he needed to figure out how to get into the internal storage before heading to the academy. Time was running out, and he couldn't afford to delay. He steeled himself for what was ahead, knowing that getting access to that storage would be no easy task. Aruin's eyes widened in sudden realization as a wave of urgency hit him. The moment he had been waiting for was almost upon him. He knew it was time to use the same people he had planned to rely on, and it couldn't wait any longer. Meanwhile, in Kieran's room, frustration boiled over. He was seething with anger, his teeth gritted tightly as he replayed the incident with his brother. The humiliation of losing to Aruin had him seething in disbelief. Kieran sat at the table, his arms crossed, trying to calm the storm inside him. Opposite him stood Darren Steelguard, a girl with fiery red hair, who mirrored his stance, arms folded in disapproval. Kieran's rage was palpable as he slammed his fist onto the table. He angrily argued that Aruin must have been hiding something up his sleeves, pretending to be weak when in reality he was far more cunning. Darren looked at him, her displeasure clear. She spoke with a hint of scorn, pointing out that Kieran had disgraced himself. Kieran, not letting go of his frustration, continued to defend his claim, stating that Aruin was a scoundrel who had likely deceived them all. But Darren, with a cold look in her eyes, reminded him that they couldn't underestimate Aruin. Despite the setbacks, Aruin had been the one to fool everyone, turning what seemed like a weak lamb into a clever fox. Kieran clenched his fists, his frustration growing. He was still unwilling to fully accept that his younger brother could have outwitted him. Darren, her expression softening a little, spoke with a faint but malicious smile. She reminded Kieran that despite everything, Aruin was still a child. But Darren believed Aruin had held back, unable to tolerate Kieran's bullying any longer. She mentioned that if she were in his position, she would have waited for 10 years before retaliating. Kieran, though angry, couldn't deny the truth in her words. He noted to himself that Aruin hadn't even shown his full power. He was likely holding back. Darren, who had been pondering the situation, gave a sarcastic smile, her fingers gently tapping her chin. She thought that if Kieran was telling the truth, Aruin would still only be a strong fox, nothing more. But as Kieran stared ahead in confusion, his mind started to shift. He realized that Aruin wasn't just a fox, or even a leopard. No, Aruin was a full-fledged tiger. As the realization settled, Darren took a step closer to Kieran, placing a hand behind her back. Her expression darkened, determination flashing in her eyes. She was resolved to find out what Aruin was hiding and to figure out his next move. A malicious smile spread across her face as she promised her brother that she would handle the situation. She would get the information out of Aruin, whether he liked it or not. Elsewhere, the conversation in the interdimensional alliance of monocrystal traders took a different turn. Heartstone, a key figure in the group, noted that things couldn't continue as they were. Stone Henry, another member, agreed, voicing his frustration with the newcomer, Aruin, who had quickly become a problem. In just 2 days, Aruin had taken control of the market, and it was causing unrest. A trader named Mona was quick to chime in, pointing out that Aruin had been dominating the market and causing trouble with his actions. Stone Henry's anger grew, his words sharp as he condemned Aruin for trading at a loss. Heartstone, frowning deeply, told the group to cut the bickering. They needed to stop fighting among themselves and focus on the real problem, Aruin. He reminded them that their common enemy was the same, Aruin, and all of them needed to unite against him. The tone in the chat shifted, and the avatars of the traders aligned. Heartstone, with authority, stressed that internal divisions would lead to failure. He urged them all to come together and deal with their shared enemy. Just One, another member, agreed wholeheartedly with Heartstone's assessment, noting that Aruin's rise had caused deep divisions among his own forces. His slaves had turned against him, and they were no longer united under his rule. The traders were now more resolved than ever to confront Aruin and put an end to his disruption. The traders, furious that they hadn't received the money they had earned, began to ask why they had gathered in the first place. Heartstone glared forward, his irritation growing. He told them there was no point in sitting idle, allowing Aruin to do whatever he wanted. It was time to take action. He suggested they devise a plan to catch this audacious newcomer. As the conversation unfolded, a notification appeared. The price of medium-grade monocrystals had dropped from 11 coins to 10. Another alert followed, announcing that the price of low-grade crystals had also fallen from 2.5 coins to 2 coins. The table was set with cups of tea and pieces of cake, but Aruin, sitting across from the treats, paid little attention. He noted the sharp price drops with a furrowed brow, realizing the response was faster than he had anticipated. He added 2 sugar cubes into his tea, watching them dissolve. Arun knew that he had been selling monocrystals at 1 coin below the market price. And this was the exact reason the merchants had started lowering their prices in retaliation. It was the beginning of destructive competition. Arun sipped his tea, eyes closed, feeling content. He wasn't bothered by the drops in price, since his VIP privileges allowed him to make a profit no matter what happened. His mind shifted, and he accessed his inventory. It appeared as a brick-walled room with his items neatly stored. He had 12 low-grade monocrystals and 22 medium-grade ones. The inventory had a level 1 notification with 32 spaces available out of 1,000. The door to his damp, basement-like inventory opened in his mind, and he realized he should focus on increasing the level of his storage. Glancing at the yellow spatial cube on the table, he considered how he could manage his resources better. He had 1.2 coins and briefly thought about selling medium-grade stones at a lower price. However, he quickly realized that dropping the price below 2 coins would result in a loss, so he decided to stop selling for now. Arun lifted his teacup, looking out thoughtfully. The drop in price was faster than he expected, but he was confident he could handle it. With a small sigh, he set the cup down, picked up the fork next to his plate, and began to cut into the cake. He then thought about other matters he should focus on and decided it was time to move on to System 1. The piece of cake was split in two, but his thoughts were far from the dessert. As he ate, he remembered Suk-hyun, someone he still needed to get revenge on from his past life. His red eye glowed with anger as he looked down, knowing that he owed Suk-hyun everything. He had to take everything from him, one way or another. Meanwhile, Jin-seng, the worker at the Heavenly Sword Library, was communicating through a magical yellow spatial window. Holding a golden scroll, Jin-seng asked Arun if he was looking for mid-level sword techniques. He offered a catalog for Arun to browse, explaining that techniques grew stronger over time. He also asked if Arun had the time to familiarize himself with the products. Arun looked out at the window and examined the list of sword techniques. His gaze shifted with a tinge of disbelief. The techniques offered were expensive and didn't seem impressive. He quickly realized that gaining access to the affiliate market was no simple feat despite the catalog's contents. He felt disappointed with what was available. Perplexed, Arun turned back to Jin-seng through the spatial window, his voice steady but firm. He asked if there were any more expensive and stronger techniques available. The request hung in air as Jin-seng regarded him with a curious expression, ready to respond. Jin-seng's expression brightened as he eagerly offered Arun the Thousand Swords Lock, a complete unique skill. It was the main unique skill they were selling, and its components were nothing short of impressive. The destructive blow of despair, Shintian technique, work of the ruler, and heavenly divine technique. Arun, however, tilted his head in distaste and closed his eyes slightly, immediately noticing the extortionate price. He knew that the skill was tied to the Thousand Swords Castle, a powerful sect with enormous influence, even within the Fifth Mum world. The castle, with its vast size, was far superior to the Bamboo Mountain sect. Moreover, the complete unique skill was a martial art passed down solely within the Thousand Sword Castle. The protagonist rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He was puzzled, and before making a decision, he felt the need to clarify something with Jin-seng. The librarian, clearly excited, eagerly asked what he needed clarification on. Meanwhile, far from the conversation, Sakan was also busy. Communicating through a small spatial window, he looked at the golden scroll in his hands. He greeted his old customer with enthusiasm, noting how he was eager to see him again. Sakan was pleased that Arun had found the techniques he needed and glanced at the scroll, which displayed the 8-Cloud Dragon martial arts and the Green Cloud and Scarlet Dawn techniques. Arun's red eye gleamed with satisfaction as he looked at the two techniques, pleased with how quickly Sakan had obtained them. Sakan raised an eyebrow, clearly pleased with the progress, and continued to speak through the glowing window. He mentioned that his team had worked tirelessly, making sure to never leave their customers waiting. Sakan then asked if his good customer needed anything else. Arun sat back comfortably on a large, plush sofa, reflecting on his dealings with Hafiel, the wealthy man he worked for. Hafiel was a fan of martial arts, but he was difficult to satisfy, especially with intermediate-level techniques. Arun explained how Hafiel was desperate for something more advanced, which led him to seek help from Sakan. Sakan, his voice filled with malicious joy, assured him they would definitely help. Arun smirked sarcastically, looking away and tapping his chin. He had bigger plans in mind. He intended to surprise Hafiel. This wasn't just about satisfying his boss. It was about showing him something truly remarkable. Sakan's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried to process Arun's request. He asked, cautious sorry, what exactly the buyer meant by something more. Arun, without hesitation, replied that he was considering completing the Thousand Swords Lock unique skill. Sakan sighed heavily, his voice laced with frustration as he told Arun to wait a moment. Sitting in his dark, cluttered library among towering shelves of books, he knew that fulfilling such a request would be incredibly challenging. Still, he explained that Arun had misunderstood. Martial arts from the 3 and 4 worlds of the Murim system were also valuable, and he would attempt to find something that met Arun's expectations. Arun's expression twisted into one of contempt as he recognized the bait he had laid was now being taken. Sakan, now sweating, murmured that he would try to find the right technique. He knew it would be risky, but was confident that, if careful, he could succeed without drawing the attention of Ginseng. The protagonist's frown deepened. Sakan was taking a gamble with his reputation, and Arun could already sense that things were starting to unfold exactly as he intended. Sakan, seeing the deposit of 200 coins, was immediately struck by the impressive sum. He adjusted his glasses, surprised at the amount, and responded that he would contact Arun in 5 days. Holding the book with a sense of secrecy, he glanced around the dark library, ensuring that the head librarian, Ginseng, was nowhere in sight. Sakan knew that as long as he avoided being caught, nothing would go wrong. Earlier, Arun had contacted Ginseng through the spatial window, seeking clarification. He looked through the red window and asked, what would happen if someone sold a completed unique skill somewhere else? Ginseng laughed loudly in response, dismissing the notion. He ironically remarked that only a madman would dare steal a martial skill from the library of heavenly swords. He continued his conversation with Arun, oblivious to Sakan, who was hiding behind a shelf, overhearing their exchange. Ginseng confidently stated that if anyone attempted to steal a book, they would be better off dead. Arun's malicious smile grew wider as he realized that the first step in trapping Sakan had already been set. However, he still had to gather the 1,000 coins Sakan promised for the book. Arun sighed and stretched, unbothered by the situation. He knew he still had his daily reward, and in 5 days, he'd have everything he needed. The scene shifted to the front garden of a 2-story house, bathed in clear sunlight. Arun sat on a bench in the park, relaxed and carefree. He poked at the blue spatial screen, browsing the catalog of items, noticing that the price of medium-grade mono crystals continued to drop. Arun decided to enter a chat with the seller of Mono Plus crystals, hoping to buy medium-grade crystals in bulk. The seller quickly responded, asking about the quantity Arun needed, but just as quickly, the tone shifted. Arun sensed something was off, and the conversation abruptly ended. Confused, he frowned slightly, not understanding why. Soon, several angry messages flooded his inbox from various merchants, all displeased with his recent actions. They accused him of deceiving ordinary people and showing no humanity or compassion. Arun stared at the stream of furious messages, unsure of what had caused such a reaction. The hostility was stronger than he had anticipated, and he realized it could potentially complicate his plans. Just as the tension grew, Arun's attention was drawn to a conversation between his sister, Darren, and the maid, Ezel. Darren stood opposite the maid, her expression full of anger. She ordered Ezel to confess everything, and Arun watched in astonishment as the exchange unfolded. Without warning, Darren slapped Ezel with all her might. Arun watched in shock as the maid's face was struck, her eyes filled with sadness and frustration, a clear mark from the blow left on her cheek. The scene was heavy with emotion, and Arun couldn't help but feel a mix of surprise and confusion at the violence that had erupted before him. Darren stared at the maid, her arrogance radiating from every movement. The maid's hand was still raised, unable to pull it back to its original position after Darren's earlier slap. The stark contrast between the 2 daughters of the Steel Guard family was evident in the way they stood, their backs to each other, Karen embodying warmth and compassion, while Darren exuded coldness and cruelty. It was no surprise that the servants feared her. Darren's gaze was sharp and full of contempt as she addressed the maid, her arms crossed, her tone bitter. The maid, trembling, responded quickly, claiming ignorance. She didn't know anything, so there was nothing to ask. But Darren wasn't satisfied with that answer. With a harsh tone, she repeated her question, demanding to know what her brother, Arun, was hiding. Tears streaked down Ezel's face, caught in a whirlwind of confusion. She clutched her cheek, looking at Darren with a helpless expression. I'm just an ordinary maid who takes care of young Master Arun. I don't know what his plans are. She stammered, her voice quivering. Darren's patience snapped, and she swung her hand at Ezel again, ready to strike. But before the blow could land, Ezel raised her hands in defense, bracing for impact. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Arun stepped into the clearing. His presence stopped both Darren and the maid in their tracks, their attention shifting to him. Arun walked confidently toward them, his eyes locking with Darren's. Step away from Ezel, he ordered firmly. Darren's lips curled into a mocking grin as she shot a look of disdain toward her brother. Ah, dear little brother, what brings you here? She teased, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Arun narrowed his gaze but held his composure, a hint of tension in his posture. He studied Darren for a moment, his eyes flicking to Ezel and then back to his sister. "I'm curious," he said, his tone laced with irony. "What exactly are you trying to do with my maid?" Darren's eyes narrowed as she turned her attention back to Ezel. With a sneer, she remarked, "You're trying to protect her? Since when did you care so much about a servant?" Her words were venomous, but Arun didn't flinch. He stared back at her coldly, his voice unwavering. "Leave her alone." The arrogance in Darren's gaze deepened, and she smirked as she tilted her head. "Don't interfere," she shot back. "I'm only teaching her how to do her job correctly. You should be grateful for that." She raised her hand again, this time to strike Ezel more forcefully. "I'm doing you a favor," she sneered. The maid, wide-eyed and terrified, braced herself for the hit, squeezing her eyes shut. The sound of Darren's hand moving toward her face filled the air, but suddenly, freeze, her hand stopped mid-air. Ezel opened her eyes in confusion, anxiety flooding her expression. Arun had grabbed his sister's hand, halting the blow before it could land. His eyes locked with Darren's, and his voice was cold. "If you have any issues with my maid, talk to me directly." Darren's face twisted in frustration, but Arun's grip on her hand remained firm. He didn't let go. "You dare touch me?" she spat, her voice full of disgust. "Let go," she demanded, trying to pull away. But Arun's hold was unyielding, his gaze sharp and filled with warning. "I told you to leave her alone," he said, his voice ice-cold. With a frustrated growl, Darren yanked her arm away from her brother's grip and stumbled back, leaning against a tree. Her eyes burned with anger as she glared at him, sitting down with a huff, seething with fury. Arun stood tall, his presence unshaken, as he made sure to protect his maid, no matter the cost. Darren couldn't comprehend what was happening. Her brother's actions had crossed a line. With a mixture of anger and disbelief, she glared at him, demanding to know whether the maid, Ezel, meant something to him. Arun met his sister's gaze with a cold, arrogant expression. "Stay away from my people," he warned, his voice dripping with contempt. He then added that Darren should apologize to Ezel before things got any worse. Ezel stood frozen, shocked by the entire scene unfolding before her. Darren's reaction was equally startling. She sat on the ground and began striking her own face in frustration. Ezel, unable to understand why, asked in confusion, "Why are you doing this to yourself?" Darren sneered at her, clearly angry, and spat. "Don't act so high and mighty. Your father would definitely not be pleased if you came running to him uncomplaining like this, as though something had happened to you." Arun observed his sister's behavior, his concern evident as he let out a heavy sigh. Darren, her face drained from exhaustion, looked up at him. "So, what do you think of this?" she asked, her voice tinged with irritation. Arun leaned in closer and whispered something into her ear, his words causing her to flinch visibly. For a brief moment, Darren was shaken, but Arun's calm demeanor only seemed to fuel her anger. "Remember this moment," Arun said, his voice sharp. "Do whatever you want after that, but remember it." His cold, calculating words cut through her fury. Darren's temper flared. "I'm not involved in anything," she snapped. But Arun merely smirked, gazing at her with an air of superiority. "Really?" he asked, voice dripping with sarcasm. "Do you really think so?" The tension between them thickened, and Arun's voice turned icy. "If that's the case, I'll go straight to father and tell him everything. Is that fine with you?" Darren's teeth clenched, her face twisting with frustration. She had no idea how Arun had uncovered this information, but she knew he had her cornered. In an unexpected moment of vulnerability, Darren lowered her gaze and sighed, defeated. She hadn't expected this kind of confrontation with her brother. Her hands fell to the ground, and she finally admitted, albeit begrudgingly, that she was guilty. Arun, his expression softening, let out a sigh of relief. He turned to Ezel, his tone now filled with genuine concern. "Are you okay?" he asked, his voice kind. Ezel, still in shock, nodded through her tears, and then broke down completely, sobbing uncontrollably. I don't deserve this," she cried. "I don't deserve for you to go this far to protect me." Hearing her words, something inside Arun snapped. His fists clenched, a dark anger clouding his features. "You're one of mine," he growled, his voice low and dangerous. "I don't care who dares to touch my people. I will protect them, even if it's the Emperor himself." Darren observed silently, still processing the unexpected turn of events. Arun, however, took a deep breath and tried to calm his maid. He gently touched Ezel's trembling hand, his voice softer now. "Don't lower yourself like this," he said, trying to reassure her. Darren's mind raced. How could he have known about the compromising evidence? It made no sense. Could the information have come from someone else? Could someone have betrayed her? Her frustration only deepened, but she still couldn't wrap her mind around it. A few days later, Far from the tense scene with her brother, the interdimensional alliance of monocrystal merchants continued to spiral into chaos. Heartstone, the leader of the faction, lit a cigar, the smoke curling around him as he turned his head with irritation. The split among his own men seemed impossible to fix. The chat of the crystal traders was filled with frustrated messages about the newcomer, Arun, who was selling his crystals at ridiculously low prices, causing chaos and threatening to destroy the network of established traders. Heartstone rubbed his forehead, his mind spinning. He could feel the bitterness of the situation weighing on him. This newcomer had thrown everything into disarray, and it seemed like no one knew how to deal with it. Suddenly, a new message appeared in the chat. It was from a user named Stone Seller. The message offered a solution for those desperate for coins. Heartstone, curious, stared at it intently. He frowned, puzzled, as he noticed the name Stone Seller didn't quite ring any bells. Was this person always part of their chat? A notification popped up, revealing that Stone Seller had a level 1 transaction rank and was listed as an expert merchant. Heartstone's eyes widened in recognition. The name seemed oddly familiar, and the expertise level indicated vast experience. But what really stood out was the message. Having 10 coins now would be more valuable than having 100 in the future. As Heartstone pondered the meaning, he took a slow drag from his pipe, realizing the Stone Seller's words hit home. This person was no fool. They knew the game. Heartstone murmured to himself that he, too, sometimes made quick trades when desperate for coins. The Stone Seller, in his typical black silhouette, shot a knowing glance ahead, his demeanor one of quiet contempt. He understood that because of suppliers like Arun, there were no longer any clear rules, and that could only lead to disaster. Heartstone looked up at the blue spatial window and scanned through the chat. The Stone Seller's message appeared again. Choose 2 options. First, buy everything before anyone else does. Heartstone frowned sharply, realizing the impossible nature of this choice. What's the second option? He asked. With a wicked grin, the Stone Seller replied, lower the price of Mona crystals even further. Heartstone's eyes widened in horror as he realized what that meant. The Merchant Alliance began slashing the prices of their crystals, and within moments, the crystals were gone. The general chat erupted in panic, buyers scrambling to gather money to purchase everything at the lowered price. Meanwhile, Arun lay in his bed, a subtle smile crossing his face as he glanced at the notifications popping up before him. Through his magical red eye, he saw the price of medium-grade Mona crystals fall from 6 coins to just 5.5. Yawning, Arun covered himself with a hand, thinking to himself that a war for the lowest price was now inevitable. Demand was soaring, and he was about to get busier than ever. Back in Heartstone's world, rage boiled inside him. He clenched his fists, his mind racing. He had expected that dropping the price of the crystals would yield some positive results, but he wasn't feeling any relief. EXP Lazkin, he demanded to the Stone Seller. This price drop should have worked. Why isn't anything changing? The Stone Seller, unfazed, sarcastically replied, I don't remember saying anything about good results, did I? I said that if you wanted to stop someone from buying crystals, you need to lower the price. Well, now you're seeing what happens. Heartstone, sweating, grabbed his head in frustration. He glared at the blue spatial window, feeling the weight of defeat pressing down on him. He knew the truth. Nothing had changed. The newcomer, Arun, was still selling at his ridiculous prices, unaffected by their strategies. He realized, with a sinking feeling, that the Stone Seller's words had now become irrelevant. The newcomer's tactics were proving too effective. The Stone Seller, ever calm, spoke again, this time with a hint of finality. Think what you want of me, but you're the ones who will let the newcomer win. If that happens, well, your whole gang of crystal traders will be irrelevant. Heartstone's anger flared. His fist clenched tight, and he raised one in the air, a spark of determination flashing in his eyes. This wasn't over. Not yet. Fuming with rage, he screamed, insisting they would never lose to that guy. The Stone Seller gritted his teeth as he heard this, a surge of frustration rippling through him. The black silhouette of the Stone Seller smirked coldly, confident that he had a secret plan to handle this arrogant newcomer. Meanwhile, the mysterious Stone Seller continued his quiet conversation with the Overlord, fully convinced that his grip on the situation was slipping away. The gray-haired man, confused, couldn't make sense of it. This newcomer wasn't even showing the slightest sign of weakness. As they continued to exchange messages, the Stone Seller recalled the sequence of moves, the folding of 1 coin, followed by 2, each more daring than the last. Frustration boiled over when he saw a message about the newbie matching their prices, and the gray-haired man thoughtfully rubbed his chin. His contact then dropped a bombshell. The Overlord was probably running out of options. The gray-haired man couldn't understand how they could know that. Wasn't the newcomer the type to keep his cards hidden until the last moment? As he scanned through the messages, a puzzled look crossed his face. Why was the newcomer suddenly losing money? The unknown seller smiled knowingly as he typed that the overlord was most likely plotting to dominate the entire market for monocrystals. The gray-haired man exhaled sharply, dismissing the idea as impossible. After all, there were limits to sales. But the reply he received made him pause. The mysterious man suggested that the newcomer might hire assistants to sell for him or even form an alliance to bypass those sales limits. Suddenly, the gray-haired man sat up straighter, a flicker of realization crossing his mind. The unknown seller had just explained exactly how he had taken control of the market in a similar manner by increasing the number of sellers under his command. This expanded influence allowed him to dictate prices with ease. The gray-haired man felt a bead of sweat form on his brow. The conversation now felt too close to home. Was this exactly what he planned to do? He smiled and put a finger to his lips, as if lost in thought, when a mysterious contact praised his strategy. At that moment, the gray-haired man finally admitted to himself that perhaps this plan wasn't so bad after all. Crossing his arms confidently, he nodded to himself. Yes, this was exactly what he had intended all along. Meanwhile, the blonde seller's fury reached a boiling point. His eye blazed with fire as he repeated the man's words, barely able to contain his anger. He quickly shifted focus, scanning the stone seller's profile. In that instant, it dawned on him. The man had just wanted to be called boss. The blonde seller, identified under the earthly number 1342, received a system notification, informing him that he had reached the maximum level of information symmetry. His gaze then dropped to the red screen in front of him. What started as a simple curiosity about the alliance was now spiraling into something bigger. Now, he could modify user information, toggling it between public or private, thanks to his new VIP privileges. As he reflected on the newfound power he now wielded, he realized these privileges granted him control over much more than he had ever imagined. It was a level of authority that users from lower-tier systems couldn't even fathom. Holding his chin, he considered the implications. These privileges gave him the kind of power that could change everything. Information is power, especially in the world of trading, and the blonde man now fully understood why those who controlled it wielded such immense influence. He'd been a member of the Alliance from the start, though he hadn't been particularly active in the group. A sorry grin tugged at his lips as he recalled his own plans, creating competitors who would ultimately feed him profits. In this cutthroat game, he knew there were only two types of people: those who couldn't survive without quick gains, and those desperate enough to believe they were doomed to fail together. A picture of Run popped up on his screen. The leader of the Alliance had chosen to reveal his strength to him first, and it was clear the game was about to get serious. A sharp focus settled on the screen in front of him. He had a plan. Once Run revealed his limits, the Alliance would strike. To make sure everything went smoothly, he needed to reach a solid agreement with him. Meanwhile, the blonde couldn't help but think that the gray-haired man was dwelling on something predictable. Hearthstone, on the other hand, had an ideal strategy in mind, one that involved eliminating Run, taking the lead in the monocrystal industry, and controlling the market price. As soon as the Alliance had secured its dominance, they would dispose of any sellers daring to challenge them. The thought made a smug smile play across his lips. Everything was falling into place. Meanwhile, Run was certain that the ordinary members of the Alliance hadn't figured out anything yet. He glanced at the diagram in front of him, realizing that, despite the competition barely beginning, some had already taken defensive positions. A man, sitting with arms crossed, surrounded by a pile of monocrystals, knew that people were already plotting to use a third party to seize all the crystals for themselves. The blonde placed a hand thoughtfully on his face. He knew now wasn't the time to act. He would hold onto the crystals and sell them at a higher price when a moment was right. The plan was simple: relax and wait for the opportune moment. Meanwhile, in her room, Darren sat hunched over the table, feeling a heavy weight in her mind. How had Arun found out everything? The image of him drawing closer to her, naming the exact company she was involved with, replayed in her mind. Just as she was spiraling in confusion, a knock at the door interrupted her thoughts. "Who is it?" she called out, her voice sharp as she had asked not to be disturbed. But when she opened the door, her heart skipped a beat. Standing there was Arun, the blonde man, his eyes gleaming with a sense of purpose. "What do you want?" she demanded, trying to mask her shock with anger. Arun's eyes glinted as he casually invited himself into her room, his smile unfazed. "I think it's time we talk about the Damien Company," he said, his voice smooth, yet with an undeniable edge. Darren's face twisted in distaste, but she couldn't refuse. With a sigh, she stepped aside, inviting him in. Arun wasted no time. "Damien is a fairly reliable company, I've heard," he said casually. "They provide houses with everything you need." Darren froze. He knew where this conversation was going. Arun had done his research. He was aware of the bond she shared with the Damien Company. After all, Once she became a count, Damien had used his investment money to demand a similar relationship. But Arun wasn't interested in niceties. He intended to use this information against her. Despite not knowing the full details of her past dealings with Damien, he knew this could give him leverage. And Darren? She could only hope this conversation wouldn't go any further than this. They sat across from each other at the table, the air thick with tension. Darren's eyes narrowed as she asked him, "How did you find out about all of this?" Arun, ever so calm, responded, "The company has changed a lot since you joined." The words stung, and Darren's gaze sharpened, watching her brother carefully. She shot back, "Do you have any evidence?" Arun, not fazed in the slightest, waved a hand dismissively. "Calm down. I'm not here to accuse you. I understand your situation," he said, sorry. Then, his expression darkened. "I'm not going to get anything from the family. I'm the youngest son." He paused, his voice tinged with an almost reflective quality. "Much like the son who mastered the breath of steel, I can live out my life as a swordsman, carving my own path." Darren's wariness grew, her guard rising as she listened to him speak. "I understand you're trying to figure out how to move forward," Arun continued, eyes locking with hers. But Darren, tense as a wire, realized exactly what he was doing. He had hidden his true intentions this whole time, and now it was clear. He planned to use her. "Listen to me," Arun urged, leaning in. "I expected you wouldn't fall for this so easily." His voice softened as he looked directly at her. "I only care about one thing." He paused, eyes narrowing. "Did you bribe the company from the beginning, or did they help you out of the kindness of their hearts?" Darren's face flushed with embarrassment as she quickly defended herself. "Damien found me first. He did me a favor." The memory came rushing back. A man in a suit, leaning against a tree, offering her help when she needed it most. She looked up at her brother, her voice unwavering. "I had to repay him." Arun's frown deepened. "You're lying," he said flatly. "A company like Damien would never have just found you first." Darren's heart pounded, her hands trembling as she shouted back at him. "Is this what you wanted to hear? Are you happy now?" She snapped, frustration flooding her voice. Arun, grabbing his head in exasperation, muttered under his breath, "I don't understand how to earn your trust. We're in this together, yet you won't even trust me." Darren's gaze hardened, her voice now icy. "What do you want from me?" At that moment, Arun saw something in her, a fire that he hadn't expected. Her strong, unyielding will stood in stark contrast to his own carefully crafted facade. With a sorry smile, he leaned forward, suggesting, "Let's work together." Darren blinked, eyes wide with surprise. The idea caught her off guard, but Arun was watching her closely, calculating her every reaction. He knew this would be hard for her to refuse, and he was right. Outside, the sky shifted to a breathtaking, iridescent sunset as Darren followed her brother out of the room. She promised she would fill him in later. As he walked away, she stood in silence, watching him carefully, unsure of what she had just agreed to. Arun, on the other hand, knew exactly what he had just set in motion. He had lied through every word, and yet the deal was sealed. He didn't care that the truth was buried in his web of manipulation for now. Darren was his key, and he would use her to get what he wanted. As the red-haired girl watched him leave, her mind raced with doubt. She was too proud to admit it, but she had fallen into his trap. Arun, however, had already moved on. He understood that for now, he was forced to work alongside her, to see where this partnership would take them. Meanwhile, Darren's mind burned with a red-hot fury. She would be watching Hearthstone closely. He had seen the profiles of the other players, and now the next step was to keep a sharp eye on everything around him. A sudden ping interrupted his thoughts. A message had appeared. His gaze dropped to the screen. It was from the Bamboo Mountain sect. A system sign appeared, confirming he had received 800 coins. Arun scrolled further down the screen, his eyes catching a message from Lee. "I'll never be able to fully thank you for everything." With a furrowed brow, Arun realized he'd been caught in something deeper than he anticipated. In the decorated box that accompanied the message was a bamboo life tablet, a gift from Lee. What did this mean? Arun's mind raced as he tried to piece together the larger picture. This was only the beginning. The main character, Arun, believed that the users of the spatial transaction book were sitting on a gold mine. As he watched Hearthstone's price drop by 4 coins, a faint halo appeared around his head, signaling his growing realization. He was convinced this price reduction was a direct result of the ongoing bloody war between him and the Alliance. Hearthstone, the man in the robe, was visibly deflated as he learned that only 5 medium-quality monocrystals could be purchased per day. Arun, ever the strategist, thought deeply about this. He knew that Hearthstone had a plan in motion, one aimed at minimizing his losses. But Arun couldn't understand why Hearthstone had chosen to slash the price by 4 coins. His hand reached up to his face as he recalled the advantage of information asymmetry. "I just need to change my nickname," he mused, his thoughts sharp. With this small alteration, he could bypass the limits and buy as many crystals as he wanted. Alone in his darkened room, Arun calculated his next move. He estimated he could pay about 3 coins per mono crystal, and with 480 medium-quality crystals in his inventory, plus 10 bamboo life tablets, his fortune was growing. A smile spread across his face as he realized he could easily acquire another 500 crystals. With that, Arun set to work, buying crystals from Hearthstone. But despite his growing wealth, he knew this madness had to stop. He was already too rich, and yet, he couldn't resist taking advantage of the situation. Later that night, the Damien mansion was surrounded by guards. An unfamiliar man, cloaked in a raincoat, approached the guard at the entrance. The guard raised a hand to stop him, but the man, his face marred by scars, gave a menacing look and informed him that he needed to speak with the manager. Sweat beaded on the guard's forehead as the tension grew. Just then, another guard passed by, recognizing the scar man. With a smile, the guard stepped aside. "We've been waiting for you," he said, bowing slightly. "Miss Darren is expecting you inside." The man, now identified as Yulaf, was quickly escorted into the mansion. Inside, Darren, holding a mug in her hand, was taken aback when they announced Yulaf's arrival. She watched Kashusari as Yulaf entered, wondering who he was and how he was connected to Arun. He was the man Arun had promised would come, a serious seller, one she could trust. But Darren couldn't shake the feeling of doubt. Was he truly someone who could be trusted with monocrystals? Yulaf, unfazed, sat down at the table beside her. "How much are you willing to pay for these?" he asked, eyeing the sample crystal with a scrutinizing gaze. Darren's eyes narrowed as she examined him, still unsure of his intentions. Yulaf, noticing her hesitation, looked back at her with a calm, almost knowing expression. Just then, Yulaf pulled out a massive bag of monocrystals. He had expected this reaction from Damien. The negotiation was about to begin. Meanwhile, Arun, still focused on his strategy, couldn't help but feel pleased. He had saved a considerable amount of coins by avoiding the expensive affiliate market. Holding 2 monocrystals in his hands, he decided it was time to put on his human skin mask and change his voice. With the disguise in place, no one would recognize him. Behind him, huge bags of monocrystals piled up, a testament to his success. Arun carefully pillared through a book, his finger touching the screen as he placed an order for 5 voice-changing pills. He needed every advantage he could get. Back in Damien's office, Arun was focused on his goal. "I'll finish this within 30 minutes, he thought, his determination unwavering. The clock was ticking, and the pieces were falling into place for his master plan. Damien carefully held the monocrystal in his hand, admiring its impeccable quality. Yulaf, however, demanded 100 gold coins for it. Damien hesitated, feeling the price was too steep. "I can offer you 90 gold, he said, trying to bargain. "No other company would give you more than that." Yulaf remained silent for a moment, his expression turning angry. He stood up, his patience clearly running thin. "If you don't understand the value of this product, we can't do business," he said firmly. As he placed a cloak over Darren's shoulders, his tone grew sharper. "I thought we were having a serious discussion. You claim to trade with nobles, yet you don't seem to know quality when you see it." Darren, however, caught Arun's subtle hint and responded coolly. "Perhaps you should speak with another company." Yulaf froze, his expression darkening. The mention of another company seemed to strike a nerve. Suddenly, the tension in the room thickened as Yulaf's anger flared. He slammed his fist onto the table. "Fine, but if you don't come to your senses, I'm leaving." Damien panicked, quickly urging them not to leave. Wait, he said, scrambling. "I'll pay the 100 gold, just don't go." Yulaf, with a sorry grin, accepted the 100 gold, calling him persistent but adding, "We're not here for charity." Darren, however, wasn't satisfied. 120 gold, she demanded, her eyes fixed on the scarred man. Damien's face turned pale. The pressure of the deal was weighing down on him. He glared at Yulaf, his voice trembling. "Are you deaf? I said 120 gold per crystal." Sweat dripped down Damien's forehead as he realized that even at that price, he wouldn't make any profit. Yulaf turned to his companion behind him, his calm demeanor unwavering. "I know the real prices," he muttered under his breath, his words heavy with threat. The tension reached its peak, and Damien, at a loss, retreated behind his desk. He invited them to sit again, his voice strained as he began to think through his next move. After a long pause, he sighed, "All right, 120 gold for each crystal, but I need time to think about it." Yulaf raised his hand again, his voice cool. "I'm not here to waste time." Damien, reluctantly, agreed to the deal, though Darren was left confused by the sharp price hike. "Why 120 gold?" she wondered aloud, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Standing next to Yulaf, she was still unsure of his strategy. A small part of her believed he had no plan at all. Damien rubbed the back of his neck nervously, then spoke again, his voice growing more desperate. "All right, I'll raise the price to 130 gold, he said, trying to salvage some dignity. But for this kind of quality, I can't go any higher. Yulaf's gaze sharpened. And what's left for me? He asked coldly. You'll only have 10 gold left after this. Is this a joke? Damien dropped his gaze, unable to meet Yulaf's eyes. I just need to make enough to cover the cost of labor, he mumbled, still hoping to at least break even. At that moment, Yulaf threw a massive bag onto the table with a heavy thud, surprising everyone in the room. Damien stared at it in disbelief. Yulaf leaned forward, his voice low and dangerous. You've underestimated me, he said, eyes narrowing. So what do you think? What's in the bag? He raised 3 fingers. I have 300 crystals, Yulaf declared, his voice unwavering. Damien's face went pale, and his mind raced. 300 crystals. This was a rare opportunity. He knew the price of monocrystals was dictated by their availability, and it was practically impossible to get a large supply unless you had connections or the right timing. The realization hit him hard. This was a once-in-a-lifetime deal, and he could not afford to let it slip away. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he calculated the potential profit, knowing that no matter how much money he threw at it, if the crystals weren't in stock, they would remain out of reach. Damien observed the bag of monocrystals intently, his mind weighed down by the situation. It no longer mattered to him whether he lost the negotiations. He had already decided that this deal was important for the company. Stretching his arms wide, he declared, "This is a beneficial deal for us." He placed his hands firmly on the table and admitted that he hadn't expected much from Yulaf, but the man had completely changed his perception. Yulaf smiled faintly, acknowledging, "I know the market well, even though I don't have many connections. But I don't recall hearing about a merchant like myself before." The scarred man narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening. He leaned forward and asked, "Do you find it odd that someone you've never heard of or seen is selling such high-quality crystals?" Damien quickly denied any suspicion, insisting, "I can't doubt someone Miss Darren recommended." He glanced at Yulaf, who was leaning casually with his arms crossed. "Is there more to know about you?" he asked, genuinely curious. Yulaf glanced at Darren, irritation flashing in his eyes. He had hoped she would step in, but instead, Darren remained silent. Damien's attention shifted back to her, noticing her more intense gaze. He remarked, "You seem more interested in him than I am." Yulaf sighed heavily, clearly uncomfortable with the questioning. "We don't need to know more about me," he said, his unease growing. The scarred man, however, was relentless, pressing him further. Yulaf's tension was palpable as he clenched his teeth and deliberately coughed. With his voice beginning to waver, Yulaf quickly popped a pill into his mouth to steady himself. His expression remained dissatisfied as he took the medicine, trying to mask his discomfort. The scarred man, noticing this, shouted loudly, causing Darren to look at him with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked, her worry evident. Yulaf covered his mouth with his hand, apologizing. "Apologies," he said, his voice now strained. "I've been ill and need the medicine." Damien, who had been silently observing, stood up from his chair, quickly commenting that it must be difficult for the seller to stand for so long under these conditions. He said he'd pay immediately. Yulaf exhaled a breath of relief, glad to avoid any more difficult questions. He was able to slip by without revealing anything more. Darren watched him closely, still trying to understand his true intentions. As they left the mansion, Darren looked over at Yulaf, her tone softening. "I'm glad we're finally alone," she said, but there was something in her voice that suggested she was still uneasy. Yulaf followed her, though he was now visibly uncomfortable. Darren, speaking as though the deal had been a success, remarked, "You acted like we were together because of this deal. But how do you know my younger brother?" Yulaf gave a curt reply. "It's none of your business." But Darren wasn't satisfied, and she looked at him, sorry. "I deserve to know," she insisted. Yulaf, lowering his head slightly, asked, "Do you think Damien is just some corner store owner? Why do you think he acquired monocrystals of unknown origin?" Darren raised her head proudly, confident in her answer. "Because of my guarantee, they were purchased." Yulaf looked at her, mouth agape, clearly confused by her unwavering confidence. She turned her gaze to the scarred man, now asking him directly, "You're not telling me everything, are you? What are you hiding? I'm worried the company will blame me if something goes wrong." Yulaf stood frozen, still staring at her in disbelief. Her words were sharp and insightful, and her behavior left him feeling awkward and exposed. A bead of sweat slid down his face as Darren pressed on. "Why are you trying so hard to hide your identity?" Damien, observing the exchange from a distance, realized that Darren was as perceptive as always. Darren, raising a finger, demanded, "Tell me everything. I believe this is all a trap set by a ruin." Yulaf's demeanor slumped at her words, clearly flustered. He had underestimated how quickly she could unravel the situation. The scar man laughed loudly at Darren's words. She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's so funny?" Yulaf scratched his eye, still smiling. "What kind of crazy person would burn 36,000 gold just to mess with you?" he asked, amusement clearly lacing his voice. Darren looked at him, sorry, tilting her head slightly. Yulaf's smile faded a bit as he continued. "Do you think I'm a criminal? Do you think those crystals were stolen?" Standing across from her, Yulaf shook his head slowly. "To get 300 crystals, I have to rob the royal vault." Darren's expression hardened as she said, "I thought so, but I just don't understand where you could get so many." With a soft chuckle, Yulaf placed a hand on her head. "Arun told me," he began, "relatives are far worse than enemies." Darren immediately tried to push his hand off her head, asking, "Are you crazy?" But Yulaf held his gaze. "You can only rely on your family," he said, holding her by the head with surprising force. "Get along with your brother," he advised her, before turning away and walking off. Darren stood still, frozen for a moment, her mind racing. "Wait in the carriage," Yulaf called over his shoulder. She continued to stare at him, confused, as he walked off. She adjusted her hair, still processing everything that had just happened. The night had fallen over the mansion, and the windows glowed brightly, casting light into the darkened yard. Inside, Gon lay on his bed, his hands tucked behind his head, staring at the red, glowing system window before him. His thoughts wandered, reflecting on the recent events. He had learned that Damien's company offered 120 gold for medium-grade monocrystals. In coin terms, that was 12 gold per crystal. He began rummaging through his portable storage, reading through the contents. He had 10 bamboo life tablets, 690 medium-grade monocrystals, 2 voice change tablets, 620 kilograms of gold, and a skin mask. His left eye glowed a faint red as he smiled to himself, mentally calculating his profits. Buying the crystals for 3 gold and selling them for 12. Even without considering Darren's 1% share, I'm going to make a lot of money. Gon recalled how, disguised as Yulaf, he had patted Darren's head and told her, "The only ones you can truly rely on are your family." He thought about his words and how Darren should take his advice, trying to get along with her brother before it was too late. Lying back, he exhaled deeply, his thoughts drifting. "I have to keep pretending to be Yulaf," he muttered to himself. "She'll never know my true motives." His mind wandered, and he saw images of arrogant Kieran and Darren, their faces appearing in his head. "At least my current life is different from the last," he thought to himself. "I'm not putting up with childish antics from my siblings anymore." Gon didn't hold any hatred toward them. His gaze drifted back to the red system window, and his thoughts shifted. "I'm getting closer," he said with a grin. An image flashed before his mind. 2 stacks of mementa. One golden, the other dark, with a square hole in the center. Gon thought back to Arun's explanation about currency. On the continent of Jan, gold mementa were the primary currency, while in the world of Murim, they used gold pieces. Arun had even described a mountain of gold coins and bars, stating that gold was a rare metal often used as currency. Suddenly, 2 notifications popped up on his screen. Gold limits were being applied to his account. Sitting on the sofa, Gon pointed at the red system window. "I lost a lot of gold last night," he muttered to himself. "That means my account should have 27,525 left." Grinning to himself, he clasped his hands together, pleased with the outcome. At that moment, another notification appeared, an unread message request from user San. Gon's eyes lit up, and he mentally cheered. His finger hovered over the screen as he prepared to accept the request. But then, he hesitated. He thought, not enough time has passed. If I accept too quickly, I'll seem desperate. Lowering his hand to his knee, he sighed. He needed to act naturally. Squinting his eyes, he began to count down from 3 to 1, slowly pressing his finger against the screen to accept the request. The conversation started almost immediately. Suk-hyun, on the other end, thanked Gon for his patience. "It's always better to show up on time," Suk-hyun said with a smile, adjusting his glasses. "Trust is the key to business." Gon lowered his gaze, feeling somewhat deflated. He waved his hand dismissively, then explained, "I had to work hard to obtain the secret art of the poisonous sect in the Heavenly Sword Castle." As soon as I mentioned poison and the poisonous sect, everyone left the chat, he added with a grimace, his irritation clear. The merchant's reply came almost immediately. Even with his connections, it wouldn't be easy to obtain such an item. Gon frowned, feeling a sense of doubt creeping in. What kind of connections is he talking about, he thought. What kind of connections do you need if all you're doing is copying books from the library? He began to feel a growing sense of suspicion. This doesn't feel right, he mused. I'm being deceived. The blonde propped his chin on his hand, a malicious smile creeping across his face as he fought to suppress his gratitude. He asked, "Did you get it done?" Suk-hyun replied with confidence, "I'll show you everything now." A notification popped up, and Gon read the description of the book Cultivation of Chaos. As he imagined the dark, imposing figure of a fighter in his mind, he learned that unlike the celestial cultivation technique, which everyone at the heavenly sword castle could master, only a select few could practice the chaos cultivation technique. He read further, discovering that this technique not only contained the laws of nature, but also the laws of the universe. Leaning back in his seat, Gon smiled contentedly. Judging by the description, I've gotten the right book, he thought, closing his eyes in satisfaction. Hale will definitely be pleased. Meanwhile, Suk-hyun was gesturing wildly with his hands, demanding something in return. The blonde raised an eyebrow in surprise and asked, "What do you want me to give you?" Suk-hyun's expression shifted, and he sent a message, stating that he would be completely honest with him. The amount of 2,500 coins still doesn't correspond to the value of the chaos cultivation, he wrote. Gon read the message, and Suk-hyun continued with a smug expression on his face, saying that in official stores, the book would cost 2,000 coins at a premium, and it couldn't be resold. He emphasized that the value of the chaos cultivation technique far exceeded that of the heavenly cultivation technique. Gon's eyes narrowed as he read further. The market price of the book was approximately 5,000 coins. He thought, finally it begins. The blonde crossed his arms and smiled grimly, mentally noting, this merchant creates worry in his customers, only to sell the goods at an inflated price. He couldn't help but think back to his previous life, where he'd been on the receiving end of this trick countless times. Suk-hyun then added that he was, apparently, in a difficult situation. Gon ran his hands through his hair, sinking into the chair, and replied that if he didn't become an expert soon, he'd get caught. He asked, "Can you help me?" Suk-hyun's grin widened, his eyes gleaming. "Of course. Human life always comes first," he said, his voice dripping with satisfaction. "You can trust me. I'll provide everything you need to become an expert." Gon's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected this offer. "Is that true?" he asked, almost incredulously. Suk-hyun, his smile turning predatory, pulled the strings of the deal. "Our meeting must have been destined," he said, leaning forward. "I can't bear big losses, but I can offer better prices." Gon felt like a puppet with strings attached, trapped in this deal. He listened as Suk-hyun continued, promising that Gon could ask anything and that he would answer all his questions. Suk-hyun's tone was almost patronizing as he thanked Gon from the bottom of his heart, and Gon pursed his lips, grimacing. "This is the dumbest thing I've ever done in my life," he thought, coming to his senses. He sighed heavily, then asked, "How much do you want?" Suk-hyun adjusted his glasses, his smile smug and self-assured. "For 1,000 coins," he replied smoothly. "But I'll give you a discount of 1,000 coins." Gon leaned back on the sofa, grinning despite himself. He closed his eyes as he read the message on his screen. This is a good offer, he thought. I'm 1,000 coins short, but with the excess I'll get and the price subsidy, I'll be able to cover the rest without issue. He opened his mouth wide and waved his hand dismissively, saying that in this case, he owed him 3,800 coins since the last time he had given him 200. Upon hearing this, the merchant's smile grew slightly as he began waving his hands in protest. "That's not the case," he insisted, adding that this seemed to be the user's first major transaction in the system. Pursing his lips, Gon struggled to contain his rising anger. Suk-hyun continued, writing that the 200 coins had already been spent on obtaining the equipment. Gon forced a nervous smile, trying to brush off his irritation. "I got a little excited," he replied, his voice barely masking the frustration. "It's not about 1 coin. It's about 170. With a gloomy face, Suk-hyun adjusted his glasses and asked if this money truly belonged to his client. He suggested Gon take things a little easier, especially if he wasn't the one paying. Gon stared at the burning red system window. He needed to speak with the client first. Suk-hyun replied he would wait. Crossing his arms over his chest, Gon sighed loudly, his grin barely hiding his irritation. "This merchant is acting like he's about to lose something if I don't agree to the deal," he thought, mentally cursing the man. Touching his chin thoughtfully, Gon glanced at his account balance, which showed a total of 2,752.5 coins. Even after using all his privileges, he was still short by 25 coins. He'd rather throw those coins away than exchange them at the center. A blue exchange scale appeared, showing the estimated exchange amount of 25 coins. Frustrated, he glared away irritably and connected his index finger and thumb, mimicking the motion of a coin. "How much will I lose here?" he wondered. Smugly, he thought, "It doesn't matter. I'll have to restore them anyway." He sent a message to the merchant, saying that he had spoken with the client. Lifting the corners of his mouth into a grin, he added that 4,200 coins was a fair deal for such an unusual martial arts technique. Suk-hyun immediately became enthusiastic, praising the user's client as simply incredible. He replied that in that case, they would start the deal. A trade notice appeared, offering the Chaos Cultivation Technique book. Gon clenched his hand into a fist on his knee, watching the system window with intense focus. It's finally begun, he thought. He pulled his index finger back and, with a predatory smile, pressed the accept button, his mind alight with excitement. Imagining Suk-hyun caught in a large trap, he mentally noted that his prey had taken the bait. When the deal was completed, the trap would slam shut. Gon's eyes gleamed as he looked at the system screen, anticipating the outcome. Finally, he thought, my trap has worked. The red icons flashed, signaling that after purchasing the chaos cultivation technique, he had received a cashback of 540 coins, bringing the total amount of his account to 37.5 coins. Though his balance had gone negative, Gon grinned madly, his fingers biting into his hand. This is what revenge feels like, he thought with dark satisfaction. With his hand resting on his chin, he looked at the screen, wondering if this was the reason the Bamboo Mountain sect had been after Hackle for over 10 years. He thought what was even more surprising was that he didn't feel sorry for Suk-hyun at all. In fact, he was genuinely excited about what the future held. The blonde glanced at the screen, his expression puzzled as he read the gratitude for the deal and the request to convey these words to the client. Someone seems a little too excited, he thought, then grinned, lifting the corners of his mouth. He mused aloud that the merchant appeared quite pleased with himself. Suk-hyun, also grinning in his own room, confirmed this. It's not every day I sell something worth 4,000 coins, he commented. Gon put his hands on the table, leaning his head on them with a smile. I wonder how long that happiness will last, he muttered. The merchant, picking up on the hint, asked what he meant. Gon replied by sending a message, asking what now. Suk-hyun adjusted his round glasses, a puzzled expression on his face, and asked if Gon was sure he hadn't eaten something wrong today. Gon clasped his hands to his face, grinning contentedly. No, you're wrong, he wrote in the chat. Hyun is a scammer. Upon reading the message, the merchant froze, shock plastered across his face. His left eye blazed with red flame. Gon, now grinning predatorily, wondered if the librarian knew what he was doing. Suk-hyun rose abruptly from his chair, hands clenching the table as he stared at the screen, eyes wide with disbelief. How'd he know this? He thought. Sweat began to bead on his forehead as he raised his hand to the screen, his lips trembling. I need to stay calm. I'll have to improvise, he mentally reminded himself. He quickly typed that he had no idea what the user was talking about. Gon smiled wider. Jinseok, stop embarrassing yourself, he treated. Suddenly, Suk-hyun's eyes widened in fear, as Gon suggested. Why don't we call a third party to clear this up? The ginseng librarian might be a suitable witness for this. Suk-hyun panicked. No, this can't be done, he shouted. Gon tilted his head, raising an eyebrow. Why not? He asked, enjoying the merchant's distress. You're not Jinseok, are you? Suk-hyun covered his mouth, clearly distressed, while the blonde, with a satisfied expression, started to mock him. The tension in the conversation built, and Gon, taking pleasure in Suk-hyun's discomfort, kept pushing the matter further. Suk-hyun finally broke, exhaling heavily and responding, I am Jinseok. Gon smirked, still smiling. You would have been caught sooner or later, anyway. In his room, Suk-hyun pictured a huge, menacing figure looming over him, arms crossed, a dark presence. He wondered who this person could be. Was he a wealthy martial artist with a hobby of dealing in high-stakes transactions? Was this whole deal a trap? He began scanning through Gon's profile information. An ordinary user from System 0. Suk-hyun thought, his eyes widening in realization. His fear mounted as he confirmed that his suspicion was true. The system did indeed list Gon's background under System 0. Suk-hyun's lips pressed tightly together as he clenched his fist. He recalled the thief who had stolen martial arts techniques from the library, and now, with the blonde's nickname, Gon, it all started to make sense. The merchant looked at the golden system screen, a sense of unease creeping over him. Gon had never said that he was involved in spatial trading, and this book transaction had been so well hidden, there were no official records. Standing at his desk, Suk-hyun couldn't help but wonder how the brat from the lower system had managed to pull this off. Aruin smiled contentedly, his expression thoughtful as he prepared to lay down a few rules. He leaned forward, eyes gleaming, and advised the merchant to be careful with his next moves. The moment those rules were broken, Aruin warned, Suk-hyun would become the main enemy of the Castle of Swords. The merchant froze, fear creeping across his face. Baring his white teeth, Aruin grinned widely as a new idea struck him. Adjusting his glasses with a casual flick of his middle finger, he commented that Aruin himself would also become their enemy. Then, he scoffed, asking if the blonde really thought such threats would work on him. Suk-hyun jerked in surprise when he saw the response message. Aruin had expected that reaction. Exactly what I thought, he mentally noted, exhaling noisily. With a sorry smile, he leaned back, unbothered. It doesn't matter to me how big the Castle of Swords is, he said. They won't be able to move between systems. Suk-hyun's eyes widened in disbelief. What about the suspension of the deal? He asked, his voice filled with indignation. You think it'll be that easy to back out? Sitting back on the sofa, Arun smiled even more contentedly, waving his hand dismissively. You really think so? He muttered darkly. Soon, you'll start to feel guilty. What if I return the equipment immediately and report to the library that they have a corrupt employee? Suk-hyun shot back, trying to intimidate Arun. Horror flashed in the merchant's eyes as he froze, unable to respond. The blonde's predatory grin grew wider as he looked at the screen, his confidence unshaken. With the right people, you need to act decisively, he said, eyes gleaming with malice. I've heard that in the Sky Sword Castle, thieves who steal completed skills are treated like criminals. Suk-hyun trembled in fear, his body frozen in a silent scream as the message continued. It's a pity, considering how much time they'll waste on you. Your end is already near. Looking at the screen with a satisfied smile, Arun waved his hand dismissively. I must say, you've got some courage, he observed coolly. But if it were me, I'd never go after completed unique skills. The merchant's body shook, his fear palpable as he struggled to find words. Arun smiled softly, resting his chin on his hand. This is definitely getting to him, he thought, pleased with the effect his words had. Leaning in with an insidious glint in his eyes, Arun's tone darkened. Do you want to live? Suk-hyun, trembling with fear and wide-eyed, stammered, I want to. Then don't do anything stupid, Arun replied coldly. Remember that. Standing in front of the golden screen, the merchant read the rules that Arun had sent. The first rule was simple. If you respond for more than 5 seconds, you will die. The second rule stated, if you close the dialogue, you will die. And the third rule read, if you don't do exactly what you're told, you will die. Suk-hyun twitched, a drop of sweat running down his cheek. He asked nervously, is this a game? Arun's dark, predatory gaze fixed on the screen as he flicked his fingers, showing the number 4. And if you answer disrespectfully, he said, his voice cold, you will die as well. With a predatory grin on his face, Arun gave the next order, his voice laced with authority. Return my money. Suk-hyun scratched the back of his head, looking confused. What do you mean? Arun's expression darkened in an instant, fury flashing across his face. His grin widened, transforming into something terrifying. Are you mocking me? He growled, his white eyes gleaming with rage. The tension in the room became palpable as Suk-hyun realized he was now in deeper trouble than he could imagine. Suk-hyun indignantly asked what was so hard to understand. But before the merchant could respond, Arun quickly came up with a new rule. The 5th rule, if you pretend not to understand, you will die. The merchant, startled, waved his arms in a panic, insisting that everything was clear now. Arun received a notification showing that 3,420 coins had been transferred to him. Looking puzzled, he glanced at Suk-hyun and asked, what is this? I didn't give you 3,420 coins. Suk-hyun began to flail his arms in a hurry, trying to explain that it was due to the 5% tax, which resulted in a smaller transfer. Arun's face lit up with interest, and he slapped his palm onto the table. Ah, the tax. I completely forgot about that. So the exchange center took 580 coins for themselves, leaving 4,000 coins total. Is that right? Suk-hyun froze, fear creeping across his face as he waved his hands in an attempt to deny any wrongdoings. Arun, with a sorry smile, raised a finger, his voice dark. Who will return my 580 coins, then? Suk-hyun, his face pale, muttered that he would do it. He quickly sent Arun the 580 coins. Arun looked at the screen with a satisfied smirk as his balance grew to 36,925 coins. He praised the merchant for following through. But then a thought struck him. His mouth parted in surprise, and his eyes widened. Even after the tax, there was still an extra 1,000 coins in his account. How did this happen? He wondered, checking the red system windows. It couldn't be an error. Imagining the blue holographic book in his mind, Arun was suspicious. The system must have anticipated this kind of abuse. He didn't understand why he had received privileges, but if something was off, he risked losing all his money. He thought it best to investigate later. Suk-hyun, still in the chat, asked if that was all. Arun, eyes closed, sighed, quoting his earlier statement about wages. Well, you still owe me another 200 coins for the deposit. The merchant, trembling, opened his mouth wide, explicating that he had already spent money to bribe the guards and secure the equipment. Arun read the message with a raised eyebrow, asking, Are you insane? Suk-hyun, his face pale, quickly pulled back in fear. That's not what I meant, he stammered. He hurriedly sent the remaining 200 coins to Arun. Arun sat back with a pleased grin, watching as Suk-hyun sent another 100 coins, followed by 135 coins. The blonde was content as he observed the merchant's dwindling balance. Is there anything else you need? Suk-hyun finally asked, defeated, with only 215 coins left in his account. Arun, sitting on the sofa, took a moment to look over Suk-hyun's characteristics. He casually remarked, You still owe me for the time I spent on you. Then, I'll let you go. The merchant's eyes widened in shock when he read the next message. You owe me another 215 coins, and that's it. Confused, Suk-hyun stared at the screen, wondering how Aruin knew exactly how much he had left. Then, his mind raced, and his jaw dropped when he realized, was Aruin a VIP? Aruin raised a finger, placed it on his lips, and winked. Quiet now, he said with a smile. Suk-hyun sat, stunned, mouth agape, trying to comprehend why a VIP would do such a thing. He's on a completely different level than me, the merchant thought with a sweaty, frightened face. He stammered, asking Aruin what he wanted from him. With an arrogant grin, Aruin replied, I'm repaying an old debt. Suk-hyun, shuddering, exhaled shakily. Do you really not understand the seriousness of the situation? Aruin's eyes flashed with madness as he leaned over the merchant, his voice eerie and low. You have no right to question me. The merchant trembled, his body tense as his veins bulged from fear. He slammed his hands on the table, finally asking, What do you want from me now? There are no more coins left. Aruin stood and moved toward the screen, waving his hand dismissively. Don't lie, he said coldly. You've accumulated mountains of coins by deceiving people. What happened to them? Suk-hyun hesitated, but Aruin's grimace grew more irritated. Finally, the merchant admitted that he had spent it all on alcohol, gambling, and his 2 wives. Aruin, with a scowl, asked if he was really telling the truth. Suk-hyun, embarrassed, apologized, his face a mix of confusion and regret. I'm sure you have something else, Aruin noted, his voice full of suspicion. Something besides coins. The merchant waved his hand, dismissing the idea, saying he could make more money by selling martial arts techniques. The merchant claimed that by selling his martial arts books, he could easily earn 1,000 coins. Aruin grinned, satisfied, but his smile was tinged with a hint of pity. Sorry, he thought, I'll have to take these off your hands, but I can always get more. He considered not selling everything, perhaps only enough to last a month. With a deep sigh, Aruin leaned his head on his palm and looked away, his voice curious. What books are we talking about? The merchant clarified, explicating that he meant his martial arts techniques, internal energy techniques, cultivation methods, and body illumination skills. Since the sword was Aruin's primary weapon, he needed to master various sword techniques as well. Aruin's face darkened as he ordered, Give them all to me. The merchant's face froze in horror, his jaw slack. He stammered, Are you really telling me to die? Aruin grinned, his voice low as he rested his chin on his palm. That's not how they die, he replied, his eyes glowing red as he stared at the screen. Should I talk to the librarian about this? Suk-hyun, trembling, asked in fear. What's more important, your life or your martial arts? I'll give you 10 seconds to decide, Aruin added coldly, his gaze fixed. As Suk-hyun sat frozen in terror, Aruin thought about the warriors in the fog, always questioning whether those living in System 1 were truly alive or simply died with their martial arts. He received a notification from Suk-hyun, listing the techniques he had. Heavenly Cultivation Technique, Stars Dark Sword Technique, 8 stars 1,000 Sages Footwork, 6 stars Despair Breaking Fists, 6 Run Golden Wheel, and Internal Storage 50 years. Aruin, resting his chin on his palm, smirked softly. This revelation only confirmed that the merchant had nothing left of value, except his life. Aruin's gaze grew colder as he turned away from the screen, thinking that the merchant had no more useful techniques. Suk-hyun, in despair, slammed his forehead on the table and read Aruin's message. The merchant looked up with tear-filled eyes, his face crumpled in defeat. Aruin's cold voice asked, Do you really have no basics left? Suk-hyun, choking back tears, indignantly shot back. What difference does it make to you? He begged Aruin to leave him alone, stating that he had nothing left. No money, no martial arts. And now, with the commission, his balance was negative. Aruin, with a small smirk, advised him to stop being dramatic. He glanced at Suk-hyun's status information, thinking that this was the type of person who could easily get out of any situation. It was better to check himself, so he opened several pop-ups showing Suk-hyun's information. The final line of the notification read, Spiritual status, one who has nothing left. Balance, -800. Aruin paused, stunned by the result. Meanwhile, Suk-hyun continued to sob, and Aruin's smile grew as he ruffled the merchant's hair. You really have nothing left, do you? Looking at the screen, Aruin grinned wide. I won't report you for now. You should keep doing what you're doing, he said casually. Suk-hyun's face went pale. Didn't you promise to leave me alone? He asked, confused. Aruin looked at Suk-hyun with a dark, predatory smile. I'm not going to kill you. That would end the fun. You've got your life, but I'm not letting you leave so easily. Suk-hyun froze, reading the message, realizing he had misunderstood everything. If he wanted to live, he now had no choice but to follow Aruin's orders. Aruin pressed on, staring at the red screen, thinking about the memories of his past life. He wanted the merchant to fully feel the consequences of his actions. A wide, maniacal grin spread across his face as his eyes glowed with intensity. Arun thought that Suk-hyun would regret not dying, as he would now suffer the aftermath. Raising the corners of his mouth, Arun spoke softly. "I'll keep in touch. You should check your messages more often, and remember, your life is in my hands." Suk-hyun, horrified, shouted, "Wait." Arun ignored him and waved his hand, signaling the system to end the conversation. The screen went dark. Sighing loudly, Arun clenched his fists in victory and raised them high, laughing triumphantly. It all went perfectly. "Now Suk-hyun is completely in my hands," he thought, his grin widening. He opened the list of enlightened techniques and smiled to himself, knowing that the martial arts techniques he had longed for in his past life were now his. Raising his finger, he smiled broadly, looking almost foolish. "Now it's time to study each of these techniques in detail," he muttered to himself, pressing the absorb button. As the morning sun peeked over the mountains, its rays illuminated the forest, marking the beginning of a new chapter in Arun's journey. Arun dashed through the forest, moving with astonishing speed. His body seemed to blur as he employed the step of 1,000 changes, a body lightning technique that allowed him to move with almost unnatural swiftness. The technique made him nearly invisible, constantly shifting his position. He ran with a confident grin on his face, recalling the details he'd read about it. Although it could make the user nearly undetectable, it wasn't ideal for long-distance travel. With eyes wide open in surprise and joy, Arun mentally noted that the technique worked exactly as described. It had its drawbacks, but its advantages were undeniable. He continued to race towards the dense trees near the mountain, feeling unstoppable as he pushed off the ground and leaped into the air. Jumping nimbly from one spot to another, he quickly scaled the mountainside. With a final burst of energy, he pushed off from the summit, extending his arms and soaring through the air like a bird. From his vantage point high above, he could see the endless expanse of the forest stretching below him. In the distance, a city was visible. As he descended, a wide grin spread across his face. This feeling was extraordinary. It was as if he had truly become a bird, free to glide above the earth. When he landed, he touched his chin with a thoughtful expression. The technique had been worth the effort, he decided, as he recalled the terrifying feeling of relying on his special privilege while absorbing the skill. He had been certain he would die when he first learned it, his body consumed by the power. Arun shook his head, remembering how he'd sat on his knees, his mouth agape and his eyes burning, surrounded by a red aura as the pages of a book seemed to turn on their own above his head. Without the privilege of the sponge-like absorption ability in his mind, he would have been left with nothing but a melted brain. Drawing his sword from its sheath, Arun sighed in satisfaction. He had sufficiently tested the body lightning technique. Swinging the long blade, blue lights sparkled around it as he mentally noted the starting position of the Dark Heavens technique, which was executed in a peaceful, wave-like motion. He swung the sword repeatedly, each strike powerful and sharp. As he focused, energy began to concentrate in the hilt, and the blade of his sword shone with a bright blue light. Arun smirked contentedly, and with a swift motion, he released a massive burst of water from the blade. He mused to himself, recalling the secret technique that had turned the Laziken Steel Guard into a legendary force, the mysterious blade. It was believed to have disappeared after the death of its master, but now, Arun had brought it back to life. A massive wave of water surged forward, heading straight for the towering trees. Frozen in place, he watched the water as it crashed over the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The technique was a formidable display of power. Arun stood silently, contemplating his next move. But as he stood there, still gripping the sword, steam began to rise around him, and a stern image of his grandfather appeared in his mind. Folding his hands on the hilt of the sword, Arun thought back to his homeland, to the land of the Steel Guard, where the skill had been perfected. As the massive wave continued to spread, flooding the mountains and trees, Arun stared at the scene before him, his eyes wide with shock. He had clearly overdone it this time. Ahead of him, there was a mountain of debris. The blonde frowned, realizing who was likely responsible for this. Hafiel, a first-class knight, whose style it was to leave destruction in his wake. Arun's thoughts shifted to the battle between swords. How a sword imbued with blue light could effortlessly cut through a blade of purple light. His chi sword, in comparison, seemed insignificant, its aura nothing more than a pale imitation of true power. The young man stood, sword in hand, back turned to Suk-hyun, holding a book. He pondered whether the sword techniques of the combat system could truly surpass those of the greatest knights in the country. His father excluded, of course. He folded his arms, casting a displeased glance to the side. Why did his father ignore him so often? It was a constant source of frustration. Then, a realization struck him. His brows furrowed, and he examined his palms, feeling a growing sense of determination. Maybe he had been wrong all along. It was better for him to focus on perfecting his own skills. After all, they were his now. With a slight smile, he stretched his shoulders. Perhaps it was time to test the other techniques. Arun sat cross-legged, fingers crossed, his body surrounded by a soft blue glow that made his hair sway. He muttered to himself, "This is a heavenly, divine technique." In comparison, the breath of steel, the internal cultivation technique, feels almost outdated. Meanwhile, the guy wielded a sword, its blue glow pulsing with energy. This is the Xiantian sword technique, he thought. I can't complain. It's exactly what I hoped for. Gun dashed through the forest, using footwork that shifted like the wind, yet something fell off. The combat system was more complicated than he realized. A powerful blow from his fist shattered the ground beneath him, sending stone fragments flying. The breaking fist of despair. It's perfect, he thought, his concentration sharpening. He unclenched his fingers and focused. Golden Wheel is probably the weakest of these skills, but it reveals pressure points, which could be useful. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he wiped it away. His thoughts drifted. All 5 techniques seemed to fit well with continental martial arts, but a nagging doubt remained. Am I wasting my mana on internal cultivation? He wondered. His hand clenched, but he quickly pushed the thought aside. No, I can't think about that right now. Martial arts draw too much attention. It's not the time for that. A small smile crept across his face. For now, he imagined himself in a meditative state, a blue fire blazing near his heart, surrounded by a red glow. The internal cultivation of Dantian, mana of the heart, could prove useful in certain situations. He scratched his head, a bit unsure. I need to train harder, twice as much as before. Arun chuckled softly, fingers resting on his chin. These 2 techniques are so different. Can I master both? They use the same points, after all. He reached out, determination burning in his eyes. I have to try. With that, he closed his eyes, focusing intently. A brilliant, shining ball appeared in the darkness, surrounded by shimmering sparks. Not there yet, he thought. A weightless, radiant glow appeared above his palm. As he spoke a command, the silver aura solidified, revealing a vast, white castle beneath a clear sky. He stepped through the grand doors and ascended a staircase, the air thick with questions and doubts. No matter how much I think about it, he mused, there are more questions than answers. Revenge, contentment, perhaps those are the best outcomes. As he reached the top of the stairs, he was interrupted by a servant, who approached with urgency. My lord, the master has been looking for you since morning, the servant said, his voice tinged with concern. The young man raised an eyebrow. Father, the servant nodded, and with a hint of pity, explained that his father had been searching for him all day. He's asked you to come to his office. Curious, the young man followed the servant to his father's study. The door creaked open, revealing his father at the desk, and beside him stood a man with long purple hair, holding a folder. The young man's heart skipped a beat. The Cowloy is here too, he thought, surprise flashing across his mind. The Cowloy, a formidable figure, exuded an air of calm authority. While not a knight, his swordsmanship was legendary. The young man considered how his father's right-hand man, Haffel, stood tall in the open, while the Cowloy was more of a shadow, silent and calculating. His father, Levadon, looked at him without emotion. I've been wondering where you've been. It seems you've been training since morning. The young man, with a quiet nod, confirmed his father's observation. I need to work hard if I'm to avoid disgracing the name of the Steel Guard. Levadon gave a rare smile, a flicker of approval in his eyes. I like your attitude. The young man couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. His father, with a heroic rank that could make anyone tremble, had never looked so imposing. But now, as the young man studied him, he realized the gaze didn't carry the same weight of fear it once did. Levadon set down a large triangular table, the top adorned with a pyramid structure. At the pinnacle was the interdimensional rank, followed by the Fui Emperor. Below that, the myths, the legends, and then the heroic rank, the rank his father held. Beneath it, the awakened rank, and finally the general classes from 1st to 9th. The young man stared at the table, his mind racing. I never thought I'd hit such an obstacle, he thought. But somehow, he couldn't shake the feeling of standing before an immense wall, one that seemed impossible to overcome. The so-called Wailing Wall, the divide between the awakened and heroic ranks, was a chasm that many knights had fallen into in despair. The young man stood before it, the weight of its existence pressing down on him. It was a wall that seemed beyond his comprehension. Levadon sat on his intricately carved throne, his sword resting in his hands. At the base of the blade stood a tiny figure. Pardon. He looked up, his gaze locked with his father's. The sight of him, so much taller than before, filled him with quiet pride. Pardon smiled slightly, feeling the gravity of the moment. "You look incredibly tall now," he said, half in disbelief. His father's response came quickly. "Is this what you expected, my son? You didn't think it would be this hard, did you?" Pardon raised an eyebrow in surprise. "But didn't you say there were countless paths to choose from? So why does it feel like I've hit a dead end?" Levadin's gaze sharpened as he observed his son carefully. "Training at first dawn? It's not like you." Pardon, with his hands clasped behind his back, stood confidently. "There are many paths, but why must I choose only one? I've chosen several at once." Levadon nodded, a quiet approval in his eyes. "Killing two birds with one stone isn't so easy." He paused, eyes narrowing. "Both swordsmanship and trade?" Pardon's expression shifted, his mind racing. His father had never shown much interest in market dealings before. "How did you know?" he asked, taken aback. Levadin's eyes gleamed with knowing, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, he leaned forward, his voice soft but firm. "Killing two birds with one stone. You should understand by now that nothing comes without sacrifice." Pardon fell silent, processing his father's words. The quiet stillness was broken when his father pressed him further. "Why are you hiding such talent, my son? Why keep it secret?" Pardon paused before answering. "Secrets are only truly secrets until they're revealed, but I prefer to keep them until the time is right." Levadon closed his eyes in thought, a deep grunt escaping him. "I understand." Folding his hands across his chest, he looked at his son with quiet intensity. "That's enough praise. Surprises are one thing. Disappointments are another." The words stung, and Pardon's heart sank. Levadin's gaze darkened, and he asked, his voice heavy with expectation, "Do you know what mistake you've made?" A crest materialized behind Pardon, the Steel Guard's crest. His mind raced. "I used the Steel Guard's name for trading," he admitted reluctantly. Levadin's eyes narrowed. "And you didn't think that person's reputation was tied to our name? You should have known what kind of people you were dealing with." Pardon, stunned, found himself taken aback by the gravity of his father's statement. Levadin's words were deliberate and cold, and he seemed almost disappointed. Looking down, Levadon sighed, muttering, "Tomorrow, or perhaps today, you'll meet Yolaf yourself." Pardon's heart skipped a beat. He knew that meeting Yolaf was a pivotal moment, one that could alter the course of everything. "You can contact Yolaf, right?" Levadon asked sharply, as if testing him. "Of course, I'll arrange something for tomorrow," Pardon replied, his voice betraying just a hint of nervousness. Levadon closed his eyes, seemingly satisfied with the answer. "Good. And in 3 days, you'll be heading to the Nightly Academy. Are you ready?" Pardon nodded without hesitation. "I'm ready. The butler is already making the arrangements." Levadon gestured with his hand, a calm command. "Is there anything else? Do you need anything before you leave?" Pardon's mind whirred with countless thoughts, but he pushed them aside, forcing a smile. "No, father. Your concern is enough." Levadon closed his eyes, exhaling a long breath. "Then go and rest. In just a few days, you've become a completely different person." Pardon stood to leave, his mind racing as he walked to the door. As he reached for the handle, he paused, clutching his chest. He was still reeling from the weight of his father's expectations. But just as he was about to exit, the door swung open. He turned to find Cowloy, the Cowloy, standing in the doorway. "Can we talk?" Cowloy asked, his expression serious. Pardon followed him into the wide corridor, his mind buzzing. What could he want to talk about now, he wondered. He could tell it was something important, maybe something he hadn't expected. Cowloy looked at him, his gaze penetrating. "How did you find out about Darren's connection with Damien?" Pardon's heart skipped. So that's what this is about, he thought. He'd known this conversation was coming. Someone had ratted him out to his father, and now Cowloy was fishing for answers. Turning his eyes away, Pardon replied coolly, "I figured it out myself." Cowloy blinked, clearly surprised. "What? You guessed." Pardon shrugged nonchalantly. If something significant happens around their level of power, it's always a big client. Merchants will do anything to secure deals. I simply threw a bait, and your sister took it. Cowloy's expression shifted into one of realization. So that's how it happened. Pardon gave him a small smile. "Is there anything else you want to ask, Cowloy?" Cowloy, taken aback by his nonchalance, closed his eyes and nodded. "That will be all." With that, Pardon turned and walked away, his thoughts still swirling. "Now, I need to contact Yolaf." He moved down the corridor, stealing a glance back at Cowloy. The Cowloy was still standing there, watching him, but Pardon couldn't help but wonder what he was truly thinking. The blonde paused. A small problem had arisen, one that needed to be dealt with quickly. As he walked down the corridor, his mind was set. There was something he needed to do, something for the academy, and something for his family. It was risky, but this was the path he had to follow. As he moved forward, he thought, you never know what might come next, so it's better to start making moves now. His system window popped up, displaying the affiliate market. The data on internal cultivation for the year caught his attention. Sacred Heart Seed, 400 coins. The Seed, 370 coins. Bamboo Mountain Insect, 355 coins. Quatin School, 350 coins. Insect, 345 coins. His eyes blazed with a fire of anger as he stared at the screen. What are they thinking, he muttered. These prices are outrageous. No wonder nobody likes the affiliate market. The system's red information box flickered. It revealed that the price for 1 year of internal cultivation was 300 coins, but it wasn't actively being sold right now. The blonde sighed, sitting on the bed, his thoughts turning over the numbers. 3,000 coins for a year of cultivation? That's the entire salary of a first-class knight. He found it hard to believe such a steep price. It made no sense. He thought back to the time when people used to master cultivation techniques by training on their own. Those days seemed far behind. The year of internal cultivation, as they called it, wasn't just about spending a year. It was about actual training, not just paying a price. The system screen flickered again, displaying a man in traditional robes. He seemed to represent the era when regular martial artists had to master cultivation through their own effort. How long has it been since the price was set this high? He wondered. A figure like Suk-hyun, the one who set the rules, probably never had to deal with such inflated costs. The blonde snapped back to reality. I need to find a better deal, he thought, tapping the screen to search for cheaper options. A few offers popped up. A huge anniversary discount, 299 coins. Internal snow mountain cultivation for 299 coins. A reliable internal cultivation for 298 coins. Fresh cultivation, less than a week old, for 295 coins. He stared at the offers, narrowing his eyes. Then, one caught his attention. A seller claiming her husband and children were starving and in need of funds. She offered internal cultivation for just 250 coins per year. This is the one, he thought, despite the cost. He selected the option, tapping the purchase button. The system confirmed the purchase, showing that he'd bought 10 years of internal cultivation for 2,070 coins. A small cashback of 310.50 coins followed. As he stared at the blue flame-illuminated bottle in his hand, he considered his options. It would probably be better to buy fermented cultivations or potions, but I don't have time for that now. Sighing, he placed the blue flask on the bed in front of him. Should I try absorbing it now? Closing his eyes, he let the energy from the flask wash over him. The blue light of the internal cultivation began to spread as he hovered, legs crossed, in a meditation pose. As the wind stirred around him and the curtains fluttered, blue smoke spiraled up from the narrow neck of the flask. Suddenly, the room was filled with radiant blue rays. The papers on the table fluttered and fell to the floor as a wave of energy enveloped him. When he finally opened his eyes, a red glow emanated from one of them, and he couldn't help but smile. I did it, he thought with satisfaction. 60 years of internal cultivation. His fist clenched. 63 years, to be exact. And that's nearly nothing in System 1. But for me, it's huge. A notification window popped up. His heart skipped a beat as the message read. New achievement unlocked. It seemed his 60 years of cultivation had earned him additional rewards. 5 extra years of cultivation as a gift. He read the message thoughtfully. Achievements required to move to the next level. Spiritual status increase. Martial arts sellers, or those who have shed their skin or mastered spatial martial arts, or martial artists. He considered the task. The spiritual status increase was the key, and one way to unlock it was by selling 30 martial arts and acquiring 15 martial arts in return. He exhaled, mulling over his options. In his previous life, he had barely scraped by, reaching System 2 purely by chance. But this time was different. He had a plan. This time, I'll target spiritual status specifically. He smiled. In just 2 weeks, he had surpassed his previous self. His finger hovered over the system menu. The next move will be crucial. Time to buy something else, he thought. He rested his chin in his hand, eyes scanning the screen, and muttered that they were definitely on the partner market. Expensive, sure, but these were only available here. His eyes widened suddenly. I found it, he said, his voice tightening with excitement. On the screen, there were 2 slugs, one light, one dark. They were the yin and yang bugs. The system window displayed information about the creatures. The yin and yang bugs, 2 parasites with incredible compatibility. Their souls, thoughts, emotions, even life and death were entwined. If used correctly, they could control a target. He read it over carefully, thinking it was best to understand everything before making a move. He didn't want to mess this up. He opened another window, one with the avatar of a man with a creepy smile. The blood demon Reverend's black magic room. He pressed the send request button, tapping his chin as he asked, "Are you online? I need to ask something." Moments later, a message popped up. Arun has joined the chat. The blood demon reverend immediately replied, asking what he wanted. The guy hesitated, then typed, I want to know more about the yin and yang bugs. What exactly are they? A man with long red hair replied, they're not a product, they're living organisms. The guy scratched his chin, confused. Wait, I thought they were listed under products? He asked, apologizing out loud. The man, lounging on a carved bench, responded, you don't get it, do you? Yin and yang symbolize loneliness. The guy blinked, trying to process. What do you mean by that? The red-haired man grinned sourly. These parasites cause some interesting effects in the human body. A very entertaining pair, he said, almost with a laugh. You ever wonder what's the worst thing you can hear from your enemy? He gave a twisted grin. The guy stared at the screen, disgusted. What kind of nonsense was this? You're sick, he thought, but said nothing. The blood demon reverend chuckled. No, you don't understand. Let me exp Laskin, he said, grinning madly. He paused for effect, his next words dripping with excitement. Imagine, the moment you hear those words, your heart freezes. You lose all faith and question the very meaning of life. The guy frowned. You're serious? He asked. The red-haired man confirmed, his voice dark. The yin and yang bugs will twist even the most honest person into something sad and greedy. Those who seek revenge, their parents will become like cattle. The guy sat back, his mind racing. The blood demon reverend's words echoed in his head. What was this guy saying? A message box popped up, filled with the man's mocking laughter. What's wrong with you? Are you crazy? The guy's eyes flickered. His eye of foresight skill activated. A new message from the system flashed before him. The blood demon reverend's profile appeared. Nick, blood demon reverend, a black magic expert from the third world of Murim. His rank? Level 2. Spiritual status? The fallen. The transaction amount? 54,000. A chill ran down the guy's spine. Something about this man didn't sit right. The system popped up a report. Apparently, this man had been obsessed with black magic since childhood, which had drastically warped his personality. The next window displayed a summary of his background. Founder of the Blood Demon sect, a man who sacrificed his own followers in the name of dark arts. He was considered the greatest enemy of the Murim world, a true embodiment of evil. In his mind, he pictured a red-haired man laughing greedily, crackling red lightning wrapped around his arm. What is this? Some twisted god of cruelty. A demon hiding behind a human face? As he read through the profile, it hit him. In his world, this man would be seen as a notorious black magician, or worse, someone serving the devil himself. The man glanced over with a sorry grin. Isn't it obvious? He asked. That wicked smile somehow made him trust the guy even more. You're right, he replied out loud. The man's grin faded as he warned, wouldn't recommend using bugs on your loved ones. That caught him off guard. Why not? They take hold too deep. Side effects are inevitable, the man said with a sigh. Every time, someone ends up begging us to remove them, especially guys trying to win over some girl. You wouldn't believe how tired we are of those complainants. Hearing that, he couldn't help but laugh. So, they're permanent? Pretty much. Use them wisely, the man replied. Perfect. Even better than I imagined, he thought, his mind already racing with ideas. He glanced away, thinking if that's the case, let's see who ends up with these bugs. Not far off, a silver-haired young man stood holding a ball. When called by name, Jarvis turned around, surprised to see him approaching with a glass in hand and a smile. The knight gave a polite bow. Good afternoon. Just finished training? He asked. Yeah, just wrapped up. Captain Half really pushed us today. Everyone's exhausted. A quick glance confirmed it. Several knights slumped on the steps, barely moving. But you, he said, grinning, don't even look winded. No wonder you're the ace of the knights. Jarvis smiled. You're too kind. Handing over the glass, he said, here, you must be thirsty after all that. Jarvis blinked in surprise as he accepted it. Thank you, but why? They'd barely spoken before, yet here was the Lord's son himself, offering him a drink. With a polite nod, Jarvis thought, no point causing trouble with him. Peering into the glass, Jarvis frowned. The liquid inside was dark gray and unsettling. What even is this? Should I drink it? Looking up, he met his gaze, bright, wide-eyed, smiling like he just handed over treasure. Why does it feel so suffocating? Jarvis thought. I can't exactly say no, can I? Suppressing his doubts, he downed the drink in one gulp. Instantly, his face twisted. That was disgusting. So, he asked eagerly, how was it? Made that just for you. With a strained smile, Jarvis forced out, really great. Feel healthier already. Fantastic, he beamed, reaching for the glass. Mind if I take that back? Of course. Thank you, Jarvis said, handing it over. Watching the empty glass, he thought, perfect. Jarvis gave him a courteous bow. Appreciate the thought. Still smiling, he asked, really? You're sure? Caught off guard, Jarvis glanced away. Sure. Then, could I ask you for a favor? He asked casually. Kindness for kindness, right? Jarvis blinked. A favor? With an awkward laugh, he added, I'm listening. But in his mind, he thought, seriously? He could have just asked. Didn't need to poison me first. Scratching his head, the blonde mumbled, maybe not the best place to discuss it. Jarvis sighed. Above the castle, the sky stretched clear and blue, clouds drifting lazily by. Later, deep in the forest, Jarvis looked at him, puzzled. Wait, you want me to create an aura? They stood among the trees, the air quiet around them. If you follow the steps, you can do it, right? He asked. With a small smile, he clasped his hands. I'd really like to see your aura. Jarvis exhaled slowly. So that's why he gave me that drink. What a strange kid. He usually wasn't one to show off his aura, but he did owe him. Drawing his sword, Jarvis warned, better step back. He planted the blade into the ground, closed his eyes, and lowered his head. A beat of silence. Then his eyes snapped open. The air around him shifted, turning a smoky gray as his sword lit up in blue, swirling with radiant energy. Arun shielded himself with one hand as the wind picked up around them. Beside him, the young man stood with his sword drawn, and Arun couldn't help but think. This was exactly what he expected from the Ace of the Knights. He studied him carefully. Sure, the color, density, and quality of the aura couldn't hold a candle to his brother's, but still, it was nothing to scoff at. Not that he felt threatened. Everything was going just the way he wanted. A sorry smile crept across his face. Perfect. Eyes sparkling, grin wide, Arun said. Exactly what I was hoping to see. Jarvis, looking a bit embarrassed, sheathed his sword. You're too kind. Compared to the Count, or even the Captain, I'm nothing special. He paused, his mind drifting back to the moment he first awakened his aura. Still standing among the trees, Jarvis glanced over. There are plenty of aura users out there. Why me? Arun smiled. Simple. You're the youngest. Raising a finger, he asked, how old were you when you awakened your aura? Must have taken, 5 years. Even if you were faster than most, maybe under 10 years. Jarvis blinked in surprise. Placing a hand over his chest, Arun closed his eyes. That feeling of breaking through a wall, pushing past your limits, there aren't many who understand that. Jarvis chuckled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his neck. I guess, but do we really have to come all the way out here for this? You don't have to hide your obsession with auras, you know. Arun didn't answer right away. He seemed caught off guard. Jarvis smiled to himself. Maybe it's just a kid thing. They see things differently. Before he could finish the thought, Arun clapped his hands loudly. Jarvis flinched. Arun grinned. Finally got it, didn't you? He leaned in, his gaze sharp and calculating. Finally caught you, huh? Jarvis stared back, completely lost. Wait, what? What is going on? Is this even the same guy? Something shifted. That calm, harmless energy Arun had before? Gone. Facing him directly, Arun said, overcoming walls? Surpassing yourself? Please, what do you think will happen if everyone finds out about you? Jarvis blinked. What are you talking about? With a wicked grin, Arun answered, your little secret. Your personality. Jarvis glanced away. My personality? Arun's smile widened. So, how's the weather down south? The words hit like a slap. Jarvis froze. Wait, what? Are you saying I'm an Imperial spy? He laughed nervously. No, you've got the wrong idea. Spy? That's a bit much, don't you think? Arun tilted his head, amused. Why do people always react like this when the pressure's on? Staring him down, he added, relax. I didn't call you a spy. I called you Jarvis Dirical. Jarvis's face drained of color. No, the mission, it's over. Frozen in place, mind spinning, Jarvis felt the weight of the trap close in. With that same unsettling smile, Arun said, see, I told you to be ashamed if word got out. Brought you out here for a reason, after all, and yet you still thought you were just dealing with some clueless kid? Jarvis clenched his jaw. This was all planned? From the start? Jarvis turned away, his voice steady. That's enough, he said. Even I have the pride of a knight. If you actually had proof, we wouldn't be standing here like this. The blonde watched him without a word, calm and unreadable. Jarvis continued. If I'd really been a spy, the Count or the Captain would have handled it by now. With a faint smile, Arun asked, so you're admitting it? No, Jarvis shot back. What I'm saying is, you're lucky I'm not. If I were, you wouldn't be walking out of this forest. Arun's gaze sharpened. Is that a threat? Jarvis shook his head. Not at all. Just saying, you got careless. Laughing it off, Arun waved a hand. Maybe. After all, only I know who you really are. His eyes lingered on Jarvis. The space between them filled with an unsettling silence. So, Arun said quietly, there's nothing stopping me from killing you right here, is there? Jarvis studied him, unable to tell if he was bluffing or just insane. Either way, it didn't matter. Turning away, Jarvis figured there was no need to drag this out. He already knew his name. That was more than enough. But before he could take a step, Arun struck. Jarvis froze. His sword came up fast, but the moment passed even faster. He blinked, stunned. Where did he go? Eyes darting around, sword ready, Jarvis tried to make sense of it. He was sure. He knew. His blade had connected. Then he felt it. Movement. Jarvis spun, just barely blocking a sudden, razor-sharp strike. Arun grinned, his expression twisted and sharp. Jarvis grit his teeth, the force of the blow sending him flying back. He landed hard, looking up, shaken. Is this Sora? His eyes locked on Arun, who now stood confidently, sword in hand, glowing with blue light that pulsed and flickered. Jarvis's heart sank. His own sword, cracked and useless. With a mocking smile, Arun taunted, Really? You got caught from behind? How exactly did you become a spy? Jarvis dropped to one knee, scowling to himself. Unbelievable. He'd never paid much attention to the youngest son of the Steel Guard. Even after the rumors about him hiding his talent, Jarvis hadn't cared. The island was packed with geniuses. One more didn't mean anything. But this was different. 16 years old, and that aura? He pictured Arun standing proud beneath the family crest, and a thought sent a chill down his spine. So the blood of Lazakin and Levadon really did awaken in him. With a scowl, Jarvis tossed his broken sword aside. This is bad. Real bad. Now wasn't the time to recover. Now was the time to survive. Clenching his fists, Jarvis forced himself to his feet. My life's on the line now. Arun watched him closely. Enough swords, he said calmly. Let's settle this with fists. With a smirk, he tossed his sword to the side. Jarvis blinked in disbelief. Is he serious? Arun held out a hand and grinned. Come on, this is getting fun. Grinding his teeth, Jarvis glanced down at his fists. No sword, just aura. How'd it come to this? Shouting, he charged forward, fists clenched tight, lightning sparking across his knuckles. Arun stood firm, exhaled slowly, then shifted into a fighting stance, his expression cool and focused. Jarvis raised his fist, bolts of electricity crackling to life. And just like that, the real fight began. Jarvis charged forward, closing the distance in an instant. His fist swung with force, lightning crackling, but Arun didn't flinch. With sharp focus, Arun activated his World Breaker ability. A blinding blue light exploded across the hills, cutting through the dust and shaking the ground. When the air finally cleared, a figure stood in the middle of the destruction. Arun, perfectly balanced in his stance, a deep crater carved beneath him from the sheer impact of his blow. Letting out a slow breath, Arun thought to himself, better than I expected. Off to the side, Jarvis coughed up blood, half buried in the dirt. He growled under his breath. What the hell? How'd he hide this much power? As Arun approached, Jarvis glared up at him, mind racing. You really gave yourself internal injuries, Arun said calmly. How's your mana core holding up? Jarvis tried to push himself upright, only to cough again. Don't force it, Arun added. This time, you're not getting out of this. Jarvis clenched his teeth, fury burning in his eyes. But one look at the figure standing over him made it clear this wasn't a fight he could win. The gap between them was obvious. Gripping his arm, Jarvis thought bitterly, this is it, it's over. Still, he managed to ask, who tipped you off? Inspector? Security agency? Which little puppy spilled it? To his surprise, Arun laughed softly. You don't seem to understand how this works. Standing over him, he continued. This island's famous for one thing, being the land of Levadon, the one who stopped the Empire. It's not some research facility. It's not a military post. So why is the information department so interested? Must have plenty of free time. He narrowed his gaze. So tell me, what exactly were you hoping to accomplish here by slipping a spy in his steel guard? Jarvis stayed quiet, a faint smirk on his lips. Arun shook his head. Look at you. They couldn't have picked someone better? If you're going to send someone into enemy territory, shouldn't you at least pick someone worth the trouble? His eyes scanned Jarvis carefully. A spy and a knight? And with aura too. This isn't some rookie. This is an A-class, maybe even S-class. If someone like him had been sent, that meant only one thing. The Empire was taking Steel Guard serious. Sorry. Sitting there in silence makes you look even more suspicious, you know, Arun said. But Jarvis just met his gaze and said nothing. You do realize, Arun continued, you're just a pawn to them. Replaceable. Do you really think the Emperor is going to care what happens to you out here? Jarvis scoffed. Doesn't matter. Even if he doesn't, so what? Arun tilted his head. That attitude's only going to make things worse for you. But Jarvis straightened up, expression hard. Do whatever you want. Rip off my nails. Break my arms. Makes no difference. Rolling his eyes, Arun waved a hand. Come on, what do you take me for? A savage? Torturing a trained spy is pointless. He glanced down at the small bottle in his hand, turning it between his fingers. So, what do we do with you now? He mused aloud. Inside the jar, a small black beetle crawled slowly along the bottom. Jarvis stared at it, stunned. Wait, is that a larva? The blonde let out a weary sigh. Careful saying that. Some people might snap if they hear these are yin and yang bugs, he warned. Unfazed, the man continued. That's right. What you got in you now, Azine? The one you swallowed? Yo. Jarvis froze, eyes wide. Wait, who did I just eat? He stammered, the memory flashing back to him, staring into his drink earlier, thinking it looked harmless. You really don't remember? The man asked with a smirk. You said it seemed safe enough. Suddenly, Jarvis doubled over, vomiting hard. Relax, the blonde said, waving him off. It's too late anyway. He tapped his temple. That thing's probably already crawled into your brain. Wiping his mouth, Jarvis spun around. What the hell does that mean? The man casually gestured toward the two bugs. Een and Young Bug share everything. Feelings. Pain. All of it. Young's already freaking out over Een. Eyes closed, he pointed toward Jarvis. If Een dies, Young goes wild. It'll tear through your brain until you're both dead. Jarvis dropped to one knee, staring in disbelief. You really expect me to buy this crap? I've never even heard of bugs like that. The man pulled out a long, slender needle. Words won't cut it. Better to experience it yourself. He flicked the needle toward a jar. Jarvis blinked. A needle. The needle slid through the cork and tapped a pale beetle inside. Instantly, a sharp, unbearable pain shot through the back of Jarvis's head. He screamed like lightning had ripped through his skull. The man watched calmly. Oh, that's just the young beetle. Yin's worse. And you? You be the worst of all. Jarvis collapsed on a bench, trembling. It'd be a real mess if the host died on us, the man said lazily. So let me teach you a few survival tips. Jarvis clenched his jaw, his body racked with agony. The man continued, recalling his instructions. First, give him a little poke. To you, it'll feel like getting stabbed by 1,000 spears. A red-haired man appeared, grinning darkly. Step 2, he added. Toss him into cold water. Your whole body locks up like you're buried in snow. Can't even breathe. Worse than freezing naked on a mountain. Jarvis lay on the ground, shivering as if snow piled over him. And step 3. The redhead pointed toward fire. Get him nice and close to the flames. Feels like you're roasting alive. Flesh melting off. All in your head, but trust me, it's real enough. He held up 3 fingers, grinning wickedly. There are more steps, but those? Pure nightmare fuel. These 3 will do the job. Arun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. And honestly, I believe him. He seemed pretty damn sure of himself. Jarvis, shaking but determined, dropped to his knees. I'm Agent Durrell of the Empire's Intelligence Division, he shouted. Arun stepped closer, calm as ever. Then tell me, why is the Empire so interested in Steelguard? What's your mission? Jarvis glanced up. The Empire's worried about the second Layskin. Only the Peiwei Emperor stands above him. He introduced 3 knights, swords raised high against the shadowy backdrop of the crowned emperor. With mythic ranks lost to history, legendary rank was believed to be the peak of mastery. A knight wielding an enormous sword faced down a wave of charging horsemen. But it was the man who shattered that belief. The knight who stopped the Empire from conquering an entire continent. Navarro Guard, Heart of Steel, Levadon. He stood tall, arms crossed. And then there was his son, a heroic rank knight. Arun interrupted, shaking his head. Yeah, I've heard all this before. Heroic rank? Sure, that's impressive. But the Empire's not losing sleep over it. Jarvis gave him a look. True, the Empire's got a few heroic ranks, even a legendary one. But that's not what matters. He gestured casually. Think about it. A heroic-ranked son of a mythical-ranked father? You think that's a coincidence? Arun watched him closely as Jarvis continued. Of course not. People have been thinking the same thing. The answer must be Steelguard blood. He pointed out Lazakin, then Levadon, and finally, Arun. The blonde stood by quietly. So, this is what the Emperor predicted? Jarvis lowered his head. Silent. That silence spoke volumes. So then, Arun asked, what's the spy's take on all this? Jarvis thought for a moment. Among his grandkids, Kieran's the standout. Reaching second rank at his age? That's no small feat. Looking toward the youth, he added, if he ever reaches his grandfather's level, or even his father's. The blonde cut him off. Impossible. Jarvis nodded. Yeah, honestly, I'd be happy if he makes it to awakened rank. Power's in the blood, sure, but it thins with every generation. The spy chimed in, his voice suddenly eager. That's what I thought too, until today. Pan glanced down at him sharply. The spy leaned forward, gripping the ground. Just think about it. He inherited more from Lazakin than anyone. Kept it hidden well. Arun frowned. That wasn't just wrong, it was completely backwards. Strength didn't weaken through generations. In his mind, he pictured himself standing over a red book, digital notifications floating around him. His aura? That came from the dimensional transaction book. It had nothing to do with bloodlines or this investigation. What mattered now was that the Empire's eyes were still locked on them. And if his father could disappear, he looked toward the looming white castle near the mountains. That was the fall of Steelguard. The family crest, cracked and broken. It all began with his father's disappearance. A shadow in the night. The hero vanished, leaving behind the greatest mystery in Navarro's history. In his past life, he never found the truth. And now, it wasn't just surveillance. The Empire's real goal was to stop a second Laziken from rising. Arun frowned. He hadn't seen that coming. Maybe this really was a whole new story beginning. A sudden scream echoed. Levadon clenched his teeth, eyes shut tight. Seated among towering pillars, deep in meditation, the pain struck again. He wiped the corner of his mouth. Blood. When had this started? The headaches hit whenever he trained. He studied the blood stain on his glove. This wasn't normal. Rest didn't help. The pain never faded. Was there an enemy lurking inside him? Or worse, a demon of the mind? A voice called out to him. Levadon opened his eyes. Enter, he commanded. A long-haired man stepped in, bowing. Forgive the interruption, my lord, but you need to hear this. Levadon rose to his feet. What's happened? The man hesitated. Your youngest son. He brought someone back. Levadon's brow furrowed. Is that a problem? Calloy's face was pale. It's because of who he brought with him. Levadon stared. An imperial spy. The White Palace loomed among the clouds. On the grand steps, the lord and his warden stood side by side. Below them knelt Arun, draped in a white cloak. Beside him lay another man, motionless on the ground. Family members gathered, whispering in shock. Javis lay there, covered in blood. Levadon looked down and declared, he's dead. His son bowed low. I tried to save him, but it was too late. Levadon shook his head. No need to apologize. Go get treated. The young man nodded. I'm fine. Then Levadon's gaze sharpened. Explain this. Turning toward the hooded man, sitting quietly nearby, the son spoke. This is Yulaf, the Mona stone merchant. Still seated, the hooded figure kept his eyes closed. Levadon's expression darkened. So, the wardens heard of him. Without rising from his knee, Arun looked up at his father. I flew to Leyte, met with Yulaf, told him everything. And then, he added, we came back together. Something fell off. One of the men whispered, strange. Why follow the merchant all the way out here for this? The young man shrugged. I used it as a chance to lure the spy somewhere quiet, then asked who he really was. He glanced over at Javis' lifeless body. After that, I drew my sword. Towering over him, the man asked, and how did you know he was a spy? Without a word, the guy handed over a folded sheet of paper. The blonde signaled to the butler, who quickly brought the envelope to Levadon. Levadon studied it in silence, humming thoughtfully as everyone around held their breath, watching closely. Finally, after a long pause, he looked up. This is my son said. I believe this knight was a spy. Kieran gasped. Wait, is that true? What's written on it? He stared at his father in shock. You didn't know? Levadon kept his gaze steady. It's some kind of code. The Imperial Information Department uses this often. I've seen it a few times. Still in disbelief, Kieran reached out. But what if it's just a copy? Levadon shot him a sharp look, and Kieran immediately went quiet. Levadon turned his attention back to the elder nearby. Doesn't seem like you want this getting back to the Empire. Kieran quickly shook his head. Of course not. The Empire's a threat that needs to be handled. Levadon's eyes narrowed. Is that truly why? Absolutely, Kieran insisted. Levadon's thoughts drifted to his eldest son as the palace grew quiet. Everyone waited, listening. In moments like this, there are always people who cling to hope, thinking things will work out, just because they always have. But leaders can't think like that. Waiting for rain just because it didn't fall today. Levadon said, that's fine if you're a pawn. But a leader prepares for drought. He fixed his gaze on Kieran. Understand? Kieran let out a breath and lowered his head. Yes, I understand. From the stairs, one of the men nodded at Arun. Well done. Arun shrugged. Caught it by accident, really. Kieran heard the doctor being called and clenched his teeth, anger simmering. Furrowing his brow, Kieran glared at Arun, silently cursing him. Nearby, someone shot him a side glance. A bit much, don't you think? Later, Arun sat on a bed, leaning back against the pillows, his face pale with shock. I knew they'd keep me here, he muttered, but still didn't expect this. He forced a small, bitter smile as the man in the white cloak commented. All this for a scratch? You're getting the full treatment. Feeling better? He asked. But Arun's expression darkened, remembering the servant who'd brought him a tray of colorful potions, announcing, your father ordered full tests after every meal. They really were being thorough. Arun couldn't help but think, for someone with aura, who healed far faster than a regular person, this was definitely overkill. With a slightly smug glance, Arun looked over at the man. So, how much longer is this going to drag on? What a pathetic sight. Yulaf shot him a glance. Is it really that bad? Arun gestured lazily. Go check the mirror yourself. The man in the white cape touched his own cheek, tugging at the skin. I was the one who said not to take it off. As he removed the mask, Javis ran a hand through his silver hair. Happy now, he muttered. Arun pressed his hands against the blanket. Forget that. Tell me what my father said. Anything happen? The knight glanced toward Levadon. The lord only asked a few ordinary questions. Honestly, it felt like he didn't care much about Yulaf at all. Staring at the leather mask in his hands, the knight admired the craftsmanship. Can't believe even the lord fell for this. He ran his finger over the edges, and the wig figured out from the scar. When Arun asked him to take care of the mask, the knight frowned. Why? Can't you just make another? Arun smirked, eyes glinting. You think the same face of an entire nation is that easy to recreate? Javis blinked, fear creeping into his expression. What are you saying? Staring at the mask, his hands trembled. The mask slipped from his grasp and clattered to the floor. His face darkened. Wait, this is... Arun shot him a sharp look. Be careful with that. It's my lifeline. Cold sweat formed on the knight's forehead as he cast a narrow, uneasy glance at Arun. Just who is this guy? Where'd he get these kind of skills? But for now, that didn't matter. Javis turned back toward Arun. Mind if I ask you something? Arun stayed calm. Go ahead. Leaning forward, hands resting on his knees, the knight asked, Why keep hiding your abilities? Arun casually waved his hand. What's the point of showing off? I'm just a 5th grader, and people already act like I'm a problem. He met Javis' gaze. Even the sharpest chisel can only carve so much before the stone cracks. If I go all out, my class won't just break, it'll shatter. He looked straight at the man on the bed. I'm Lazakin's descendant, the Real Steel Guard. I don't think anyone would argue if I revealed everything. A silence filled the room as Arun and Javis locked eyes. Arun narrowed his gaze and muttered under his breath, Stop acting like a fool. Javis froze, totally thrown off. Still glaring, Arun asked, Or did you want me turning into some walking billboard, screaming for the Empire's attention? Waving his hand dismissively, Javis stammered, And no, that's not what I meant. Arun scoffed, squeezing the jar with the larvae between his fingers. Still don't get it? You're already in my hands. A pale slug slid slowly along the bottom of the jar. Sweat trickled down Javis' face as he stared. Arun pointed at the jar with a grin. Want to take it from me? Javis' face turned ashen. He scowled. You really think I'd fall for your tricks twice? That's not it, he muttered. I shouldn't have even asked. Reluctantly, he held out a document with both hands. When Arun asked if he'd written the report, Javis nodded. Exactly as you instructed. Arun unfolded the paper and began reading. The special agent report detailed Steel Guard's current state. Levadon and the clan showed no major changes, with Levadon suspected of hiding his rank. Kieran was listed as a regular Class 2 fighter with the potential for Class 1. There was also mention of a young man with dark gray hair, Jason Steelguard, in his 34th year, now studying his body. And as for Arun, the report flatly declared he showed no signs of progress. A complete non-entity. Arun sat on the bed, holding the paper in his hands, pausing on the next line. The communications manager, Gilbert, had died from unknown causes. Security levels were now heightened. Javis noticed Arun's reaction. That's not bad, right? Arun glanced away, his expression faintly disappointed. He smacked his palm lightly. Non-entity? Bit harsh. He allowed a slow breath. This report's insanely biased. It's actually kind of insulting. Hearing that, Javis immediately panicked, waving his hands. No, I swear I don't think that about you at all. I only wrote it that way because you told me to make you seem as worthless as possible. Arun let out a heavy sigh, frowning. Why are you apologizing? Makes you look suspicious, he said flatly. Javis bit his lip, clearly frustrated. Was he trying too hard to play innocent? With a wave of his hand, Arun dismissed it calmly. Hide the lie inside the truth. If you're too obvious, you'll pay for it. He shut his eyes and crossed his arms, while Javis quickly added, I'll fix the report. I'll put you at around 6th or 7th grade. Arun opened his eyes and shot him a look. And how exactly are you contacting them without a communications manager? Javis met his gaze. I know someone over at Acadio. Arun rubbed his chin, thinking aloud. Looks like we're going on a trip soon. Then, closing his eyes, he added, Go on. Just try not to get caught. The spy nodded and rose from his chair. Arun watched him leave, following his steps with a sideways glance until the sound of footsteps faded. Arms still crossed. He turned his gaze away, wondering if Javis would make a decent double agent. The Empire's moves needed watching. Someone had to figure out what they were planning. But then, the image of that silver-haired man flashed in his mind. If Javis dared to work with the Empire again, well, there was always the bug. Killing him wouldn't be hard. A sudden noise from behind the door caught his attention. Levadon stepped in, hair tousled, and looked toward him. How are you feeling? Arun blinked wide-eyed. Father? What are you doing here? Swinging his feet to the floor, he started to rise, but Levadon gestured for him to stay put. Don't get up. I'm fine, Arun said with a grin. Levadon glanced down, his expression faintly troubled. You really okay? Waving it off, Arun kept smiling. Thanks to you. They've given me potions and everything. I feel a lot better. still smiling. He rested his hands in front of him. Levedon nodded. Good. I was starting to think I might need to delay the trip. No need, Arun assured him. You got a long journey ahead. I'm really fine. Levedon closed his eyes, quietly agreeing. Arun looked up, puzzled by the rare visit. For a moment, neither of them said a word. Arun watched his father closely, lips slightly parted. Had Levedon ever come to check on him like this in his past life? Looking at the faint wrinkles beneath his father's eyes, he realized it had never happened. They'd never had moments like this. Pressing his lips together, his expression dimmed. He still wasn't used to it. Then, with no warning, Levedon crossed his arms and sat down beside him on the bed. Arun flinched, startled. What was happening? He hadn't even done anything wrong, but it felt like he was about to get scolded. Arun cast a nervous glance at his father's calm face, unsure how to react. What was he supposed to do in a moment like this? Breaking the silence, Levedon finally spoke, his voice low as he stared at the floor. We found where the spy was hiding. Arun blinked, surprised they had moved that fast. Levedon nodded slightly. We searched through the night. Took longer than expected. Turned out he was posing as a Lehite merchant. He sighed. We'll need to tighten security. Arun glanced at his father, a quiet smile tugging at his lips. Compared to the man he remembered from his past life, this Levedon felt like a completely different person. Back then, he never seemed to notice the Empire's gaze. Now, he was fully aware. Still seated beside him, Levedon added, It's thanks to you. Arun tilted his head, confused. That's not true. Levedon looked down. Even so, you need to be careful. Just because you did something great doesn't mean I'm willing to lose my son over some spy. Arun's mind flashed with images of his father from both his past and present life. Once he had been cold, distant, and strict. But now, was this really the same man? As the thought sank in, his heart skipped. Faces of his siblings crossed his mind. He remembered the collapse of Steelguard. Everyone who was there, except his father. Hands resting on his knees, Arun quietly pieced it together. The disappearance of the hero, just 2 years from now. At the time, he'd been at the academy. The only memories he had of his father came from his childhood. Watching Levedon's serious expression, Arun realized maybe, just maybe, he'd misunderstood him all along. Levedon, arms crossed, looked straight ahead. Judging by how you've been acting, I thought everything would be fine at the capital. But still, stay alert. Arun glanced at him sadly. If anything, his father was the one who needed to be careful. Levedon turned slightly and caught his son's gaze. Startled, Arun quickly looked away and shook his head. What is it? Levedon asked. Did you hurt yourself? Arun laughed it off. No, just listening carefully. He flashed a grin and gave a thumbs up. I got the message. Levedon exhaled, closing his eyes. Silence filled the room again. Arun leaned forward, gripping his knees. For a moment, he nearly let his emotions slip and blurt out everything. About the future, the fall of Steelguard, his father's disappearance. But what good would that do? His father would just think he'd lost his mind. No, if anyone was going to change things, he'd do it with his own hands. The door creaked open, light spilling into the room. Levedon stood by the entrance. You got an hour to look around. Arun stood, smiling. Thanks. Levedon smirked. You really like that vault so much? If you want something, just ask, he added. As Arun stepped inside, he glanced back, noticing the faint disappointment on his father's face. Why did he look like that? Then it hit him. Of course. If the Navarro Knights were offered the same chance, they'd all ask for one thing. To be the apprentice of a heroic ranked knight. Arun glanced at Levedon, who stood quietly with his eyes closed. He must have been expecting that request. But instead, Arun grinned and waved. I don't need gold. Just want to have a look around. Scratching his cheek, he glanced off to the side, thinking how strange it felt. He already knew everything here from his past life. Almost made him feel like every word he spoke was a lie. Levedon chuckled softly as he stepped away. That's good. Arun watched him go and, in his mind, apologized. At the door, Levedon turned. I'll wait outside. Take your time. Arun nodded. I'll be quick. With that, he turned toward the vault, his eyes sweeping over the endless shelves stretching across the vast room. As he walked through the narrow corridors, Arun thought to himself how long it had been since he'd set foot in this place. Passing by stacks of coins and crates of emergency supplies, he recalled that the outer storage mostly held things meant for sudden needs. Nothing too special. But deeper inside, in an internal vault, that's where the rare treasures were kept. Glancing to his left, he frowned. Just because something was rare didn't mean it was valuable. Letting out a sigh, he muttered, they could have at least given me something better than this. His eyes landed on a silver shield, trimmed in red and gold, with 2 blue stones embedded at its center. The commander's shield, a magical relic said to boost the morale of an entire army. A gift from the king himself. Arun rested his hand on his belt, staring at the shield sitting on the table. Why would a magic-ranked knight needs something like this. Even those at legendary or heroic rank wouldn't find much use for it. Pursing his lips, he figured the king must have had his reasons for such a gift. And judging by the shield's presence here, those reasons probably weren't good. They were meant to protect the king's interests, not his sword, but his shield. Arun imagined a shadowy figure standing silently near the relic. When the king's true motives came to light, his grandfather had hidden the shield away here. Another image flashed in his mind, a man standing atop a hill, sword raised high, victorious. His grandfather, a mythical ranked knight who could have taken control of the entire Navarro kingdom if he wanted to. But instead, he stayed neutral. Hands in his pockets, Arun gazed at the glittering shield. For all the titles and honors his grandfather had earned, these so-called awards didn't even come close to reflecting what he achieved. With a sharp turn, Arun muttered, "And we can't even sell this thing. Not when it's a royal gift." But despite that, real treasures were hidden here. On one wall hung a black shield marked with a bird emblem. Below it, a kimono rested on display, and on the table in front of it lay a sword. Arun's gaze sharpened. Grandfather's gear. He studied the sword, its narrow blade paired with a red and yellow engraved hilt. The dark sky, his grandfather's most trusted companion. Suddenly, Arun's eyes widened. His left eye glowed red as he thought about his inventory. Scanning the stone walls and piles of boxes around him, a system notification popped up showing his level 1 inventory was already 763 out of 1,000 full. Scratching his chin, Arun frowned. Feels wrong putting a sword like this into some basic inventory. Still, he reached for the upgrade option. Guess it's time to level this up anyway. The system prompted him. Upgrade for 200 coins? Smirking, Arun crossed his arms. Pocket change after the last trade. He confirmed the upgrade. The vault leveled up, and the next prompt appeared. 500 coins. No problem, he agreed. But then came the next price, 1,200 coins. Arun jolted. What? That's ridiculous. Resting his chin on his hand, he shut his eyes. Even if I have that much, no reason to burn through it. Level 3 is fine for now. The ground level room of his inventory improved, now featuring a table, a chair, and a large wooden door. A notification chimed. Capacity increased to 4,000 units. Interior upgraded. Old wooden door and cool stone floor added. Arun opened his eyes and stared blankly at the musty, underwhelming space. For the money I just spent, this is garbage, he muttered. I'm gonna need thousands of coins if I want this place to look decent. Stepping forward, he picked up his grandfather's sword. Let's see something. As soon as he placed the sword into his inventory, a red notification appeared, detailing the Dark Sky sword. A heavy blade forged from eternal dark steel, crafted by a master blacksmith over 100 days. Unbreakable, even by enhanced aura. Within the steel lies the will and spirit of its creator. Arun's eye glowed, red again, as a grin spread across his face. Just as I thought. He gripped the hilt tightly, running his fingers along the blade. This is on a whole different level from the system's weapons. With a quiet chuckle, he added, Guess grandfather was a martial arts master in more ways than one. Looking at the blade, Arun smirked. So this was with grandfather since childhood. Guess that means our ancestor was involved in spatial trade from start. With a quiet chuckle, he placed the sword back on its stand, satisfied that his curiosity was finally put to rest. Closing his eyes, Arun smiled to himself, until his expression darkened and his eyes shot open. Wait, I don't have time for this, he blurted out, realizing how distracted he'd gotten. Moving quickly down the rows of towering shelves, he reminded himself why he was here in the first place. He needed to find the book of measurement transactions. It had to be here. A vivid image flashed through his mind. Countless hands reaching for the glowing red book. There could only be one spatial trader from Earth 1342. If that book ever landed in the wrong hands, especially those close to him, history could repeat itself. If the book truly existed, a faint red glow flickered around his silhouette as he clenched his jaw. He needed to find it first. Scanning the shelves, Arun rubbed his chin. Is it really here somewhere? Hands on his hips, he narrowed his eyes. The book wasn't anywhere in sight. He moved forward slowly, peering through each row. Maybe it's hidden, somewhere unusual. Dropping into a squat, he checked the lower cabinets, searching every corner. If I remember right, in my past life. Sliding down to the floor, he looked under one of the shelves. Still nothing, he muttered. But then his eyes widened. What's that? Gritting his teeth, he stretched his arm under the cabinet, straining to reach whatever was tucked deep inside. Just a little more. With a heavy exhale, he finally sat back, holding his find in his hands. It wasn't a book. Arun froze, staring at the black egg resting in his palms, glinting faintly under the light with white reflections. An ostrich egg? No, it felt more like metal. Resting his chin on his hand, elbow on his knee, he frowned. Definitely not what I'm looking for. Lowering the egg back down, he shoved it under the shelf. Better to leave it where I found it. Brushing off his clothes, he stood. Either way, this only confirmed it. The book of transactions wasn't in the internal storage. With a smug grin, he thought to himself, of course. Only I have it. Hands resting on his belt, he shifted his focus. Now, the real question was how he'd ended up back in the past, and how he started interacting with the spatial exchange system to begin with. Looking ahead, his gaze darkened. Since his return, only one explanation had come to mind. A single image appeared, a deep blue, violet-carved bookmark with a delicate tassel dangling from the end. The bookmark of wish. Arun remembered sitting in that chair, his shirt drenched in blood, wondering what it was he wished for before he died. The image of his wounded, slumped figure flashed through his mind. The pain had been unbearable, the memory hazy. But if he had to guess, he was sure he wished for another chance. Maybe he'd even wished to monopolize spatial trade. Resting his chin on his hand, Arun thought about the bookmark. It only granted one wish. But if that were the case, why did the pieces of his memory not add up? He pressed his lips together, closing his eyes to think it over. After a while, he sighed and tapped the back of his ear. Doesn't matter. I'm not going to figure it out now. It was clear. The book wasn't here. With a faint smile, he rubbed the back of his neck. Would have been a disaster if I just left it sitting around without realizing. Shrugging off the thought, he figured he'd grab something else before leaving. As he strolled through the vault, scanning the shelves, he kept thinking over what was worth taking. No reason to limit himself. Stopping in front of his grandfather's sword, Dark Sky, he crossed his arms and tilted his head. Should I really take this? A few seconds passed before he shook his head, waving his hands. Nah, that's overkill. Looking around, he pictured the different artifacts stored here. Stuff that used to seem incredible now just felt unnecessary. Turning to a row of books, he wondered if grabbing his grandfather's notes might be a smarter move. But before he could decide, a soft clink caught his attention. The black egg rolled out from under the cabinet, bumping gently into the tip of his shoe. Arun's eyes widened. Didn't I put this back? Puzzled, he picked it up again, inspecting the smooth surface. Pretty sure it doesn't have legs. Then the thought hit him. Maybe it did. This was his grandfather's vault. The greatest spatial merchant in history. Weird things were bound to happen here. Staring at the egg in his hands, Arun wondered if it was something from another dimension. At that moment, his left eye flashed red. Without hesitation, he placed the egg into his inventory to check its details. But the system came back blank. No data. Arun frowned, glancing around the vault. Serious sorry? You couldn't show me anything. Staring at the red icon, he wondered if the lack of info meant the egg came from a higher dimension, beyond his current level. Lifting it to eye level, he studied it closely. Definitely not from the second or third system. Guess now I'm stuck figuring out what this thing even is. As lightning flashed across his left eye, his eye of providence activated. The red glow reflected in his wide eyes. And in that moment, he finally understood what the egg really was. Later, as Arun passed a group of servants, he heard the whispers. He remembered that day, just like in his past life, when he left for the academy. One of the men quietly muttered, "Guess we're finally free now." The others snickered. Two women exchanged sharp glances. People like him never change, one scoffed. Steel Guard would be better off without him, the other added. Back then, he remembered how they all stared at him like it was a celebration, like his leaving was a gift. And yet now, those same halls were lined with servants watching him go, with worried faces. "Please, take care of yourself," someone said softly. Arun glanced over the crowd of people, stunned. So different from last time. Smiling wide, he waved back. Thanks for the concern. Thinking back to how things used to be, he couldn't help but reflect on how, just weeks ago, they all hated him. Now he was Steel Guard's hope. A soft smile lingered on his lips. For once, he felt proud. As he looked to the side, his sister Karen approached. "You excited to leave?" she asked gently. Arun let out a quiet laugh. "I'll be back for the holidays." While the others loaded the cart, the two of them stood off to the side. "Promise you'll write when you get there," Karen said. Before he could answer, she started rattling off instructions. "If you visit the foreign islands, remember to take care of yourself. Eat properly. Don't throw your laundry everywhere. Wash your food. Be polite to your friends." And Arun just stood there, blinking as she kept going. She asked if he understood everything. The blonde quietly nodded, eyes cast downward. The girl gave a small smile, saying she believed he'd be just fine, but that didn't stop her from worrying. She wondered aloud if it was because he was the youngest. Before he could answer, Run extended his palm. His sister gently placed a small pouch, tied with golden thread, into his hand. Looking down at it with a puzzled expression, he asked, "What's this?" Karen raised a finger with a playful grin. "Just a little gift." He laughed nervously, wondering why he'd need money at the academy. Meeting her gaze, she explained she'd heard it might come in handy. Still unsure, Run tilted his head and smiled awkwardly, turning the pouch over in his hand. I mean, I got a decent allowance, but I guess if I ever exchanged all my coins into gold, I might end up looking like one of those knights. They stood there for a moment, facing each other. Then, realizing what she meant, he thanked her and promised he'd put it to good use. She brushed it off like it was nothing. Then something clicked. His eyes widened. Wait, that was strange. His sister shouldn't have spare money lying around. A bead of sweat slid down his cheek as confusion set in. Clutching the pouch, he glanced at Karen, calm as ever, and that's when he noticed. The large red stone on her gold chain, the ruby pendant she always wore, was gone. Outside, a black carriage with golden trim waited. Inside, a small bag sat on the sofa. Run stared at it silently from across the seat. There was nothing stopping her from selling that ruby. It wasn't some family heirloom or anything passed down from their mother. Leaning back with his arms crossed, he muttered that he knew just how much she cared about him. Maybe she felt pressured. He pictured her standing before the family crest. Steel Guard didn't have a master anymore, so she stepped up. Maybe she felt it was her duty. Run let out a heavy sigh. Those were his burdens to carry, not hers. Looking ahead, he pushed the thoughts aside. There was no time to dwell on it. He had to stay focused. Before leaving, he activated login number 1. A red scroll appeared in front of him. Out of the corner of his eye, system windows popped up. Plus 30 coins. Plus 22 coins from Seikyan. Run frowned, reading the notification with clear irritation. He immediately fired off a message in the chat. You think this is a joke? Seikyan responded, confused. What are you talking about? Run glared at the chat. I told you. There's no time. Get done. Now. Seikyan scrambled to reply. I'm working on it. Run exhaled sharply and scowled. Oh sure. You seem real busy. On the other end, Seikyan nervously laughed it off. Arun asked if he had managed to find himself a useful idiot yet. Run groaned, listening as Seikyan stumbled over his words, calling it a misunderstanding. Just an automatic exchange, that's all. Then he blurted out, Wait, are scammers using this? Someone's trying to pull something, aren't they? Seikyan went pale. Okay, please chill. He quickly started calculating new rates. -1%, -2%. Run cut him off at -3%. Yeah, let's stick with that. Seikyan scratched his head awkwardly. Right, it's just, I got a sudden call from a client. But hey, I didn't forget about you. I kept my eyes on the register the whole time. Run shot back, unimpressed. We've been over this. Lifting his hand, the red scroll appeared once again. Don't play games with me. A new system window blinked to life. Interest rates updated, from 80% versus 20% to 83% versus 17%. Seikyan rubbed his face, clearly frustrated. Run added coldly. When I say do something, you drop everything and do it. Seikyan groaned. Yeah, got it. I'll check again right now. Satisfied, Run glanced down at the contract. Everything was in place. With the exchange center backing it, the deal was rock solid. Then his eyes drifted to the Secret Service contract. Merchant Seikyan, now officially acting as his client and supplier. In his mind, Run called it what it really was, a spatial contract. He pictured himself holding the slave contract scroll in front of Seikyan, grinning darkly. In exchange for protection, and keeping certain secrets from some very dangerous people, Seikyan had agreed to follow his orders and hand over 80% of all profits for the next 100 years. Basically, he signed himself up to be Run's servant for a full century. Run chuckled to himself. Jewelry, riches, Seikyan had already tasted the good life. And now, even if Run took 80% of the profits, Seikyan wouldn't dare quit. A regular paycheck just wouldn't cut it anymore. With a sorry grin, he rested his chin on his hand, thinking how Seikyan was like a never-melting candy, one he could keep squeezing for profit forever. Then a message popped up. Seikyan reported he'd finally gotten what they needed. Run closed his eyes and smirked. See? That didn't take long. You could have done it any time. Seikyan quickly apologized. Propping his head on his hand, Run decided to check it out. A system window appeared, displaying an image of a book titled Evangeline's Breath. The description read, Evangeline, a sword master from Earth 3884, created this technique. After conquering the world, she rejected traditional martial arts designed for male bodies and developed her own style for women. And, during its creation, she discovered something incredible. Run raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What exactly did she find? But the explanation stopped there. Activating the Eye of Providence, he searched for more info. Nothing. Leaning closer to the window, he scowled. Even with that, he couldn't dig any deeper. Opening the chat, he messaged Seikyan. Did you at least find what we needed? Swordmaster from Earth 3884 or not, that doesn't guarantee it'll work. Adjusting his glasses, Seikyan replied with a grin. I read through the book too. But tell me, didn't you say you needed someone at 3rd level? Run blinked. Are you insane? Who's the 3rd level? Looking surprised, Seikyan answered. Well, If someone can't use sword chi, aren't they probably third level? Silence. Run sighed, holding back his frustration. Shut up. My internal energy is third level. Tears of disbelief almost welled up as he sat there thinking. Whose fault is this anyway? Clasping his hands together, he reminded himself to stay calm. Risking his life over this wasn't worth it. Finally, he muttered, theoretically, it's one of the top martial arts. Run then asked, what about stability? That's the key. Seakian nodded. It's soft and flexible. The risk of internal injury is low. Arms crossed. Run listened as Seakian continued, explaining how hard it was to find something better right now. Is that so? Run asked. Seakian raised his hand. Yeah, and by the way, why'd you go with the O system? If you're looking for methods designed for women's internal energy, I've got a couple. Run shut his eyes. That's not your concern. What about the others? Calmly, Seakian replied. Still waiting. Found some sellers, but no replies yet. Send them to me when they do. Of course, Seakian said awkwardly, folding his hands. Then he tried to steer the conversation back to interest rates. Arun ignored him and left the room. Seakian glared at the system window and muttered an insult under his breath. Meanwhile, Arun held the book in his hands, smirking to himself. Keeping Seakian around was the right call. He was useful. Palafing through the pages, he nodded. Not bad. Great translation. Solid martial arts text. Closing the book, he made up his mind. Karen spotted it and asked, surprised, is that for me? Standing across from her, Arun held the book out. I figured it'd be more useful to you. She blinked. You bought this for me? You really didn't have to. With a soft smile, he replied, it might seem random now, but trust me. There's a reason I'm giving it to you. And what's that? She asked. You'll understand once you read it. Just please give it a try. Karen smiled warmly, closing her eyes. I will. Thank you. Watching her, Arun thought to himself that she had real talent, probably even more than he ever did. He imagined Karen clad in armor, sword in hand. If she mastered Iron Breath, maybe Steel Guard wouldn't fall. But becoming a special knight wasn't exactly easy. Karen stood quietly, gazing ahead. Arun, watching her, felt certain of one thing. His sister wouldn't waste her potential. And when the time came, whether it was martial arts, supreme mana stones, or anything else, he could give her everything. But for now, it wasn't the right moment. Smiling to himself, he clapped his hands together, then suddenly remembered something important. Turning to the crowd, he locked eyes with Karen. She looked at him puzzled. Arun pointed 2 fingers at his eyes, then pillared his hand and pointed at her. Even though he was leaving, his message was clear. I'm still watching you. Then, just to drive it home, he made a slicing motion across his throat, throwing in a threatening glare. Don't do anything stupid. Darren went pale as the cavalry flanked the carriage, another one following closely behind. From his seat, Arun glanced out, thinking how, in his past life, the road to the academy felt like marching straight into hell. But now, everything was different. He thought of his father, his brother, his sisters. The people who once despised him now treated him well. Even Kalilo and the others. For the first time, he felt like the world was finally looking at him with respect. In his mind, he pictured his past self standing back to back with who he was today. This is what separates me from who I used to be. A scarlet flame flickered to life in his eye, and with it, he decided he'd keep making that gap even wider. Just then, a message came in from Seakian. The seller finally replied. Seakian informed him. Arun crossed his arms. Are they still selling? Yeah, Seakian confirmed. Thought we should talk details. Arun glanced at the system window. Good. Connect me. As the link established, he smirked to himself. Finally, some real progress. Lifting his hand, a black egg appeared, resting in his palm. The system window identified it as a Bulgasari egg. A faint image of a beast with glowing eyes shimmered in the air. Arun studied it with interest. At birth, it was barely worth noticing, weak, harmless. But as it grew, an unstoppable force, a metal-devouring monster capable of natural disasters. Yet despite its strength, a fully trained Bulgasari was known for unmatched loyalty. Arun smirked. A living catastrophe, and now it belongs to me. Just then, a new file popped up. Seakian had sent over details on someone named Henry. Arun opened the file, eyebrows raising as he read through it. Henry, Animus from System 4. 4th level trader. Spirit status, wonderful warrior. Current funds, 418 coins. Arun tilted his head, intrigued. What's a System 4 guy doing on Channel 1? Hand on his chin, he dug a little deeper, pulling up the Exchange Center report. Ranked 3,827. Regular competitor. Obsessed with tournaments. And apparently blowing all his winnings on gambling. Arun smirked. This might be even easier than he thought. Without hesitation, he hit the call button. A chat window popped up. Hello, Arun greeted. Henry leaned back, bare-chested and holding a horn in his hand. Finally, so you're the guy from System 1 who wants the taming guide. Arun smiled. That's me. Mind showing me the item? Henry lifted the horn. Give me a second. An information window blinked to life. Parts 214, 227 detected. The description read that this was no ordinary manual. It belonged to a tamer who was said to be more monstrous than the beasts themselves. The book held the secrets and tricks of Emperor Grandbid, and as Arun scanned the titles of the parts, he spotted them. 214, Hypnosis of the Cyclops. 215, Bulgasari. 216, Ghost Crow. Without hesitation, Arun said he wanted to buy Part 215. Henry glanced back at the chat, unimpressed. Did you not hear me? I already told my slave, I'm not selling just one part. Arun yawned. So, you try to unload all 14 parts at once. With a smug grin, Henry confirmed, exactly. 2,000 coins. Arun nearly laughed. 2,000? Just for an egg-hatching guide? Henry, surprised by the rejection, leaned over his table. Come on, this book is what made the Emperor of Beasts who he was. You're getting it cheap. Arun smirked. Don't give me that. Those books were written after he became emperor. Henry looked away, chuckling in frustration. Arun rested his hands on his knees. 150 coins for Part 215. That's 8 coins more than it's worth. Henry raised his hand, pointing at the book. Use your head. The full 666-part collection is valued at over 300,000 coins. Arun scoffed. Yeah, when it's complete. This is just a handful of parts. Henry frowned. 14 volumes in a row make it a premium class item. Arun leaned back, tapping his chin. Maybe Henry was right about one thing. Finding this in System 1 wouldn't be easy. But that didn't mean Arun was going to let himself get played. With a wicked grin, he tossed out an offer. Tell you what, I'll take a copy of Part 215 for 100 coins. Henry looked horrified. Did you just say copy? Are you out of your mind? Throwing his hands up, Henry shouted. You can't just pirate licensed items. Do you have any idea how much blood and sweat the author put into creating this? Arun scratched his neck. What's with the sudden lecture? Then his eyes caught something, a small symbol on the window. The copyright mark. His expression stiffened. Oh, right. Copyrights on books were directly managed by the Exchange Center. Get caught selling or copying marked materials? Banned. Permanently. All coins wiped out. No wonder Henry reacted like that. Feeling a bit guilty, Arun apologized. Didn't notice the tag. Henry pointed sharply at the chat. Be careful. They're cracking down hard on that stuff. Arun covered his face for a moment, sighing. So much for copying. Dropping his hand, he offered 200 coins for Part 215. Last offer. Be smart about this. Henry went quiet. Arun shrugged. Or don't. I really don't care. Then, without waiting, he closed the chat. Smirking, he leaned back. Now, let's see who's more desperate. Right on cue, Henry sent a chat invite. Arun chuckled. Knew it. Henry's reply came in, sounding defeated. 200 still too low. How about 250? Arun stayed calm. Think clearly. That's my final offer. Henry clutched his book in frustration. If I break up the set, the whole value drops. Arun tilted his head. So, you selling or not? Grinding his teeth, Henry finally gave in. Fine. 200. Arun grinned to himself. Just like he thought. Henry barely had 400 coins left, desperate enough to crawl into System 1, trying to recover his gambling losses. What choice did he have? 3 system windows popped up. 180 coins spent on Part 215. 27 coins received back as cashback. Copyright notice. Acquired knowledge can only be used within the Exchange Center or absorbed. Arun smiled. Time to see what the Emperor knew about Bulgasari. The part opened, revealing the details. Bulgasari, a werewolf classified as a regional threat, but with proper training, capable of reaching national, continental, maybe even planetary threat levels. Difficulty: hatching, A rank. Taming, A rank. Training, C rank for ease, S rank for potential. Arun stared at the page, stunned. Planetary level. He glanced down at the egg resting beside him. All this time, he'd been carrying it around without a second thought. Now, realizing what it might become, he looked at it with a spark of excitement. A planetary-level beast, huh? The egg shimmered under the sunlight. Suddenly, Arun flinched, a chill running through him. This is seriously terrifying. Before he could collect his thoughts, a system window popped up above him. Absorption of the book complete. Looking over the notifications, Arun thought to himself, yeah, I didn't call him the Emperor of Beasts for nothing. This knowledge is worth every coin. A small smile tugged at his lips. And this? Hatching the egg is only the beginning. Daytime and nighttime methods, completely different. And for someone in System 1, raising a Bulgasari would be next to impossible. Staring at the egg, he pictured DNA strands twisting together. Since Bulgasari was an incomplete creature, it couldn't hatch on its own. It needed genetic material from another organism, saliva, mucus, blood, anything like that. Arun imagined a massive iceberg floating in the dark. From the start, it's all about potential. The stronger the genetic material, the more powerful the Bulgasari would become. Hand over his mouth, Arun repeated it in his mind. What I need is a beast with a strong body. Then it hit him. Beast. Images of creatures flashed through his mind. Beasts existed even in systems 0 and 1. Though here, people usually call them spirits. He opened the store with a grin. Nothing goes to waste. They're all for sale anyway. Skimming the descriptions, he muttered to himself, human, earthly, heavenly, and celestial. But what do I even pick? Then a thought crossed his mind, and he smirked. Actually, he knew just the person to ask. Opening the chat, Arun messaged Siakyan. You know much about beast materials? Yeah, Siakyan replied. Why? What do you need? Arun hesitated, then asked, almost nervously, you don't think I'm about to make you tame a beast without any cultivation, do you? Siakyan let out a sigh of relief. Good. For a second there, I thought you lost your mind. Leaning closer, Arun pressed on. So how much do you actually know? Siakyan shrugged. Enough to get by. Arun sent over a file. Take a look. Tell me what you think. Evaluate it how? Siakyan asked. Combat power, Arun answered. High healing ability doesn't mean high strength. Siakyan opened the file and whistled. Wow, you got a good list here. Scrolling through, he added, yeah, healing doesn't mean much in a fight. For example, he pulled up a huge turtle. The blood of a 10,000-year-old iron-mouthed turtle. Great for cultivation. But at the end of the day, it's just an old turtle. Then, with a grin, Siakyan held up another entry. Now, the blood of a bloody fire dragon or the bile of a 1,000-year-old bear. That's a whole different story. Arun's curiosity piqued. So which of those two is stronger? What's the better pick? A photo popped up. A massive, flaming serpent coiled through the sky. Siakyan didn't hesitate. Definitely the bloody fire dragon. You're looking at a snake that's been trained for thousands of years and eventually became a dragon. You don't pass that up. Arun chuckled to himself. Yeah, a dragon is a dragon. Arun listened carefully as Siakyan explained that the big bear was nothing compared to the dragon. Curious, Arun asked how martial arts users even manage to hunt such creatures. Siakyan shifted awkwardly. There are some incredible people out there. Arun scratched his neck a little annoyed. Yeah, that's probably true. Siakyan quickly raised his hands, trying to cut him off as Arun thanked him and said he was ready to buy the dragon's blood. Before he could finish, Siakyan rushed to say something. By the way, I bought Evangeline's breath with my own money. I know we signed a contract, but Arun cut him off with a grin. What? Hurting your wallet? Siakyan paled and scratched the back of his head. No, I didn't mean it like that. Arun leaned forward, resting his hands on his knees. So how much did the book cost? 300 coins, Siakyan admitted, raising his hands defensively. Arun's eyes widened. Why so much? I was in a hurry, didn't have time to negotiate. Arun smirked. You sure you're not lying again? You know I already checked the price. Siakyan groaned. I wouldn't dare. I'd be dead if I tried to lie to you now. Arun opened their contract with a satisfied nod. For your honesty, I'll reward you. The interest rate reset to its previous value. With a smile, Arun asked, so, we're even now? Siakyan looked down sadly. Yeah, I guess. Arun crossed his arms, still smiling. I'll call if I need you. When Siakyan didn't reply, Arun added, and if you don't answer within 10 minutes, you get a warning. Got it, Siakyan mumbled. Arun exited the chat, raised his finger to the system window, and confirmed his choice. Bloodfire Dragon. With a tap, a small bottle appeared in his hand, filled with just 10 milliliters of dragon blood. Turning his gaze to the egg, Arun wondered if it would still work after sitting in storage for 10 years. He poured a couple of drops onto the shell. The liquid hissed and sizzled, evaporating on contact. Arun raised the bottle, surprised. Feels like pouring oil on a hot pan. Then something caught his eye. The egg began to glow, pulsing with a scarlet light. Arun watched, thrilled. It worked. No wonder they call it a beast. It survived all these years, hidden away in oblivion. Staring at the egg, Arun couldn't help but wonder how it ended up in his grandfather's vault. Did he trade with someone from System 4? Displeased, he turned away. Not like I ever knew much about him, anyway. Suddenly, the egg let out a sound. Arun spun back, startled. But the egg quieted again, and he let out a breath of relief. Guess it likes the blood. Crossing his arms, satisfied, he knew there was nothing left to do now but wait. The carriage rolled past a quiet lake, high mountains rising in the distance. Not a sound came from inside. The air shifted, the hair on Arun's head gently lifting. Settling into a lotus position, hands on his knees, he began to meditate as energy swirled around him. But something broke his focus. A soft sound. The egg was moving. Aruin's eyes snapped open. Is it time? Cracks spread across the shell, smoke leaking out. He leaned in, heart pounding. Here it comes. He pictured a monstrous beast with glowing eyes, a legend straight from System 4. A planetary-level terror, a living disaster. The mighty Bulgasari. But when the shell broke, out popped a tiny creature with big, sparkling eyes. Aruin blinked in shock, then burst out laughing. You're actually kind of cute. The little creature squeaked happily. Aruin couldn't help but smile wide, his face flushing. With a grin, he made a small cut across his skin with his sword, leaving a shallow mark. Guess we're doing this properly. The blonde casually pulled the sword from his injured hand, blood seeping from the fresh wound. Instantly, the creature's attention shifted. Without hesitation, the young man extended his bleeding hand toward the beast. After all, Bulgasari don't produce milk. They nourish their young with their own blood. Scooping the animal into his arms, he watched it drink with quiet satisfaction. Blood left an imprint on these creatures. Once they tasted it, they'd forever recognize it as their own. As the pet eagerly licked at the wound, the young man figured this would help curb its aggression. Feeding it his blood now meant easier control later. Off to the side, the iron steel guard quietly observed. His eyes followed the Bulgasari as it continued drinking, his expression calm. At first. But as the creature kept going, he finally stepped in. That's enough, he said, voice firm. The young master chuckled awkwardly, gripping the creature by the scruff. Guess I'll pass out if this keeps up. I really need to figure out a better feeding plan. Can't be bleeding all over the place every time. As the thought passed, he leaned back, shutting his eyes. A name. It needed a name. Moments later, his eyes snapped open with sudden inspiration. He looked at the beast. How about? Sorry. The creature blinked at him, clearly unimpressed. With a displeased squeak, it left the name hanging in the air. The young man tilted his head. What? You don't like it? Nearby, Javis pointed at the young master's hand. What happened to you? The blonde lifted his bandaged arm with a shrug. Nothing serious. Javis frowned. Nothing serious? You're bleeding. Still unfazed, the young man replied. Got bored on the carriage. Ended up cutting myself messing around with the sword. An awkward pause filled the space. Javis let out a sigh. Yeah, right. After what you pulled earlier. There's no way I'm buying that. The young master smirked to himself. Maybe I should put a little more effort into lying. Javis rested his hand on his sword hilt, glancing over. Seriously, though, be more careful. I'm responsible for keeping you safe, you know. A short distance away, men were lighting fires and unloading supplies for a quick meal. The blonde turned to check on them. So, after we eat, we keep moving till sunset? Javis nodded, then gestured toward the carriage. Hey, grab what you need from there. Without waiting for a reply, he started toward the carriage. But halfway there, his steps slowed. Something rustled in the bushes. His gaze snapped to the side, hand gripping his sword, ready to draw. Before he could move, another hand landed on his, firm, stopping him. It was the iron steel guard. Calm and steady, he met Javis' confused glare. Relax, the blonde said, his voice low. It's fine. Javis frowned, not convinced in the slightest. Whatever the blonde thought was fine, he definitely wasn't seeing it. A sudden rustle from the bushes caught the man's attention. Before he could react, Sari leapt into his arms, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. The little creature settled comfortably, clearly pleased with itself. Watching with curiosity, the servant tilted his head. What is that thing? A weasel. The blonde rested his good hand atop the pet's head. It's mine, he said simply. Facing him, the green-haired servant raised a brow. Since when do you have a pet? Long enough, the blonde replied, feigning disappointment. And here I thought you were paying attention to me. He shot Javis a sarcastic look. Tell me, were you even watching us? Caught off guard, Javis froze, unable to answer. The young man glanced at Sari, who was nuzzling against him. Go on. Say hello, he encouraged, introducing the pet to the servant. Sari's eyes sparkled as it looked over at Javis. The sight made the usually gruff man soften. Blushing, he stretched out a hand, hoping to pet the creature. Seeing the chance, the blonde smirked, curious to see how this would play out. As soon as Javis' hand touched Sari's head, the creature's expression soured. Displeased, it glared before pulling away. Javis recoiled immediately. Guess he hates me, he muttered. The blonde shrugged. Not surprising. You did almost point a sword at him. Javis groaned, throwing up his hands. Yeah, I get it. With a sigh, he turned to leave. I'll bring food once it's ready. But behind him, Sari's anger lingered, the fire in its eyes unmistakable. Bulgasari weren't just temperamental. They grew stronger by devouring metal and could shift forms. A powerful companion, but dangerous if left unchecked. If Sari ever lost control, keeping it close would be impossible. Raising his hand, the young man let the pet climb onto his arm. They exchange a knowing look. Yeah, the blood had been worth it. Above them, gray skies stretched over distant mountains and endless green forests. Their journey continued along the coastal road. Inside the carriage, the young master sat with arms crossed, his mind drifting. According to the Emperor's theory, a Bulgasari's strength came from the energy it absorbed in its youth. His thoughts shifted to the blood-fire dragon with its green scales. Solving the first part of the equation had been possible by selecting the right components. But to crack the next stage, he'd need an elixir. Meanwhile, Sari gnawed on something noisily beside him. The young man glanced over, then froze. Tears welled up as he realized what the creature was eating. That was my bamboo life pill, he thought bitterly. The same one given to him by the mountain bamboo sect leader. The one worth 150 coins. The one he'd been saving. Dropping his head into his hand, he sighed. Back to square one. With only 53 days left before the mana crystal, he needed to pick his next product carefully. His mind raced through the possibilities. Balance was everything. Whatever he chose had to sell high and fast. The answer hit him. His eyes snapped open, and he shot to his feet. I've got it. This time, the product would involve internal cultivation, a rare commodity, always in demand, and worth a fortune. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he watched the numbers on his panel rise, the red board flashing confirmation of the exchange and his growing profits. Perfect, he mused. Buy for 250, sell for more, and pocket the difference. In his mind, coins rained from the sky. He pictured himself laughing, arms wide as gold poured down. Thousands, maybe even tens of thousands. But reality struck when the red board lit up again, this time with restrictions. Sales locked for 500 days. A full year. Groaning, he looked away. So much for easy riches. A new notification appeared, congratulating him on achieving the King of Gold title. A small comfort, but it helped. Crossing his arms, he smirked. Guess it's time to raise prices. Item after item filled his inventory, the notifications stacking up as he bought elixirs and materials. With no sales limit on those, the plan was simple. Sell fast, earn big. Leaning forward, the blonde grinned as the final exchange screen popped up. This was only the beginning. The man turned his attention to his pet, calling its name. Sari responded right away, earning a grin from his master. Without hesitation, the guy showered the little creature with a handful of multicolored elixirs. Sparkles lit up in Sari's eyes, as if he'd just been transported to paradise. Iron Steel Guard pointed to his own mouth, opening wide. Sari mimicked him perfectly, repeating the gesture. Carefully, the young man held Sari's mouth open between his fingers, inspecting its fangs. Everything seemed to be developing just as it should. Sari sat back, looking quite pleased with himself. In just a few short days, he had already changed a lot. His fur color was tied to the blood of his first feed, and now that his fangs had fully grown, his baby stage was officially over. With a long breath, the blonde leaned back and closed his eyes. The pet had reached its limit. There was no need for more elixirs. The days of endless feeding were done. He mentally reviewed his expenses, a third spent on Sari, another third reinvested in the exchange, and the rest on his own cultivation and supplies. Reaching toward a familiar blue slip of paper, he held what was called the second circle of daytime healing magic. Smiling, he tore it in half without hesitation. Above him, a glowing blue magic symbol appeared, swirling in the air as fragments of the paper floated down. Magic surged around the sigil, growing stronger by the second. Touching his forehead smugly, he whispered, "If chi, breathing is good for the soul, nothing beats this for the body." The people nearby watched in awe. Someone raised a glass of alcohol, reminiscing that the young master was once known as the social star Navarro. Scratching the back of his head, the blonde shrugged off the memory. Didn't last long anyway. Pressing his hands to his cheeks, he grinned. Looks mattered after all. Whatever else happened in his life, he was going to make sure he stayed sharp. Just then, a voice called out from the carriage. Michael had arrived. The blonde glanced left. What's going on? From horseback, the man answered. Half a day left to our destination. Jarvis wanted to know if you'd like to rest. The blonde shook his head. No need. Keep moving. We'll rest when we arrive. Peering out the carriage window, he watched the sun dipping toward the horizon. Time had flown while he was busy trading. Without wasting a moment, he reopened his book, ready to continue. As the sun's last light bathed the city of Acadio, the group finally arrived. Before them stood a lavish 3-story mansion, leaving the others in awe. Standing beside Jarvis, the blonde admired the sight. Bit much for us, isn't it? Jarvis asked quietly. The young man turned to him. This? Please. We earned this. Before Jarvis could mention a hotel, the blonde cut him off. Rest first. Look after everyone. While the others chatted, Jarvis hesitated. While my family think. Without missing a beat, the blonde tossed him a coin pouch. Take care of them. Get everyone cleaned up. Jarvis opened the pouch, eyes wide. 200? This is more than enough. The blonde gave him a knowing smile. Consider it gratitude. Let them enjoy themselves too. We're not here to play around. As Jarvis gestured toward some tables, he explained the plan. Left a mark near the castle walls. We'll know if anyone tries something. The blonde folded his arms. Good. Then we wait. Nightfall draped the city, and the group wasted no time celebrating. Mugs clashed together, laughter filled the air, and the feast began. Away from the chaos, the main group sat quietly, observing. But it wasn't long before the others tried dragging Jarvis into the party. Come on, try the local drinks, someone urged. Jarvis held up a glass of water, declining politely. But the group wasn't taking no for an answer. Meanwhile, the blonde watched from his seat. When the captain finally caved to a single glass, the young master shot him a deadly glare. You drink, you die, he warned flatly. Jarvis nearly turned blue from fear. Scrambling for words, the captain nervously declined any more offers. The men laughed, teasing him with fake pride. Come on, one glass turns to two, two turns to three. Don't let the captain fool you. In the end, they wandered off, joking all the way home. Jarvis sat back, shaking his head. Not worth dying over a drink, he thought. Just as he relaxed, a girl rushed by, nearly colliding with him, her tray full of drinks wobbling dangerously. The girl, flustered, quickly apologized to the captain. He gave her a calm glance and told her to be careful, so she wouldn't hurt herself. Once she hurried off, he returned to his seat beside the blonde, quietly sipping his water while the young master observed him in silence. After a moment, the blonde called out, raising his glass and tilting his head. Lost something? He asked, watching Jarvis dig through his pocket. With a slight smile, Jarvis pulled out what he'd been looking for. First time someone's ever bumped into me on purpose, he muttered, glancing away. Dark clouds blanketed the night sky, the last bits of light fading from the alleys between the buildings. In one of those narrow streets, the blonde and his escort moved together, the young master unfolding a map as they walked. We need to memorize the layout. Divide the city into sections, he instructed, pointing at the markings. One mark stood out, a large T. Trevor, the blonde said. The contact I told you about. Facing him, Jarvis gave a nod. Everything's on track. He's reliable. Worked with him before. Should go smoothly. And you're meeting him alone? The blonde asked. Jarvis waved it off. Always do. But the young man frowned. Then I'm coming too. I'll keep out of sight. Jarvis shook his head. Too risky. Too many eyes in this city. If anyone sees us together, it could cause problems. The blonde paused, considering his words. He knew Jarvis was right. The real question was whether the man could be trusted. As they walked, he thought back to the journey so far. Nights around the fire, shared tasks. They had grown close. But trust? That was something else. Report, the blonde said suddenly. Jarvis blinked, surprised. What? Don't believe me. It's not that, the blonde replied coolly. Surely you understand. Jarvis let out a breath, raising his hands as if shielding his face. If you don't believe me, check it yourself. I've got nothing to hide. The blonde stared at him in silence for a moment. Offended, Jarvis kept his hands up. I know my place. No point getting offended. The blonde's gaze lingered on him. Jarvis looked serious. My life matters, you know. I'm not eager to end up in some mess over doubts, he added. Finally, the young master handed him the report. Go. Jarvis gave a respectful nod and turned away. Watching him leave, the blonde wondered if anyone could ever really be trusted. Without hesitation, he pulled out a scroll bound with a red ribbon. Tearing it open, he activated the third circle of transparency magic. Magic swirled around him as his body slowly vanished, becoming fully invisible. Looking down at his own hands, or rather, the space where they should be, he smiled. Better than expected. Light body next time, he thought. Then he'd truly become untouchable. Moving silently across the rooftops, he drifted above the streets, passing over glowing windows and shadowy alleys. Stopping on a rooftop, he crouched low, observing the city below. His eyes found Jarvis, moving naturally, never standing out, like a man used to disappearing into any crowd. But trailing behind him were three men in identical uniforms. The blonde smirked. Good thing I stayed out of sight. Unbothered, Jarvis continued, heading for a house with lit windows. He knocked. A man peeked out cautiously, glanced around, then let him in. From his perch above, the blonde watched it all unfold. Everything was going just as planned. He closed his eyes for a moment, debating whether to activate another skill. 100-step perception. Curiosity won out. Listening closely, the conversations inside seemed ordinary at first. But it didn't take long for him to realize it was all an act. Then came the real exchange. His eyes shot open as the true dialogue finally reached his ears. Inside, by the fire, the real business had begun. Trevor sat across from the captain, eyes narrowing in curiosity. So, why'd you end up as a bodyguard? Without missing a beat, Jarvis delivered the news. Gilbert's dead. The room fell silent. Trevor's eyes widened. What? How? Jarvis kept his tone steady. What do you think? Illness? Accident? Trevor rubbed his forehead, then dropped his hand. And you? You all right? Closing his eyes briefly, Jarvis nodded. I owe him my life. Trevor crossed his arms, head lowered. Guess he kept quiet till the end, but then something clicked. His expression darkened. Wait, the academy's all the way in the capital. Pretty far from here, huh? He locked eyes with Jarvis, suspicion creeping into his voice. His subordinates tensed up, glancing at Jarvis with quiet hostility. Hidden above them, the blonde watching from the rooftop felt the tension spike. Jarvis, though, stayed perfectly calm. What? You having fun with these questions? He asked, eyes narrowing. Trevor and his men exchanged glances, confused by the sudden shift. But then Trevor cracked a grin, laughing loudly. Relax. Just a joke, all right? No need to get worked up. Waving his hands, he flashed an easy smile. Sorry about Gilbert. But hey, that's just how life goes. Overhead, the blonde let out a slow breath, resting his chin on his hand. So far, so good. Trevor's mood seemed genuine enough. Leaning on the table, Trevor turned back to Jarvis. So how'd you manage to get here? Anyone onto you? Jarvis shrugged. Used the kid. Paid a visit to Acadio. Made it work. On the rooftop, the blonde grimaced. Seriously? Could you make it sound any dumber? Trevor chuckled. Well, what can you do? Jarvis placed a folded sheet on the table. Here. This needs encrypting and sent to the Empire. The man with burgundy hair gave a lazy smile. Anything else? Nope. Jarvis replied without looking back. With that, he turned and headed toward the door. Watching from above, the blonde thought to himself, so that's the life of a spy. Nothing but business, no time for anything else. As Jarvis disappeared into the night, the blonde nodded to himself. Passed the test. Nice work. But just as he shifted to leave, a voice from below froze him in place. Strange, isn't it? The agent lives, and the messenger dies. The blonde's heart skipped a beat. Don't tell me this is about to fall apart. Trevor glanced back at his assistant. What are you getting at? You think Jarvis switched sides? The man shrugged. Hey, anything's possible. Plus, wasn't he demoted? Jarvis' defense came immediately. That's not the kind of guy to turn on us. Another chimed in. He'd rather die than drag his family into trouble. But the assistant scoffed. You never really know people. Trevor shot him a glare. What? You got a problem with him now? Something else you're not telling me. The assistant fumbled, rubbing the back of his neck. Trevor waved him off. Enough. Get back to work. Up on the roof, the blonde kept his eyes on Jarvis as he disappeared into the shadows. In the end, it's not up to us. Whatever happens next, that's for the higher-ups. With the night fully settled over the city, the blonde finally deactivated his spell. His body glowed faintly red before becoming visible again. Looking down at his hand, he smirked. Invisibility and 100-step perception, worth every coin. As he strolled down the stone road, his mind already drifted to future plans. Definitely using those again. But then loud voices broke through the quiet. Don't you people understand how hierarchy works? Someone shouted angrily. Shut up, another bark back. The blonde stopped, frowning toward the noise. A fight? At this hour? Spotting a crowd gathering in the shadows, he sighed. Really? In the middle of the night? A group of furious men stood with clenched fists, shouting angrily and demanding how a mere barren knight dared to challenge them. In the middle of it, a dark-haired knight, surrounded by his comrades, scoffed and motioned toward his opponent. Complain to the Marquis if you want. I just serve him, he sneered. From a spot above, the blonde's eyes widened slightly. His men, they were clearly drunk. Another group of men shouted back, irritated. Enough of your nonsense already. But the knight leading the group folded his arms and shot back. I'm not finished. If it weren't for Steelguard, your precious Marquis wouldn't even exist. Those words made the blonde stiffen. His lips parted as the realization hit. Marquis Albret. As the name echoed in his mind, his expression darkened, the shock running deep. One of the opposing men bared his teeth, fists trembling with rage. You think I can talk to northerners like you? You're insane. He lunged forward, shouting that he'd show the village slave what real dignity meant. The knight didn't back down. With furrowed brows, he rushed forward, yelling for his men to defend the honor of Steelguard. In an instant, the two sides clashed, fists flying. Suddenly, a sharp voice cut through the chaos. What exactly is going on here? Everyone froze. Heads turned toward a man in a crisp blue uniform and red cape, a sword resting on his belt. One of the men gasped. It's the second captain. Up on the rooftop, the blonde's hands trembled as his eyes locked onto the man. His breath caught, memories flooding back, blood, pain, and that room filled with torture devices. Bound to a chair, drenched in his own blood, he'd thought it was the end. And now, standing behind the second captain, was the very person responsible. Albret, the young man with shoulder-length, ash-colored hair, stood with his usual indifferent expression. The blonde's rage flared like a wildfire. A grin spread across his face as his thoughts darkened. Didn't expect to see you here. The air around him seemed to thicken, his fists tightening as his anger boiled. For a moment, he debated ending it right there, tearing Albret apart, slow and painful. But no, not now, not like this. Forcing himself to breathe, the blonde smirked. Patience. There will be time to return every bit of pain you gave me. On the ground, the second captain, Kunz Albret, stepped forward. His towering presence made the knights shrink back in fear. You were told not to cause trouble, he said in a low voice. The men immediately dropped their heads and shouted apologies, swearing it wouldn't happen again. Kunz Albret shifted his gaze to the dark-haired knight, who stiffened under the glare. I'm second Captain Dirika, under Marquis Albret, he said coldly. Where are you from? Sweat beaded on the knight's forehead. Steelguard, he answered. Kunz Albret frowned. And what's Steelguard doing in Acadio? The knight hesitated, and the men behind him looked ready to disappear. Before he could respond, footsteps echoed through the street. Everyone turned to see the blonde approaching, his stride steady and full of confidence. Kunz Albret's brows knit together. The man's gaze was calm but sharp, like a blade. A small smile tugged at the blonde's lips as he caught the growing surprise on their faces. Perfect, he thought. Just as it should be. Kunz Albret squinted. Who are you supposed to be? The blonde stopped, meeting his gaze. I'm Arun, he answered coolly, his voice carrying clearly. For a second, Kunz Albret's eyes flicked toward Albret, as if looking for confirmation. Albret only let out a quiet breath. A single bead of sweat rolled down Kunz Albret's face. Now that a family member had shown up, things just got a lot more complicated. Looking back at the blonde, Dirika asked, So, are you the one they say you are? The blonde's grin widened. Yes, I am. Standing among his knights, the blonde glanced toward the commotion and spoke up. I overheard someone asking why Steelguard is here, he said casually. Is there a reason we can't be in Acadio? The man on the other side looked startled, stammering. And no, that's not what I meant. Arun shrugged, closing his eyes and spreading his arms. We're just passing through on our way to the academy. Thought I'd take a look at Navarro's second city. Then, without warning, his gaze sharpened as he turned toward the second captain. But what about you? Why is Albret here? Gyo, standing in front of his master, stepped in with a respectful bow. Same reason. Just passing through. He lowered his head and added softly, and I'd like to apologize for any earlier trouble. Albret, overhearing this, scoffed and shot Gyo a glare. Apologize? For what? They started it, he snapped, jabbing his finger towards Steelguard. Kunz Albret watched from the side, uneasy. He knew Steelguard wasn't a group that could be pushed around with titles alone. Crossing them meant there'd be consequences. Glancing at the sky, Kunz Albret cleared his throat. It's getting late. Maybe we wrap this up and head back. But Arun raised a brow, unimpressed. Why should we leave? Kunz Albret glanced at Albret, who stood with his hands on his hips, looking just as irritated. Albret huffed. Maybe it's best we continue this tomorrow. Arun waved his hand dismissively. No need to wait. His voice dropped into a colder tone. But before we go any further, do any of you even know what happened here? Albret sighed, brushing him off. Doesn't matter. Baron or not, you're beneath a Marquis. At those words, the Steel Guard knights stiffened. Arun chuckled softly, closing his eyes for a moment. So, what you're saying is, because your title is higher, you're automatically right? Albret grinned. Finally, you understand. Guess I have to spell everything out for Northerners. Arun's smile widened, his tone turning playful. You're full of nonsense. Albret's face flushed red with anger. He pointed sharply at Arun. Take that back. Now, apologize. Gyo, still calm, spoke quietly. We'd apologize if we were actually wrong. Arun turned his attention to one of the Marquis's men. You, what happened here? The man glanced nervously between the two sides, sweat beading down his face. After a pause, he lifted his hand and admitted, It started with Steelguard. They shouted first. Then the fight broke out. Albret immediately jumped forward, demanding, You heard that. Now kneel and apologize. But Arun held up a hand. Calm down. You're not a kid anymore. Let's hear from both sides. He turned to one of his own men, Mihail. Is that true? Mihail lowered his head. Yes, but they mocked us first. Arun's eyes narrowed. Mocked you how? Mihail clenched his fists, recalling the words. They asked how much longer we'd ride on Layskin's glory. Said we acted too proud, like we were more important than we are. Lowering his head further, Mihail added, I apologize for the disturbance, but I'm not sorry for standing up to that. Then louder he declared, if we just sat there and took it, we wouldn't deserve to call ourselves Steelguard. Arun stayed quiet, his lips pressed into a thin line. Turning back to the Marquis's group, he called out, Is that true? The man stammered, waving his hands. Well, not exactly. I mean, Kunz Albret whipped his head around, glaring at the man in disbelief. One idiot, he thought, grinding his teeth. Arun sighed, his expression darkening. So it's true after all. Mihail looked up, surprised as Arun met his gaze. Lift your head, Arun said. You did well. The knights looked at him with quiet pride, their master's words lifting their spirits. With a smirk, Arun threw his cloak back over his shoulder. As someone who carries the heart of steel, the Marquis's squad watched him closely, their eyes wide. Albret and Kunz Albret stood frozen, unsure of what was coming next, standing firm among his knights. The blonde's expression turned cold and resolute. Without hesitation, he pulled back his cloak to reveal the black crest of the steel guard on his shoulder. I can't ignore what just happened, he declared, his voice steady and clear. He proudly tapped the emblem. Steel Guard has always protected Navarro. We protect it now, and we'll keep protecting it. Behind him, his knights straightened, holding their heads high as their lord spoke. And for those who mock us, Arun's gaze hardened as he looked straight at the stunned Kunz Albret and the scowling Albret. We'll make sure they remember us, in blood, if necessary. With his piercing stare locked on them, Arun asked, So, do you still think we're nothing? The Marquis's men shifted uncomfortably, glancing at each other with unease. Albret's expression darkened, his glare fixed on Arun. Kunz Albret furrowed his brow, glancing between his master and the blonde. Is this guy really just a kid? He wondered. At first, he thought Arun was just throwing around his family's name. But now, watching him stand his ground with such ease and presence, Kunz Albret couldn't deny it. This really is Steel Guard blood. The air turned tense and silent. Albret clenched his teeth, frustration written all over his face. Kunz Albret, realizing where this was headed, acted fast. Without warning, Kunz Albret spun around and punched one of his own knights straight in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. Everyone froze. Then another knight hit the dirt, and another. In a matter of moments, Kunz Albret had knocked out his own men, leaving them groaning on the ground as the rest watched in shock. Without even looking back, Kunz Albret spoke sharply. Great job ruining Albret's name. The beaten knights struggled to kneel, clutching their bruised faces. Forgive us, they cried, bowing their heads low. Still glaring, Kunz Albret snapped, Don't apologize to me. Tell the young master you embarrassed him. The terrified knights turned their attention to Albret, immediately lowering their heads and shouting apologies. Arun watched the scene unfold with narrowed eyes. So he wasn't bluffing after all, he thought. He could see what Kunz Albret was doing, turning the whole situation into a petty squabble between knights, smoothing things over without dragging Albret's name deeper into the mud. It was smart, clean, effective. Arun studied Kunz Albret's composed face. He's retreating without losing face. Clever. Durin, standing quietly nearby, stared at Kunz Albret's back. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. Albret, red-faced and fuming, suddenly spun on his heel. I'm going to bed, he snapped, storming off in irritation. Arun's lips curled into a Sylvia grin. He wasn't sure if he'd gained anything from this, but seeing Albret sulk like that was reward enough. Then, just as Albret was marching away, Arun called out, I'd accept your apology, by the way. Albret froze in his tracks. Slowly, his furious face twisted back toward Arun, veins bulging at his temple. Arun met his glare with a satisfied, confident smile. With an angry grunt, Albret turned back around and stormed off again. Everyone quietly watched him leave. A moment later, Kunz Albret lowered his head and Wordle Sylvia followed, his men trailing behind. Right then, Javis finally arrived, glancing around at the tense faces. Whoa, what's going on here? He asked, giving an awkward smile. Did I miss something funny? He flinched as everyone immediately turned their irritated glares toward him. Raising a hand, Javis stammered, sorry? Not sure for what, but sorry. As the city settled, under a bright blue sky, Albret sat at a table, picking at his meal with clear annoyance. Cutting a piece of meat, he glanced over at Kunz Albret. That brat, wasn't he supposed to be the worst of the worst? Kunz Albret, standing beside him, nodded slightly. That's what they say. Compared to his father, the sons of Steel Guard are nothing special. The youngest can't even match his brothers. Or so the rumors go. Albret scoffed, waving his fork mid-bite. Rumors, huh? Feels like they've been overhyping his sharp tongue, just because we haven't seen his sword yet. Kunz Albret stayed silent, head slightly lowered, eyes closed. He wasn't so sure anymore. Albert shot him a sideways glance, clearly unimpressed. Why'd you have the knights apologize like that? He asked. Without even bothering to open his eyes, Dirica answered coolly. Backing off was the smart move. Besides, some people are still terrified of Steel Guard. Albert froze, a bead of sweat trailing down his cheek. Dirica kept going, warning that dragging things out any longer might end up angering the Lord. Albert rubbed his chin thoughtfully, then ordered the second captain to keep an eye on Dirica. Sure, we had no choice but to retreat, he admitted, but I made sure he paid for yesterday's humiliation. One of the men waved his hand dismissively, turning to Dirica with an irritated glare. Come to think of it, I haven't seen a single steel guard rat around. Where they run off to? A man standing to the side, his hand resting on his sword, answered. They left early this morning. I suggested we travel together since we're all heading to the capital, but they refused. Said they couldn't risk being late. Albert's eyebrows shot up. And why exactly were you making decisions no one asked you to? He snapped. Sounds like you wanted them gone. The second captain stayed calm. There's nothing unusual about boosting our defenses. Protecting the Marquis is the top priority. Albert leaned back, feeling unsettled. That's way too arrogant. With that, he set his utensils down. I'm done. Lost my appetite. Nightfall blanketed the city. The Marquis was sound asleep, snoring loudly, limbs sprawled across the bed. Nearby, 2 large windows stood bare, without curtains. A faint creak echoed as one shutter quietly swung open. Still snoring with his mouth wide open, Albert stirred awake, only to feel an invisible grip clamping down on his face. Panic surged through him as muffled sounds escaped his throat. A hand held him down, and then he saw him. Arun hovered over Albert like a shadow, his expression wild, his eyes glowing an eerie yellow. He raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Albert grabbed at Arun's hand, trying to figure out what he was even doing here. His mind raced. How was he this strong? Arun's lips twisted into a grin. Just figuring out the best way to get my revenge. Leaning closer in the dark room, he added in a cold voice, I wanted to wake you up, so you could watch yourself fall apart. Albert stared back, his heart pounding. Arun's grin widened. You get what I'm saying, right? His eyes burned into Albert's, never blinking. When I saw you that night, I almost changed my mind. Albert remembered how Arun had turned around back then, veins bulging with rage. Arun scoffed, his gaze fixed on Albert. Your face was dripping with envy. Funny, looks like nothing's changed. Memories flickered through Arun's mind. Albert lounging on his throne, barking orders, vowing to hunt down Steelguard and take everything they owned. Now, Arun stared at him, whispering almost gleefully, looks like tonight's your last. Back then, Arun had blocked 2 swords and demanded to know why Albert was doing all this. Albert had just smirked, resting his head on his hand. You seriously don't get it. Reclining on his throne, legs crossed, he flashed a grin. I've hated you since the moment we met. Arun had frozen, confused. Albert just laughed. I couldn't stand your name. Looking down from his throne, he added, that's the only reason I took your land. Then, with a dismissive glance, Albert admitted, the Baron? No better than me. Narrowing his eyes, he sneered, sure, you've mastered steel breath. But me? I'm good too. People just hate me for how I look. Arun's eyes had gone wide in disbelief as Albert kept going. Meanwhile, everyone greets you with a smile. Albert leaned forward, his smile turning manic. But there's nothing about you that's better than me. You're broken. Pathetic. Arun had stood there, silent, listening as Albert labeled him a failed lord with no land. Albert, basking in his own arrogance, spread his arms wide. But me? I'm the great Marquis of Albert. Staring Arun down, he whispered, and I finally won. Now, crammed into this dark room, Arun sat on Albert's bed, his hand pressed firmly over Albert's mouth. Albert thrashed, muffled noises filling the space as he desperately tried to figure out what this madman wanted. Arun's cold, wide eyes never left his. And in that moment, Albert knew. This wasn't a threat. The Baron was dead serious. Albert's trembling hands clutched the intruder's wrist, desperate and shaking. But the blonde only grinned, satisfied, as he slowly lifted his hand from Albert's face. Gasping for air, Albert threw his head back, opened his mouth wide, and shouted, Dirica, help! But nothing came out. Frozen in shock, a bead of sweat slid down his cheek as he struggled to understand what had just happened. Arun gave a casual wave. Pressure points, he explained with a smirk. Hit the right spot, and your voice? Gone. Won't come back till I decide. Albert's lips quivered, his wide, panicked eyes filled with bursting red veins. He couldn't speak, couldn't even scream. Still seated on the bed, Albert stared at him, dumbfounded. Arun's grin stretched wider, his gaze taking on that same unsettling madness. Shame, really. I'd love to hang that terrified face of yours in a frame. Albert shuddered. His mind raced. Guards were stationed right outside, and Dirica was just next door. How? Arun's sudden idea snapped into place. Albert's eyes darted to the blanket. Snatching it in one swift motion, he hurled it at Arun and bolted out of bed. Heart pounding, he dashed toward the door, arm outstretched, his mouth wide open in silent panic. But before he could even touch the handle, Arun was already there. Aruin's sharp punch landed squarely in Albert's stomach. He doubled over, coughing, saliva spilling from his lips as he staggered back. Aruin loomed above him, cold and ruthless. Albert collapsed to his knees, groaning in pain. His body shook as he clenched his teeth, more spit dribbling down his chin. Desperate, he dragged himself across the floor, inching toward the exit. Aruin watched from above, almost amused. Then, with barely any effort, Aruin struck 3 precise points across Albert's back and neck. Albert froze on the spot. It felt like he'd sunk into wet cement, completely trapped. His limbs wouldn't budge. Aruin leaned down, grabbed him by the collar of his nightshirt, and hissed, "Stop squirming. It'll only get worse if you don't." Looking down at him, Aruin added calmly, "Play along, and maybe nothing bad happens." Albert's mind spun. None of this made sense. Dragging him like a rag doll, Aruin hauled him across the room and shoved him into a chair by the desk. Albert managed to gape in confusion, but before he could process anything else, Aruin tapped him on the back. Albert blinked, feeling his muscles release. He hesitated, cautiously lifting his right hand. It moved. His eyes widened in disbelief. Then, without a word, Aruin placed a blank sheet of paper in front of him and slid over a pen. "Right," Aruin ordered, his voice steady. Albert clenched his jaw, shooting him a glare full of hatred. Still, Aruin just waited completely calm. Albert sat there, unmoving, hands resting flat on the table. Did this lunatic really think he'd obey? Albert knew the truth. If he obeyed, death was waiting right after. Their eyes locked, both faces dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Then, with a swift motion, the blonde sword sliced through the air. Albert didn't even have time to react. He stared blankly as scarlet droplets splattered beside him. Aruin stood tall, his blade dripping with fresh blood. And in the middle of the room, a severed hand hit the floor. Albert blinked, struggling to process what just happened. Slowly, his gaze shifted. There it was, his own hand, lying lifeless on the ground. A scream tore from his throat, raw and silent. Aruin loomed over him again, voice low and cold. "Pick up the pen." Albert collapsed, clutching his severed arm, his body shaking as silent cries ripped through him. Looking down without a hint of sympathy, Aruin scolded, "I told you not to make this difficult. Why are you still testing me?" Tears streamed down Albert's face as he glared upward, pure hatred burning in his swollen, red eyes. But the moment Aruin's sword hovered closer, white energy swirling around the blade, Albert flinched. His breath hitched. Was that an aura? The glowing blade pressed nearer, and Albert panicked as Aruin raised it again, ready to take his right foot next. Albert shot his remaining hand up in surrender, face pale and pathetic, silently begging for a chance. Aruin stepped back, letting him scramble up from the floor. Dragging a chair over, Albert sank into it, his trembling fingers wrapping around the pen. Bending over the blank page, he dared to ask, "W? What do you want me to write?" Aruin lowered his sword, eyeing him indifferently. "Don't get blood on the paper." Albert swallowed hard. "If even one drop lands," Aruin added coldly, "your head's next." Sweat poured down Albert's face as he nodded weakly. Hovering close, sword in hand, Aruin began to dictate. Albert scribbled each word in shaky strokes, writing a letter to his own father, from his miserable, broken self. Tears blurred his vision, but his mind raced for comfort. "It's fine," he told himself. "A prosthetic will fix the arm. The servants will handle the rest. Just stay alive, stay alive." Another tear fell as he clenched his jaw, remembering how he'd fallen from his chair when his hand was sliced off. What a scene that must have been. Surely Dirika, his top knight, with the light brown hair and beard, would realize something wasn't right. Somewhere nearby, the soft scratching of the pen filled the tense silence. And still, Aruin stood over him, sword resting casually behind his back, watching. Albert wrote, line after line, his heart pounding. But the closer he got to the end, the heavier the silence felt. Gritting his teeth, Albert frowned. Why hasn't Dirika done anything? And just like that, he realized he was already on the last sentence. Albert shot a cautious glance at the man looming beside him, who carefully watched every stroke of his pen. His heart pounded, brows furrowed. Albert thought desperately. Maybe he could buy some time. Spill a bit of ink, scribble something wrong, anything to delay this nightmare. But before he could even try, Aruin's face crept in close, his smile twisted and wild. "I've heard every thought you've had," Aruin whispered, eyes flashing dangerously. "Why bother stalling?" Albert's face drained of all color. Pressed against the table, trembling, he glanced at the page. "Finish the last sentence," Aruin ordered. With shaking hands, Albert forced himself to keep writing, the sound of the pen dragging across the paper, filling the air. When it was done, Aruin snatched the letter up, skimming it with a grin. Albert watched him warily, nerves fraying. His body was weakening fast from the blood loss. If Dirika didn't figure out something was wrong soon, he wouldn't last much longer. Then, without warning, Albert felt a strange sensation in his throat. Eyes wide, he clutched at his neck, coughing hard. A sudden realization hit him. His voice had returned. Arun twirled the sword lazily in his hand, looking amused. What's wrong? You don't seem very grateful. You can talk now. Albert shot him a glare, jaw clenched, veins bulging as rage flooded through him. Leaping from his chair, he threw his head back and shouted, Dirika, there's an intruder. Arun tilted his head with a grin, completely unfazed. Really? That's your big move. Albert's shout echoed, but nothing happened. Confused, he looked at Arun, searching his face for any sign of fear. But Arun just stood there, grinning wider. Come on, Arun said mockingly. Louder. Is that all you've got? Panic rose in Albert's throat. Why wasn't anyone coming? Arun shrugged. You didn't actually think I wouldn't plan for this? The air shimmered. Albert's eyes darted around as the truth hit him. The entire room was glowing faintly blue, covered in a magical seal of intricate circles and sharp triangles. A silent scroll, Arun explained. Set up the moment I walked in. Nothing leaves this room. No sound. No movement. Nothing. Albert's whole body shook as his mouth fell open in shock. Why? Why did you get my voice back then? He stammered. Arun held up the letter with a smirk. Would you have written this if you thought you were already dead? Albert collapsed, his body hitting the floor like dead weight. Staring blankly into the room, his mind spiraled. Arun stepped closer, voice calm but sharp as a blade. Hard to accept, isn't it? You lost. Steel Guard won, and it's all your fault. Albert's breath quickened as he looked up, completely lost. What? What did I even do? He stuttered. Arun raised his sword, the glow of his aura swirling around him like smoke. It's that pathetic inferiority complex of yours, Arun said coldly. Albert threw up his hand in a desperate plea. Please, don't do this, he begged. I swear, I'll never forget this night. Albert clung desperately to Arun's leg, looking up with tear-filled eyes. My family's loaded. I can give you anything. Just say the word, he pleaded. Arun stared down at him, eyes burning with revenge. You never should have killed me. Albert's sobs grew louder. Please stop, he begged. But Arun's eyes glowed red. He swung his sword in one swift motion, his black cloak rising behind him like a shadow. Albert's mouth hung open, his eyes wide, bloodshot and bulging. Arun turned slowly, almost curious, as the room fell silent. On the floor, dark hair spread out like a fan next to splattered drops of blood. Albert's body lay lifeless, separated from his head. Calmly putting his sword away, Arun glanced down and said, That's the best expression you've ever made. I congratulate you, but I've got other things to handle. Albert's severed head rested on its side, pupils small, red veins glaring across his eyes. A red flame flickered in Arun's gaze as a small brown jar dropped into his palm. Inside, bone acid shimmered, a liquid that dissolved flesh on contact. Popping the lid open, Arun poured the yellowish fluid over the remains. The acid hissed as it melted through the body, white pajamas hissing with smoke. This needs to look like you vanished, not died, Arun thought to himself, watching until nothing was left. With the job nearly done, his mind drifted to the red-haired man's wild laughter. Even thinking about it made Arun uneasy. But still, thanks to him, taking revenge on Albert had been almost too easy. Shaking off the thought, Arun smirked. Now it was time to clean up the last details. Opening his inventory, he stashed away the leftover pajamas. The Steel Guards are a days right away by now. Won't be back anytime soon, he figured. He rummaged through the drawers, pausing when his eyes landed on a black and gold hilted magic sword. So, Albert's family might start pointing fingers, but my alibi's airtight. Dusting off his hands, Arun nodded to himself. Perfect. Time to leave. He tossed 4 scrolls into the air. Red streams of energy wrapped around him as the scrolls activated. Stealth, speed, invisibility, and time compression all kicking in at once. Now fully hidden, he glanced around the empty room. The made bed, closed drawers, and untouched desk made it seem like no one had ever been there. Everything's set, Arun whispered, grinning. And just like that, he disappeared. Left behind on the desk was a letter written to Albert's father. In it, Albert claimed he'd thought long and hard and decided he couldn't lead the family. He feared their downfall and confessed he planned to disappear and live a new life far from his responsibilities. The letter ended with a request, don't come looking for him. Back in the dark room, nothing stirred. Meanwhile, beneath the bright sun, a luxurious black and gold carriage rolled through the trees, red flags fluttering as it passed. Inside, a peach-colored cat meowed softly, sensing the tension. Arun lay sprawled on the sofa, exhausted. Across from him, Sari sat quietly, her gaze low. Arun tilted his head, disappointment heavy on his mind. Revenge. It's done, he thought. Shouldn't I feel something? Instead of satisfaction, there was only emptiness. His mind flashed back to the terror on Albert's severed face. Sure, it felt good. Joyful, even. But right after came the weight of it all. Would it have felt different if he dragged it out? Made Albert suffer just like he'd suffered? Stretching out across the seat, Erwin shook his head. No, this was the moment. I couldn't have asked for better. Memories of his former self, drowning in regret, flashed through his mind. All those mistakes from his past life. There were too many to count. Closing his eyes, he tried to calm the storm inside. When he opened them again, he raised his hands, staring at his palms. What am I even doing? He muttered. Then, with a sharp clap, he covered his face. Sorry, he whispered, noticing the startled cat beside him. His thoughts drifted again, back to his family's fall. Arrows, swords, red flags torn to shreds. Albert hadn't been the only problem. The real damage came from his father's disappearance. The red-eyed tiger that tore through their ranks, and the steel guard captain from the northern front, leading a pack of wolfhounds with fangs like blades. A hungry pack, with eyes glowing in the dark. Albert was just one of them. Shaking himself out of it, Erwin exhaled deeply. Blue flames flickered in his eyes as he refocused. Enough, he thought. There's still a long road ahead. Erwin opened the book of interdimensional transactions and was immediately greeted by a string of notifications confirming coin deposits. Jewelry and precious metals really do sell for a fortune, he muttered, smirking. Figures. This family's got gold rotting in their vaults. Glancing at the blue system window, he sighed. One last thing to take care of. Displayed on the screen was Albert's magic sword, a multi-purpose weapon, complete with stats and a description. Erwin frowned. Seriously? They even slapped his name on it. How obnoxious. Just as he was scrolling, a message popped up. Someone had offered 500 coins for the sword. Scratching his chin, Erwin considered it. Not bad at all. Despite belonging to a lower circle, the sword was solid. The black and gold hilt, the runes on the blade, wasn't some cheap, disposable trinket. Knights could easily turn the tide of battle with something like this. Staring at the glowing blue screen, Erwin thought back to Dirika, the knight with short brown hair and a beard. Could he beat him now? Javis once said only a select few knights surpassed Dirika. Leaning on his hand, Erwin figured that his current power was more than enough to handle first-class knights. By most standards, he was already at the top of his tier. As the heir to the mystical blade, with second-level mana circulating around his heart, and a year into a 60-year cultivation path, he made insane progress for his age. Still, he knew better than to test himself against an elite knight just yet. Tilting his head, a new thought crossed his mind. What if I just kept the sword? But almost immediately, he dismissed the idea with an awkward smile. Carrying around something this recognizable would only raise suspicions. Nope, better to sell. Erwin reached toward the screen to respond to the buyer, but paused midway. An idea sparked. Instead of accepting the offer, he pulled the sword out of his inventory and held it in his hands. Turning toward Sari, the small creature's ears perked up. With a grin, Erwin asked, Hey, you curious what this thing's really worth? Under the clear blue sky, rocks stacked high around them as Sari happily gnawed on the sword's edge. Erwin chuckled softly. Look at you, chomping away. You know how many coins you're chewing through with every bite. Still, he got serious. 500 coins sounds like a lot, he thought. But compared to what I've already poured into raising you, that's pocket change. As he watched Sari devour the sword, Erwin considered the beast's potential. The Beast Emperor had classified Bulgasari into 5 stages. At the lowest stage, it could absorb some metals. At low, it could handle more types and partially shift form. At medium, it could consume almost all metals in any form. At high, it could absorb not just metals, but the magic and abilities within them, transforming into countless forms. And at the highest level, its growth would explode, reproducing anything it consumed. Crossing his arms, Erwin smiled. Sari's not stopping at basic metals, so he's at least medium or better. And if he hits the top, imagine how many coins he'd churn out from what he's eaten. Suddenly, Erwin blinked in surprise. Sari stood on his hind legs, big round eyes sparkling. Erwin's mouth dropped. Wait, you finished the whole thing? Raising a finger, Erwin asked, So, did you absorb the magic? Or are you just purring because you're full? Sari lifted his front paws and meowed loudly. Erwin clenched his fists, grinning. Oh, so you're feeling confident now? Let's see what you've got. Lifting his hands, palms out, Erwin warned, And hey, no lightning strikes. You blow up the carriage, we're in trouble. Sari meowed back, eyes narrowing in focus. Closing his eyes, he pressed his paws to his chest, his tiny body shaking as energy gathered. Erwin watched, anticipation building. Then, Sari's eyes flashed open. Raising his paws, a shimmering purple barrier spread out, surrounding him like a bubble of energy. Erwin's face lit up with excitement. He actually did it, he shouted, fist pumping the air. The little beast had pulled it off, a real, functioning shield. That meant its potential was at least top tier. He pressed his lips together, swallowed hard, and raised his fist. Sari perked up from under the magic shield, his face slightly flushed. With a grin, Arun lifted his hand and asked if Sari could take the form of the sword he'd once devoured. In an instant, the sword's blade gleamed brilliantly. A notification popped up, confirming the news. Bulgasari had fully evolved into its final form. Now a sword it had completely absorbed. Congrats, Arun muttered, eyeing it with admiration. Max potential, huh? Just then, a long red tail swung into view. Arun blinked, glancing around. Where did that tail come from? Lying before him, the sword looked normal, except for the red tail replacing its hilt. Confused, he stared. And then, as if on cue, a small red creature appeared on the carriage seat beside him. Startled, Arun looked from the pet to the tail and back, puzzled by the connection. With a chuckle, he raised his hand to his mouth and complimented the beast. Nicely done, he said, holding up a single finger. First time pulling this off, huh? Maybe you'll nail it on the next try. Determined, the creature clenched its tiny paws into fists. In a blink, the sword, with its signature red tail, appeared once again on the seat. Arun balled his fists. All right, still only your second attempt. Don't sweat it. The tail flicked back into sight. Arun's smile started to strain. All right, okay, one more time. Let's really try this. Once again, sword. Once again, tail. Eyes wide, Arun sighed. This is seriously the last time. The beast morphed again, sword form intact, tail still present. Then, looking as confused as ever, the creature glanced back at him, clearly just as lost. Bulgasari shared the same expression. Arun stared. What level even is this? Higher than high. They both just sat there, silently facing each other, neither one understanding what was happening. Sari dropped his head into his paws, clearly defeated. Trying to lighten the mood, Arun forced a smile. Hey, don't get down. You're doing great. You even managed to absorb the sword's magic, remember? Sari peeked up at him, eyes watery. Arun turned away, deep in thought. Come on, man. Cheer him up before he really loses it. Then it hit him. Eyes flashing, he snapped his fingers. Of course. With absolute confidence, he pointed straight at Sari. You're top tier. Highest class. Number one, no question. Thumbs up. Big grin. So quit sulking. You're the best out there. For a second, Sari just stared. Then, with a huge smile, he beamed and closed his eyes in relief. Arun struck a dramatic pose. Come on, let's see that smile. Show the world who's number one. Sari copied his stance perfectly. Finally, Arun felt like he could breathe again. He'd honestly been terrified the whole thing might fall apart. Thinking back to the dark egg he'd picked, he remembered rejecting everything else in that secret vault just to choose Sari. Sure, the Eye of Providence had helped guide him, but in reality, it had been a total gamble. Now, seeing the little beast spinning happily on the seat, he figured the bet had paid off. Maybe the painting wasn't perfect, but it still turned out pretty damn good. With fiery red eyes, Arun looked ahead. Things feel different now, and that's a good sign. A system alert popped up, current coin balance, 10,083. He smirked. 5 digits already. That was no small feat at this stage. If it's going this well, he muttered, why stop now? Surrounded by floating red system windows, Arun reviewed his purchases. Heavenly level big recovery pills, 3 of them. Heavenly level taking pills, check. Human-looking snow ginseng, got it. Skipping earth-level stuff entirely and diving straight into the heavenly tier. Now, that was progress. No need to hesitate. He tapped the download button. Meanwhile, in the city of Mid-I-Am, morning sunlight poured over tidy houses. At a lively tavern, a sign with a beer mug and cutlery swung gently in a breeze. Inside, people cloaked in travel gear filled the tables. One man leaned in. The force route's brutal, but we're nearly at the capital gate. Across from him, a dark-haired man nodded. Work hard now, and it'll pay off later. True that, the guy with the beer mug agreed. Then the dark-haired one asked, hey, what's the young master been up to? He holed up in his room the second we got here. A man at the next table chimed in. Probably nervous. Tomorrow's the big day at Thero's place. The brunette scoffed. Seriously? The other gestured. Think about it. Didn't you notice how tense he looked? The squad at the table kept the conversation going, laughing as they mentioned how, despite looking wise beyond his years, the young master still seemed hung up on the academy. Honestly, it makes sense, one of them nodded. It's an academy after all. Someone chimed in. But with his abilities, does he really need to worry about something like that? Hares and the brunette sitting beside him shook their heads at the same time. Nah, not a chance. They glanced at each other in surprise. Wait, why do you say that? The brunette asked, raising an eyebrow. I fought him officially, and I fought him unofficially, Hares replied with a smirk. A small argument broke out at the table. So what? One guy shrugged, waiting for the other to explain himself. You think I'm weak or something? The man shot back. Why would I think that? Came a casual reply. The brunette added, Hey, I saw the young master throw the first punch. Oh, so you get what I mean, right? Hares asked. What else is there to get? The guy shrugged again, staying quiet this time. Wait, you're not saying the young master and the commander? No way. The man cut him off before he could finish. The guy looked like he wanted to argue, but held back. Forget it, the commander said with a shrug. I'm just in that kind of mood today. Hares lifted his mug. Enough of this. Let's drop the nonsense and drink. Cheers to that. The other agreed, raising his glass. As the mugs clinked, one of them sighed, wondering if the young master's mood had something to do with the academy. Something about the whole thing just felt off. Upstairs, behind the doors leading to the rooms, Arun sat on the bed with a dark look on his face. Surrounded by glowing red notifications, he ran his hands through his hair. Why aren't the elixirs selling? Sari was sprawled out on the other end of the bed, belly up, clearly just as out of it. Arun scrolled through the updates. Time kept passing, but nothing was changing. Could it be the price? Each heavenly level elixir cost about 2,000 coins. Yeah, pricey, but even then he'd set his price a full 100 coins lower than a market average. And yet, not a single order. Not one. Arun's eyes glowed red as the thought struck him. This isn't just weird. This is seriously messed up. No matter how much he checked, there wasn't a single seller offering these cheaper than him. And his system was updating the listings every hour like clockwork. Then his gaze drifted to the review section. And that's when it all made sense. Dozens of reviews, all slamming his shop. Spiral Ghost. Don't buy these. Total ripoff. Yeochiakdu. Spent a month's salary. Zero effect. Total disappointment. Simple hell. Worst heavenly level elixir I've ever had. Min Jiangshik. Scam alert. Liquor maniac. Absolutely trash quality. Ham Taegil. Sellers of fraud. Arun stared at the screen, jaw clenched. What the hell? I haven't sold a single one. How are they leaving reviews? He rubbed his chin, piecing it together. He'd heard about stuff like this before. Groups trying to sway public opinion with fake reviews. Images of smug, laughing figures flashed through his mind. Part-time haters. Curious, he checked out the reviewers' profiles. Sure enough, Spiral Ghost, employee at Taisen Medicine Center. Yeo Chiakdu, pharmacist at Chonggang Medicine Center. Min Jiangshik, administrator at Great Bear Medicine Center. Ham Taegil, Taoist from Chongjin Temple. Simple Hell, massage master at White Cloud Hall. Arun leaned back, taking all in. Every single one of them was connected to major, first-level affiliate stores. As if picturing them all lined up, glaring at him, he realized exactly what was happening. The 5 top elixir producers from across Myram had decided to gang up on him. Arun ran a hand down his face. Why now? It wasn't like he'd only just started selling elixirs. He'd been doing this for a while, and no one cared before. Did I cross some invisible line? Scratching his cheek, he figured it out. Up until now, he'd only sold smaller stuff. Wages, deposits, nothing major. So they left him alone. But the moment some little nobody started selling heavenly level goods, yeah, that couldn't slide. In his mind, he pictured greedy hands reaching out from all directions, trying to crush him before he became a real threat. Arun scratched the back of his head, laughing under his breath. This is new. I've never been this pissed before. Sure, they acted all high and mighty on the surface, but behind the scenes? They were throwing dirt like anyone else, trying to shut him down before he could get off the ground. Classic. The system flashed a new update. Current coin balance, minus 2,379. Arun grinned wickedly, clasping his hands together. All right then, he muttered. Challenge accepted. If they wanted to throw filth his way, he'd gladly mix up the dirtiest slop he could find and toss it right back at them. With a wide, slightly unhinged smile, he thought darkly, they'd definitely messed with the wrong guy this time. Meanwhile, the sun lit up the red buildings of the medicine centers. Inside, chaos broke out. What is wrong with this lunatic? He actually dared to complain about us? Shouted the man from Taisen Medicine Center. Across from him, a man in a traditional suit from Chonggang Medical Center threw up his hands. Forget the noise. Tell me what we're doing about it, instead of wasting time. It's like we've been bitten by a mad dog, muttered the man from Chongjin Taoist Temple, holding out his palm as if to stop the argument. Didn't I tell you not to provoke him? It was becoming obvious. They'd hired part-time trolls to ruin Arun's business. The system chat window blinked to life. Taisen Medicine Center messaged Chonggang. You're not pinning this on me, are you? We all agreed on this together. Chonggang replied. Hey, I wasn't expecting anyone to actually complain. Over in the corner, a bald man from Great Bear Medicine Center sighed, resting his head on his hand. Doesn't matter to me. I'm in. The man from White Cloud Hall sighed deeply. Same here, but this isn't what we originally agreed on. Voices started rising. How could this even happen? One of them snapped. We've already gone this far. We better figure out how to clean this up. A man in a blue suit growled. What's wrong with you people? If we fight now, nobody wins. We've got an MK meeting coming up. We need a plan fast. I'll handle that punk myself, someone declared, slamming a fist on the table. The rest of you just follow my lead. I'll show that nobody from the lower system exactly how things work around here. Suddenly, the group chat lit up. Taisa Medicine Center, White Cloud Hall, Chongjin Taoist Temple, Great Bear Medicine Center, Chonggang Medical Center, all have joined the chat. Messages poured in. Why is he wasting everyone's time? Why bother with some nobody? He actually called us together? What's he planning? Arun lounged on his bed, arms folded, smirking as he watched them pile into the chat. Someone finally asked, all right, we're all here. So what exactly are you trying to do? You gonna take responsibility for calling us out, kid? Arun's grin widened. Kid? Who says I'm younger than you? That immediately set one of them off. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm 67. How old are you? Arun looked away and sighed. Wow, that's your flex? Your age? Seriously? The old man exploded. Another scoffed. What do you expect from someone in the lower system? Total lack of manners. Guy's probably too broke to know any better, another added gloomily. Someone else muttered. What a mess. This is just pathetic. Arun shook his head with a quiet chuckle. Oh, I see how it is. All of you ganging up on me at once? How touching. Then, without warning, he activated a command. A crossed-out speaker symbol appeared on the chat. Complete silence mode activated. Everyone froze as the chat locked down. Stunned, they stared at their screens. Arun sat back calmly. Huh, so this is part of the Myo AM system's controls. A new window appeared. A pink-haired man with long ears materialized among the system panels. I'm the Myo AM channel master, he announced. We're here today to address the accusations raised by a certain individual at the Arun Exchange. His gaze swept over the group. This meeting is for formal discussion only. Sarcasm, insults, or profanity will not be tolerated. One of the old men winced but stayed quiet. Arun smiled faintly. The channel master added, and if silence mode is triggered again, any violators will lose their right to speak. Are we clear? Silence mode lifted. The bullhorn icon flashed, and the chat resumed. Yes, understood. We got it. Let's get this over with. We're busy people. The channel master asked if anyone wanted to respond to the accusations. Tayson Medicine Center was first to speak. I'll say this much. We did use part-time workers. The man scowled, waving his hand. But come on. I've heard this complaint 100 times. I'm sick of it. Arun exhaled slowly. Typical. Jumping over their own heads, and then crying when they get burned. If your goods were really high quality, Taysan sneered, would you have ratings like that? Look, things work differently here in the first system. Quality is everything. Quality is trust. Arun couldn't help but grin. And instead of crying over a few bad reviews, maybe you should focus on making your product better. This is what a real merchant looks like, Arun said with a grin as a new file popped up in the chat, titled Transaction Records from Arun. The others stared at him, surprised. Still smiling, Arun invited them to take a look. The sales history was crystal clear. No heavenly level elixirs had been sold. The records were completely empty. One by one, the chat participants chimed in. This is serious. Yeah, not a single sale. Arun leaned back, arms folded, eyes on the open chat. So, let me get this straight, he said smoothly. People who never even bought anything are complaining about the quality of my products. If those aren't part-time trolls, then who are they? T scoffed. How do we even know that's a real document? The channel master, Myo AM, clasped his hands together. I checked the history myself. The document's legit. T frowned. Well, in that case, maybe there were part-time workers involved. But can you prove we're the ones behind them? Arun didn't blink. Myo AM can confirm that too. Myo AM shook his head. Suspicion alone won't cut it. We can't expose private info from other exchanges. Arun waved it off. Relax. I'm only asking you to check if those users are tied to certain organizations. Myo AM's face darkened. That's impossible. Customer data is protected. That's non-negotiable. Donon sneered. So what now? We just sit back and do nothing? Let these guys keep piling on fake reviews. Myo AM shrugged. Hey, I just run the channel. Justice isn't really in my job description. The rival merchants exchanged smug looks, satisfied with how things were going. Arun pictured cracks splintering through the air around him. So that's how it is, he thought angrily. The channel master's playing along with them. They're all in on this. It wasn't just random businesses competing. This was a full-blown cartel. Arun pictured it all. Everyone around the table, stacks of gold and priceless loot in front of them. Deals being made with grins and handshakes. Myo AM had the partner stores wrapped around his finger. They gave him perks, and he made sure nothing ever rocked the boat. Arun jabbed a finger into his chest, frustrated. Even knowing how the game's rigged, I still expected someone to play straight. What a joke. In the group chat, Myo AM spoke up. Anyone got anything else? Nope. All good. Busy here. Let's finish up. Mio AM gave a small smile. All right then, we're done. Hold on, Arun cut in. You're really ending it like this? No follow-up? No proof? Mio AM looked unimpressed. Yeah? So what if you're suspicious? Arun's grin turned sharp. And what if I got evidence? The room fell dead quiet. Tae-san scoffed. Seriously? What kind of stunt are you trying to pull now? Drop the act. Arun didn't say a word. He dropped a file into the chat. Take a look, he said coolly. After this, let's see if you still have the nerve to talk down to me. Everyone moved closer to their screens. Even Mio AM went still the moment he saw the file's title. Arun spoke like it was nothing. These are the transactions from the accounts behind the fake reviews. They're all linked to your centers. Taisei Medicine, Chonggang Medical, Great Bear, Chongjin Taoist Temple, White Cloud Hall. Should I keep going? Taisen lost it. That's fake. Where do you even dig this up? Arun didn't flinch. What do you think, Mio AM? Look fake to you. Mio AM scanned the data, his eyes racing, sweat starting to form. How the hell does he have this? Where did this even come from? Arun tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Going mute again. Mio AM waved his hands frantically. And no, it's not that. Exchange records are locked by the system. They can't be altered. Silence. The 5 merchant reps didn't say a word. The truth sank in. This wasn't some bluff. It was real. Arun leaned back, cool and steady. So now that this is out there, I'd say things just got a lot more serious. Mio AM forced a strained smile. Why, yes. That's right. The accusations are true. The top elixir companies have been hiring part-timers to flood the system with fake reviews. Tae-san exploded. So what the hell's Mio AM been doing? Pocketing bribes? Before the shouting could spiral, Mio AM slapped silence mode. A muted speaker icon lit up on screen. All voices cut off. Great Bear Medicine Center slammed a hand on the table, mouthing, "What the hell are you doing?" Chongjin Taoist Temple raised a hand sheepishly. I didn't even say anything. Arun held up a finger, amused. Easy now. Why's everyone so worked up? Mio AM looked over, still trying to hold a smile. Arun asked, quick thing, part-time trolling. That breaks exchange rules, doesn't it? Mio AM nodded. Correct. And the punishment? Mio AM responded steadily. First offense means 30-day trading suspension. Same goes for any exchange that placed the order. Arun grinned, satisfied. That's more than enough. Mio AM nodded. In that case, we'll process the reports from the Arun exchange. The chat fell into stunned silence as the 5 major companies listened in disbelief. They'd been caught red-handed using part-time trolls, and now a full month-long suspension was looming over them. But before the final blow landed, Arun leaned in with a Sylvia smile. Or maybe we come to an agreement, he suggested casually. I'm not exactly dying to see justice served, either. Mio AM blinked in surprise. An agreement? Arun smiled behind folded fingers. Come on, for someone running an exchange, aren't profits the most important thing? He turned to the 5 guests. So what's it going to be? You wanting to push for punishment? Or are you ready to pay compensation and keep your businesses running? Baldy's face darkened. 30 days? That's a long time. Longhair frowned. The losses would be massive. The man in the traditional suit grimaced. I really don't want to give anything to this guy, but if we can settle for a fair price, maybe it's worth it. Arun glanced at Mio AM. Lift the silence mode. Let's hear their answer. Snapping out his thoughts, Mio AM nodded. Ah yes. The system chimed. Silence mode lifted. Chat resumed. Immediately, one of the merchants exploded. So this is your true goal. What a scam, he shouted. You started all this just to squeeze us for compensation. Arun tilted his head, still smiling. If you're so against it, then I assume you're happy with the 30-day suspension? The man sneered. Huh, suspend us if you want. You really think we won't sell a single thing without dimensional trading? My medical center sits on top of a mountain, packed with customers. 1 month is nothing. Just wait and see. Arun rested his cheek on his palm. All right, good luck with that. What about the rest of you? Feel the same way. One merchant smirked to himself. Does he really think this little trick will shake us? We're the biggest elixir producers around for a reason. But to his surprise, the others disagreed. I'm not siding with him. Yeah, I'm thinking differently. Honestly, I applaud his confidence, but count me out. The mountain man's jaw dropped. He stared at them, fuming. Traitors. Baldy spoke up. We're not saying we'll pay, without question. What's the amount? The man in the suit agreed. Yeah, name your price first. Arun's red eye glowed faintly. I can't calculate the exact damage they'd suffer from a suspension, he thought. Too high, and they'll just refuse. Too low, and they'll take it as a joke. He imagined them with fake, pained expressions, pretending to be hurt while laughing behind his back. But not this time. Not over his dead body. Leaning into the chat, Arun's smile turned sharp. You got all wrong, he said. It's not about losing elixir sales. The real damage? You trashed my name. You smeared me as a seller of garbage goods. And that's what really pisses me off. His smile widened. If I just let this slide, I won't be able to sleep at night. Someone's getting punished. One of the merchants typed. So what are you planning? You change your tune pretty fast. Arun tapped his fingers together thoughtfully. Every company's monthly income is different. There's no sense in setting one fixed price. Then he smirked. Here's how we'll settle this. I'll forgive only 3 companies. The other 2? Full punishment. The chat lit up. What? Wait. One of us already refused. Then that means only 1 spot left. Arun folded his arms, wicked grin in place. Welcome to the auction, he announced. Lowest bidder wins. Unlimited bids. Whoever offers the least compensation gets their trade suspension card.